Week I did some prep early, and on a bad week I'm doing it when I get to the track.
The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels, in partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. The 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour, presented by Fixie Wheels, in partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo. Live from Palm Beach, Florida, here's Tony Laporta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Palm Beach. We're here for the final round of the 2016 Safina Foods Florida Winter Tour. It is Saturday, which means it's time for some heat racing. If you were with us during our broadcast yesterday, you watched qualifying and the opening round of some very exciting heat races. Things got kicked off with the race that's on grid now, Senior Max. That was a phenomenal first heat race yesterday. Zachary Clayman DeMello, the Canadian, aboard the Intrepid, scored the victory over class veteran Oliver Askew with a daring move down in turn one. With 2 laps to go, there's a live look at your grid. You see our race director, Chris Egger, it looks like, having a discussion with some of our front of the grid drivers. I think I can see Kyle Kirkwood possibly with his back to us, Oliver Askew. Austin Garrison involved in that meeting as well. Garrison had a bit of bad luck in the opening heat race yesterday, finishing outside of the top 10. But he'll be back today as our Senior Max drivers are going to head out here in about less than 2 minutes is when they will see the green light to take out onto the track. And there you see it right there, our starting lineup for our heat races. How they qualify is how they'll start all 3 heats throughout the weekend. We ran heat 1 yesterday, 2 rounds of heats today, and then we'll end the day with pre-finals. Based on how you finish in our 3 heats determines your starting position for the pre-final, and then where you finish in that pre-final determines your starting position for tomorrow's main event. So let's meet our starting lineup for today's Senior Max heat races. Starting in the 15th row, in the 29th position, driver of the 311, Yan Leong from Kuna, USA. In row 14, driver of the number 335, Simone Aparego. Next to him in the 307, starting 27th, Austin Belowski. In row 13, it's a pair of Texans, the 377 of Connor Ford on the Sodi cart, and the 316, Mateo Diaz on the Fernando Alonso. Lane Vicala and Hop Pong Zong make up row 12. Dominic Tesoro and Logan Cussin are your row 11. Inside the top 20, we have Nicholas Hornbostel on the 371 and Carson Capica in 19th. Davide Greco and Justin Overo line up side by side in row number 9. Senior Max rookie And making his first start of the 2016 Florida Winter Tour, Stingray Robb rolls off aboard his new CRG in the 16th position. Andrew Palmer in the 352 starts on the inside of row number 8. Canadian Bryce Choker wearing the skinny jeans starts 14th. And the triple-double deuce, Chris Wheeler's boy, Zach Holden, starts 13th. Christian Brooks aboard the CRG will roll 12th with class rookie and reigning race winner Trent Nestep from Texas rolling off 11th. Inside the top 10 now, it's another Senior Max rookie, the 379 comp cart from J3, David Malukas. Matt Solarczyk, a Team USA member from 2015, takes his Fernando Alonso kart from 9th on the grid. Darren Keene, driving out of Orsalon Racing's pit, pilots his number 345 to 8th on the grid. The Northwest's Luke Selikin in the number 315 from Rollison Performance Group will roll off 7th. Sodi Karting's 301 Jordan Sherritt starts in the 6th position with OGP driver Austin Garrison starting in the 5th spot with his 329 Tony Kart. Your front 2 rows made up of a couple big hitters. On the outside of row number 2, the 380 Burrell returning to Senior Max competition after a year away. The 380 Oliver Askew. And yesterday's heat race number 1 winner on the Intrepid from Canada, the 313 Zachary Clayman DeMello. And on the front row, the Burrell 314. On the outside, Gianfranco Mazzaferro, and winning the pole position in qualifying yesterday with a time of 56.773. He'll lead him to the green when we turn him out, the 328 OGP driver of Kyle Kirkwood. That is your Senior Max starting lineup as we are getting ready for our first heat race of the day. Rounds 2 and 3 set to go, and how they finish in those heats will determine the starting position for today's pre-final. Just a few moments here till we turn them out for our first heat of the day. Kirkwood, Clayman DeMello, Austin Garrison, those inside drivers in the front 3 rows are going to have a very good starting angle when they head in. The thing about the track here at Palm Beach is the finish line leading down into turn 1 is not actually where they're going to get the green flag to start this race or any of the races this weekend. They're actually going to get the green flag right before turn 11, the hairpin down by the grid, the exit of the corner you're looking at right now. Looks like they've been given the signal to fire the engines as our race director, Chris Egger, makes his way back out onto the track. We are getting ready to go racing. Cam Egger, our chief starter, walks to his position as well. They'll be heading out in less than 1 minute. But again, the big surprise yesterday was how well Zachary Clayman DeMello ran. Shouldn't be much of a surprise at all, though. Zach's been racing with the Winter Tour for quite a while now. Through Homestead and Ocala, he's been up and down in the results, but yesterday he was exactly where he needed to be. Qualified very well in the 3rd position inside row number 2 and made an absolutely beautiful pass on Oliver Askew, heading down into a sharp right-hander turn number 1. Put on just a beautiful move, got on the brakes late. The back end of that Intrepid was sliding and skating all around on that slick concrete heading into turn 1, but he made the pass beautifully. There you see our Senior Max drivers taking out to the track now. Kirkwood, your point leader, he's been the man to beat all season. Had a bit of bad luck in Ocala last month. A broken connecting rod from the piston down to the crankshaft is what ended his race early while leading back at home in Ocala. Kirkwood races for OGP at the Ocala Grand Prix circuit, but he also, just as Oliver Askew, hails from Jupiter, Florida, so this is another home race for Kirkwood. So as we get ready to roll with our 2 rounds of heats and a pre-final, we do want to remind everybody that we have been keeping an eye on radar, and it looks like a pretty good chunk of weather is rolling in from the west. We don't plan on this stopping the racing, but we do want to make sure everybody takes the necessary precautions to get everything tied down, put up, whatever you got to do, guys. A pretty severe thunderstorm looks like it will be rolling into the area later on this afternoon. We're expecting anywhere from about an hour and a half to 2 hours till the weather really gets to us. So this is just a heads up. Please make sure you guys take the necessary precautions and prepare yourselves for the weather. We're going to do our best to stay on schedule and stay on track. So you saw your starting grid. Kyle Kirkwood leading him down here. The question is, can Clayman DeMello stay on top? He drove so well yesterday. To be honest with you, if he keeps doing what he did, I think he's going to be looking pretty good at the end of this one. Don't forget, we are up and live on Race Monitor, so get your smartphones out. You'll be able to keep up with all the live timing. Yeah, this Senior Max field is just so stacked, folks. This is going to be a really good race. We were all talking about Clayman's move yesterday in the hotel at the end of the day, and I'll say it right here. I think it was one of the best passes I've seen in a long time in karting. It may have been the best pass I've seen this year. So the drivers are in the tram lanes. Kirkwood's going to bring them down. Cameron Egger, what do you say? Let's go racing. Green flag flies. Oh, boy, and Askew does not get the start he wanted. He's 3 wide. Solarsic spins in the middle of turn 1. He's by himself. The rest of the field off and rolling. They head past the finish line down into turn number 1. Clayman DeMello puts a good block, it looks like, on Jordan Sherritt. Kirkwood's going to lead him out of the motorsport.com complex, and they run down the second straightaway, heading for the left-hander, turn number 3. There you see, man, they're all over each other. One cart locks up, almost goes around, keeps it in the right direction. Smoke everywhere, and Clayman DeMello, Kirkwood might have issues. He's got his left hand up in the air. Clayman DeMello takes over the lead as they come out of 5. Now they head for the hill down the right-hander turn to number 6. Not sure what happened to Kirkwood. He had his left hand in the air after Clayman DeMello got by him, possibly waving at officials, maybe not happy with the move. They come through the S's now, over 9, through 10, down the back straightaway. They'll head for 11, the hairpin. There you see our field making their way through the S's. Now we check back in with the leaders. Lap 1 in the books, and did you expect anything else? Clayman DeMello, your leader. It looks like we got one cart. It sounds like we got one cart missing an exhaust packing. Is that Luke Selican? I believe so. Selican looking over his left shoulder. He's going to pull in. And Selican's bad luck on the East Coast continues here at the Florida Winter Tour. Up front, they head for turn 3. Clayman DeMello doing a good job at staying in front of DKC and Team Crosslinks. Jordan Sherritt, I believe Sherritt is running with Crosslink. Kirkwood's gotten around him now in turn 5. They come down the hill. They'll head for 6. Yesterday, we saw Askew and Clayman DeMello battle it out. Now it looks like it's going to be Kirkwood's shot. No, Askew wants a part of the action as well as he throws it to the inside of Sherritt in turn number 8. Clayman DeMello now up on the wheel as they come out of 10, down the back straightaway into 11. Kirkwood, let's take a look at the lap times when they get to the stripe. Lap number 2 in the books. Clayman DeMello with about a half a cart length lead, maybe less. Kirkwood's going to throw it to the inside for the lead in turn 1. Doesn't even need to get on the brakes. He's through. Good move by OGP's Kyle Kirkwood. Last time by Austin Garrison. Kirkwood's teammate, your fastest driver on track. Clayman DeMello takes a look to the inside, down in 3. They're wheel to wheel. Kirkwood shuts the door on him, but Clayman DeMello stays in the gas. He's through. It is physical here in Senior Max. Clayman DeMello not letting Kirkwood rattle him at all. Clayman liked the taste of victory in Heat 1 yesterday. He wants a little more of it here on Saturday. Clayman DeMello leads him now into the S's. It's Kirkwood in second, Askew in third, Jordan Sherritt in fourth, and that looks like Mazzafaro in fifth, S-Step in sixth. Out of the S's they go for turn 11. One more time. It's a 10-lap heat race. Kirkwood just trying to pick his time to make the move. He's going to look out on the inside in 11, and he's through. Kirkwood now back to the lead, but be sure Clayman DeMello is going to try something again as they head to 1. Clayman DeMello to the outside. Kirkwood moves him all the way to the outside of the track. Askew's 3 wide in 1. Askew gets it. 3 wide in turn 1. Clayman DeMello pushed Kirkwood all the way to the outside, and that allowed Askew to force the issue on the inside. Great heads-up driving by Oliver to see the opportunity and take it. And that has grouped the top 8 all up very closely. Clayman DeMello, he defended the way he thought he needed to, but that opened the door for Oliver Askew to throw it right to the inside and take over the lead. Now, Clayman DeMello to the inside in turn 8. Oh, and he shoves Kirkwood way wide. Clayman DeMello driving awfully aggressively here at the start of the day. Kirkwood is certainly not happy. If Kyle Kirkwood is driving with anything less than red in his face, I'll be surprised. And that looks like Mazzafaro around. Is that Mazza fall around in 11? I believe so. Askew leads him into 1. Then it's Sherritt. And is that going to be S-Step, I want to say? No, it's Holden. Zach Holden on the Kuna USA. Tony Kart is up inside the top 5 now. So now Zach Holden comfortably inside. He's running third right now, right behind Jordan Sherritt. Oliver Askew leads. Clayman DeMello's lost a little bit of ground. They were so physical last time through this section of the track. Now Kirkwood runs in 5th, and then behind him it looks like that's going to be Darren Keene, I believe, in the 6th position. Stingray Robb up to 7th. Garrison and Brooks, the rest of the top 10 here. Battle for 2nd place. That's going to be Darren Keene on the inside of Jordan Sherritt, and he's through the triple-double deuce. Chris Wheeler, the boy is running good. Sherritt giving a hand signal to Darren Keene. I think it's moved forward. Let's work on catching Askew. That would be the wise decision right now. Man, 2 laps ago, the shakeup, though, with Clayman DeMello and Kirkwood getting a side-by-side as they did. Crazy good racing. But Clayman DeMello just maybe a little aggressive here early on in this one. He drove so cleanly yesterday, made a brilliant pass on Askew down in turn 1, and never touched him, at least not from my viewpoint. He didn't make contact, and it was a super clean move, a lot of fun to watch, and today it's a little bit more aggressive. As we talk about the Canadian driver, he picks up a spot from 4th to 3rd. He gets around Jordan Sherritt. One thing you don't have to worry about, Clayman DeMello has the speed, okay? He's running guys down, he's catching them, and he's passing them, all right? It's the once he's caught him, that's a little up in the air right now. He's doing really good at moving his way back through traffic. He's going to set his sights now on Darren Keene. Keene having the run of his life right now in the Florida Winter Tour. As far as this series is concerned, he's running a series-high 2nd place right now out of the Kuna USA 10. The Midwest driver showing him how it's done down here on the East Coast. All of them, that is, except for the hometown kid, Oliver Askew. He had Clayman DeMello really giving him problems yesterday. Well, now Askew out in front. Oliver running double duty this weekend, both in DD2 Senior and Senior Max. Things going for him a little bit easier today in Senior Max Heat Race number 2. This class is brought to you by Rollison Performance Group, as it looks like Kyle Kirkwood now is in a drag race with Jordan Sherritt. That's going to be for the 4th position. They're wheel to wheel. No one's given an inch right there. More contact is made. Kirkwood shows him the rear wheel. Sherritt doesn't back off. Wow, Kyle Kirkwood has been bullied all the way around this track so far in this heat race. That kid's going to have a lot of tire marks on the front bumper, side pods, and even a few marks on the rear bumper, I think. Kyle Kirkwood has been knocked around in this one here today. West Palm racing so well. This track has lent itself to awesome battles already early on in day number 2. Can't wait to see what our finals are going to look like tomorrow afternoon. Now Kirkwood throws it to the inside of Sherritt in turn number 8. He finally clears the Sodi Kart driver. Yeah, and Kirkwood comes by us, and those side pods, folks, they are not clean. 2 to go when they get to the line. Cam Egger's going to show Askew the sticks here, letting them know 8 down, 2 to go in our 10-lap heat race here. Nobody's going to have anything for Oliver when this one's over. Darren Keene doing a good job of staying right on Clayman DeMello's back bumper. I'm sorry, that's Zach Holden, not Darren Keene. Holden, the 322, having just an awesome run right now. Darren Keene, not Darren Keene, Zach Holden. I don't know why I keep saying Darren Keene. Darren Keene races with Orsalon. Zach Holden's racing with Kuna USA. Holden doing a fantastic job, staying with Clayman DeMello, running in the 3rd spot right now. Remember, when this thing's over and they get ready for their last heat race, Holden is still going to start all the way in the 13th position, which is where he started this race. He's running 3rd now, but this will greatly help his overall score when they set the grid for the pre-final. That's something we haven't even talked about. Holden was running 2nd 2 laps ago. He's 3rd right now, and he started this race 10 positions back in row number 7 in the 13th position. White flag flies. Holden may want that 2nd spot back. He doesn't make a move in turn 1 on Clayman DeMello. I need to get Darren Keene off the brain. Darren's running well. He is currently scored in the 8th position. But it's Zach Holden who's out in front on the Tony card. He runs third now, just trying to keep on Clayman DeMello's back bumper. Few drivers get together down in turn number 1. There's about 4 carts all together. One of the Tony carts gets away. There's a few more still stuck. One driver can't get it refired. Up front, though, underneath the tower, Askew leads. Kirkwood's not done yet. He's got one more corner to go. He's going to try and get around third place. It's Zach Holden, not Darren Keene. Holden throws it to the inside of Clayman DeMello. He's going to get second. Kirkwood takes no prisoners, coming to line, runs Clayman DeMello very wide on the exit. Kirkwood's been waiting for that one. Now just watch out, Kyle, because you have got a very upset Clayman DeMello right behind you. Wow, what a run to the line. I did not expect Zach Holden to make the move to the inside the way he did. I thought he'd hold his water and come home with a third place finish, but that was a fantastic move by Zach Holden down on the inside heading to turn 11. He set it up perfectly. I don't think Clayman DeMello was expecting it. He got the spot, and that opened up the door for Kyle Kirkwood. So Kirkwood definitely owes Zach Holden a high five and a thanks at the scale line because he was able to also get around Clayman DeMello. I'll tell you what, I'd love to be down there in the scale line when this one's over. That was a physical race. Just like a workout video in the 80s, folks, they got physical out there. That was a fantastic race, and Senior Max never disappoints. Sometimes you want to save it for the very end of the day. Let it be our big class. That's Junior Max. They always put on a good show. Senior Max kicks things off in such great fashion. Oliver Askew scores the victory here in Senior Max Heat Race number 2, brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Let's look at how the rest of the field finished. Zach Holden had a fantastic run, the best of the winter tour for that young man. My hat is off to him. The 322 comes home in second place after a last lap, last corner move on Clayman. Kirkwood comes home third. Zachary Clayman DeMello fourth. Jordan Sherritt rounds out your top 5. Then it's Stingray Rob the Potato in P6. Austin Garrison rebounds well after yesterday's upset. He finishes 7th. Darren Keene 8th. Trent Nestep 9th. And Andrew Palmer rounds out your top 10. David Malukas 11th. Brooks 12th. Solarsik, Mazzafaro, and Greco your top 15. Bryce Choker was 16th. Carson Kapka 17th. Austin Belaski, Mateo Diaz, and Lane Vicala rounded out your top 20. So fantastic battle there in Senior Max. It's only going to get better as the weekend goes on, folks. Stick with us. We'll be back with our Masters Max Heat Race. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Palm Beach. What a great race that was in Senior Max. I'll tell you what, that was a lot of fun. Sorry to anybody in the pits whose ears I blew out. But the racing, it's just so gosh dang darn good here at the Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. You know what? The carts we got on track now, these drivers, they're a little bit more up there in age, all right? But that doesn't mean that they don't mind getting down with it every once in a while, okay? These are our Masters Max drivers. This category brought to you by GP Falcone. Let's meet the brave men who make up the oldest category in all of karting. Michel Boysa. Man, this guy has been so fast everywhere we've gone all season. He starts on the pole position after a lap in qualifying of 58.652. Not a bad lap at all. Nick Tucker hails from North Carolina, but he's racing with Oregon's Rollison Performance Group. Tucker starts on the outside of row number 1. He had very bad luck in the start of yesterday's first heat. Got knocked out of the way, heading down into turn number 11, which is the first turn the drivers hit here off the green flag. He was able to keep going throughout the race, but never got any higher than 9th position. Tucker starts in second. Adrian Ortiz and Scott Roberts make up row number 2. And then it's Big Bobby Green. My surprise from yesterday was how well Bobby Green ran. He starts 5th. Daniel Robertson rolls off 6th. Alessandro De Luca and David Shatak make up row 4. And it's Peter Corteau and Peter Hecht, a couple of Peters in row number 5. Christoph Adams did not make the starting grid. They're in the tram lanes. We're looking for a green flag, and I don't see one. Cam Egger keeps the left hand with the index finger pointed out, letting him know we're going around one more time. And I got to also one more time apologize. Zach Holden had a fantastic race, and I kept calling him Darren Keene. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe it's because I was talking to Darren during the tire changing contest yesterday. Maybe it's just because I like it when Chris Wheeler texts me that I'm doing a terrible job. I don't really know what it was, but Zach, I do apologize. Fantastic run in that one. Darren, not bad run either. But Zach, really good run up there in second place. Masters Max making their way around the track for their second attempt at the green flag here. Not sure what the officials didn't like about that one. Might have been a little hot. We have a few of our corner workers out on the track now slowing these guys down. They do need to back off the throttle here. They're still single file. They'll come out of the S's, turns 9 and 10, and file up 2 by 2. We'll try it again here as Michel Boysa in the 608 and Nick Tucker in the 670 put them into the tram lanes 2 by 2. 10 laps of Masters Max heat racing coming at you. No, Cam Egger sends him around one more time. These guys are old. They can't keep running all these extra warm-up laps, folks. So I think the issue is we've got the old trusty speed gun set up on the outside of the starting tram lanes, and they're looking for a number on that speed gun that the drivers need to be under. That's the mile per hour sign, and the officials are looking at that board, and they decide to pull the trigger or not pull the trigger on the start of these races, whether they give them a green flag or not. And if the speed on that number board is too high, we don't go green. The whole idea behind that is the slower you go into turn 1, the better odds we all have of making it through that corner together. So the front row of Boysa and Tucker need to slow this grid down. This is their second attempt. Technically, I believe this would be their third attempt at the start. I'll be interested to see what they do here. Typically, the front row would get swapped after 2 attempts, but they're going to let Boysa and Tucker try it one more time. They are much slower this time. The speed gun has got to show them the number they want now. Cameron Egger with green flag in hand. Chris Egger backs him off. Flags in the air. We're racing. Boysa. Now Tucker gets a much better start than he did yesterday. Tucker slides right into the second position. Scott Roberts also moves from P4 up to the third position. Boysa is going to defend to the inside to keep Tucker behind him. Tucker, though, not really shaken by the move. In fact, he gets a great run out of turn 2. Roberts is going to give him a shove. Man, this is such a wide track, and go-karts still seem to get side by side and touch each other. I've seen more tire smoke this morning through the first heat race and first lap of this heat race than I've seen ever. the tire smoke coming off these karts this weekend. Somebody needs to check the rear end width on all these chassis because these guys have got to be running 75 inches wide on the rear. They always seem to find a way to get into each other. That, of course, is a joke and in no way a comment on the tuning practices of the drivers and their teams here this weekend. Lap 1 coming to a close as Scott Roberts is going to go down to the inside of Nick Tucker, and that's the pass for the lead. Roberts runs wide. Tucker stays right on his bumper. Oh, does Tucker make a move to the inside of 1? Yes, he does, but he's not close enough. Roberts holds on to it, but Tucker's been money coming out of turn number 2. He looks high, now he looks low, but he's got to look to the inside as Aboisa is right there. Aboisa can't get the thing to hit the power band coming out of turn 2. Tucker and Roberts pull away. They roll through turn 3. Roberts doing a good job at keeping Tucker right behind him. Tucker's really progressed so rapidly every step of the Winter Tour. Homestead really struggling to find the pace. Ocala, he was right there on the verge of cracking the podium. And here now in Palm Beach, the guys fighting for the lead with your reigning U.S. Grand National champion and the pole sitter from this weekend. So Tucker and Raleigh, boy, those guys have put their heads together and they have found the speed that you need out here at the Florida Winter Tour. We need the 328 and the 329 to the steward's office as Michelle Aboisa, your pole sitter, makes a move on Nick Tucker down on turn number 11 to end another lap. That's going to put Aboisa back in to the second position, one spot away from where he started this thing. Aboisa may want more in turn 1. No, he stays in line. Watch out, because stalking in the background is the Fernando Alonso kart of Big Bobby Green. Yesterday he wore his blue Team USA suit. Today he's wearing his white Team USA suit. Tomorrow, I think he's going to cut both of them down the middle and sew them together. That is what I'm voting for. That would be a good look. The front 4 now make their way around turn 5. Bobby Green may be going for the midriff belly shirt look on the racing suit tomorrow for Championship Sunday. That is what we're doing, handing out championship trophies and tickets to the grand finals. Scott Roberts and Bobby Green, they're both trying to make their return trip to the grand finals this year. It's going to be in La Conca, Italy, I believe, is the destination for the 17th annual Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Last year they went to Portimao, Portugal, where Scott Roberts represented Team USA. And the year before that, they were in Valencia, Spain, where Bobby Green was wearing the red, white, and blue colors. Down into turn number 1, your pole sitter, Michelle Aboisa, makes a power move on Roberts, and he's back into the lead. Roberts gives him a shot coming out of turn number 2. Aboisa moves about a lane to the inside to defend. He's back out in front. So it's Aboisa, Roberts, Tucker, and Bobby Green, your front 4. Bobby Green just doing a great job here in Palm Beach. Again, we need drivers of the 328, 329, and 394 to the steward's office, please. 328, 329, and 394. So we keep an eye on our front 4 here. Let's take a look at the rest of the field as they run in our second heat race for Masters Max. Like I said, it's Michelle Aboisa, your leader. Scott Roberts runs second. Tucker's third. Last time by, Bobby Green was your quickest driver on the track with a 59.166. De Luca rounds out your top 5. Then it's Ortiz in 6th, Chautauq 7th, Courteau, Hecht, and Robertson complete the top 10. No change in the top 4 as they complete another lap. About to reach the halfway point here. 5 down, 5 to go. And you can tell a fight for lead is ready to break out at any moment here. Aboisa continues to defend down to the inside. Trying to keep Scott Roberts behind him. This Masters Max heat race. Oh, there he goes. Roberts to the inside of Aboisa, and he's going to bring Tucker with him. So just like I said, a fight for the lead ready to break out at any moment. I'll tell you what, after talking to Chris Wheeler, who took over last weekend, he said he really enjoyed calling those Masters races. He said that was the highlight of his weekend, getting to take over the mic, was calling those Rock Masters races. Anthony Honeywell, talking about the job he did over the 2016 Florida Winter Tour. He locked up the championship last weekend in Masters Rock. And, Wheeler said he really enjoys calling those races because I think Chris aspires to be one of the Masters drivers. Nick Tucker's going to take a look. He aspires to be the leader here in Masters Max. Down to the inside in 1. Tucker's through, but he needs to defend because Roberts is going to get a good run out of the second corner, and he does. It's a drag race to turn 3, and they're side by side. It looks like the pace lap. Bobby Green is side by side for third. They're 2 by 2 through the third corner. Aboisa's dirt tracking it on the exit of turn 3. Bobby Green runs him wide down to the grass, and they were 2 by 2 running through the third corner at the top of the track. Man, my heart can't take this exciting Masters Max action. Chris Wheeler, I know why you enjoyed it so much last weekend. This on-track action is too much for my little heart to handle. Scott Roberts now leads the way over Nick Tucker. Boy, that was a tense lap. You just had your top four running 2 by 2. That means they were both side by side. That was breathtaking. My heart's racing after that. We've reached the halfway point and heading now towards the end of it. They'll see 3 to go next time by at the line. There you see the fight for third. Michelle Boysa and Bobby Green, man, they're not backing off of each other one bit. Bobby Green is giving Boysa the business down the straightaway, heading into turn number 3. And all that racing has been exciting, but it's really stretched things out now as you see the gap. Those 2 carts way out in front are first and second. There you see third and fourth, and then it's a ways back to 5th place. So the racing in Masters Max, Chris Wheeler wasn't lying. It is palpable. Google that word. Coming down to see 3 to go when they get to the line here in Masters Max. That should mean Mini Max drivers should be on the grid. Mini Max drivers, you need to be on the grid. You've got a good race in front of you to try and live up to. There you see our leaders, Scott Roberts and Nick Tucker. The gap now well over 5 kart lengths from first back to second. Tucker closes it up on braking into turn 1, but Roberts has been so good on exit of turn number 2. Then there you see a Boysa and Bobby Green. That's the fight for third place. Bobby Green in the neon orange helmet and the white Team USA suit. Up front, Scott Roberts and Nick Tucker just trying to get home in the running order they're at right now. If it were up to Tucker, he'd be just 1 spot higher, I reckon. But he's running really well right now. The progression, like I said, of Nick Tucker over the winter tour this season has been just phenomenal. Raleigh and the guys over the RPG tent have done fantastic. And speaking of the guys over at the RPG tent, how about it, folks? If you were here last night and able to witness the history that was made as Wesley Boswell, the greatest nose in all of karting, set an unofficial world record in the 4-tire changing competition. I couldn't sleep last night. I had visions of Mojo tires getting ripped off of Douglas rims and Wesley Boswell's big, just manly hands doing it in 22 seconds. It was phenomenal. It's the stuff dreams are made of. And in the words of one of our stewards here this weekend, Tim Hannon, it was awesome to see Wesley Boswell do what he did with those tires. So if you got to be on the grid in 30 seconds, but you need 4 tires mounted before you head out, there's only one man who can do it, and it's Wesley Boswell. Well, Mario was sub 30 seconds as well. So Mario Iadafredo, you could talk to him. Mario Alfredo, whatever. Mario and Wes, champions of the tire changing competition. White flag is going to fly here, 1 to go. As one of the RPG drivers, Nick Tucker, running really well right now in second place. But up front, it's Scott Roberts, your quickest driver on the track, of 58.860. He saves his best lap for 2 to go. We'll see if he can improve on it here. The last trip around the track, Tucker's not going to be able to close the gap, I don't think, here. As the front 4 had a great battle with 5 to go, and now it's really just calmed down up front. But yeah, tire changing competition, Fixie Wheels, Mojo Tire. It was historical last night. So hopefully all of you were able to view it. I'm sure the videos are all over MySpace by now of those record-breaking times. Find yourself an internet connection, folks, and check them out. Coming down the back straightaway, hitting turn 11 for the final time here in heat race number 2. In and out of the corner, your winner of Masters Max heat number 2 is going to be Scott Roberts. He gets it done. Nick Tucker drives to a very solid second-place finish after a 9th yesterday. Boysa finishes 3rd, Bobby Green in 4th, Adrian Ortiz 5th, and then DeLuca, Chautauq, Courteau, Robertson, and Hecht complete the running order here in Masters Max. That was a good battle. No lying, folks. They may not be the biggest field, but it's still really good racing. So again, fantastic battle there in Masters Max as Scott Roberts gets the win. Mini-Max drivers are coming up next. It's going to be Tyler Gonzalez and Emiliano Richards, your front row. Our Masters Max drivers pull off of the track, hit the scale line, and we'll head to Tech following that heat race. Scott Roberts, he's always making fun of me for my sleeveless shirts during the week. I can't make fun of that guy for much. He just drove a phenomenal race. Roberts gets it done in Masters Max. The PSL Karting Mini-Max grid is getting ready to head out next. Stick with us, folks. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. While we have this quick moment of silence at the track, again, we need cart 3, 2, 8, 3, 2, 9, and 3, 9, 4. Those drivers to the steward's office immediately, please. So now it's time for our third heat race, round number 2 of round number 3 here at the Florida Winter Tour. Tyler Gonzalez and Emiliano Richards are the front row. That's Matias Morgado and Jade Hubert in row number 2. Jeremy Fairbairn and Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez are row number 3. Aiden Fox and Caleb Bacon make up row 4. And then rounding out the top 10, it's going to be Austin Torgerson and Arias Duke Medjin. Drivers are in the tram lanes now. Gonzalez and Richards bringing them down for the green flag. Cam Egger, what do you say? Let's go racing! Emiliano Richards breaks from the tram lanes and is going to fall all the way back to third as that looks like Matias Morgado getting up into the second position. They all fan out behind. Jade Hubert is at the tail end of that 4-cart pack in the lead. They head down to turn number 1. Gonzalez does a good job of keeping that inside line to himself. Then it should be Morgado in second, Richards in third, Jade Hubert fourth, and that looks like Fairbairn inside the top 5 as they head down. Torgerson's working on the inside. That's going to be for the 6th position. That should be Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez. I think he's going to be racing with for the 6th spot. We'll see as they come back around to complete the opening lap. Drivers are now at the top of the track over there in turn number 5. Now they hit the right-hander turn number 6. That spits you out, boom, right into the turn-in point for turn 8, a fast left-hander. And then it's through the S's, turns 9, 10, right there over the right-hander. And now they'll head over the dog leg to the hairpin turn number 11. First lap of 8 going to be in the books. Tyler Gonzalez, the cue ball, showing the way. Puts his head down. Let's make sure that it is Matias Morgado up there in the second position. Yes, it is Emiliano Richards, who started off pole, got snookered on the start, fell back to third. Morgado picked up the pieces. We talked about Morgado having a really good run back at the U.S. Open to Las Vegas a few months ago to end of the season. trying to back that up with a really good run here at the end of the Florida Winter Tour. The kid's been fast everywhere we go. Wouldn't be surprised to see him find a little bit more speed and challenge Gonzalez here for the win before the weekend's over. Rest of the field after lap number 1 sees Vasquez racing with Austin Torgerson for 6th. Sebastian Montoya ran 8th at the line. Duke Medgen and Curran completed the top 10 at the completion of lap number 1. Your front 5 starting to fan out a little bit. 6th on back, though. It's a house party like Sam Hunt sings about. It's going to be Austin Torgerson, Vasquez, Montoya, Duke Medgen, and Curran. So there you see your leaders. The top 5 fly down the front straightaway. Gonzalez, Morgado, Richards, Fairbairn, and Hubert. Now we're going to work on trying to find that second pack for you. That should be them right there. Austin Torgerson leads Arias, Duke Medgen. And then there you see all those carts clustered together. Sebastian Montoya has got a challenge from Vasquez right there. And then you see Dale Curran, Chloe Chambers, Ethan Ho, and Aiden Fox all having a good battle as well. That's just to stay in and around the top 10. And then a little bit farther down, you see Elio Giovanni, Yuvan Sundramurthy, and Caleb Bacon rounding out the field in 16th position. Caleb Bacon and Yuvan and those guys in the back must have gotten together on the start or something because they're a ways back, and not normally 2 names you see that far down the running order. Bacon and Sundramurthy certainly have more speed than what their on-track positions show right now. But you see that fight right there. That's Austin Torgerson in the bright green helmet. Right behind him is Arias Duke Medgen. They are fighting for the 6th spot on track right now. When Austin Torgerson isn't out battling in go-karts, he's doing his day job, which is driving monster trucks. The Torgerson family from Medford, Oregon, owns and operates and maintains the Monster X Tour, a monster truck competition that travels the country and even the world. And Austin and his little brother Ashton, when they're not racing karts, they can be found driving a ton of different things. They've both also driven miniature monster trucks, as that is what Dad does. He puts on monster truck shows throughout the country and around the world. So Austin Torgerson knows how to find his way around obstacles on the track, thanks to jumping over things in that monster truck when he's not racing go-karts. I think that's pretty cool. MonsterXTour.com. Check that out if you want to see what Austin and Ashton do when they're not racing go-karts. They're doing other cool, awesome stuff. He's running 6th right now with Duke Medgen behind him. Montoya is 8th, Vasquez and Curran. Your top 10, we should see the crossed flags this time by, and we do. 4 down, 4 to go. Gonzalez still your leader. Now, Jade Hubert looks like she's giving Emiliano Richards a good run for his money as they head to turn 5. That's going to be the battle for 3rd position right now. Hubert's still working on him, and she's through. Jade Hubert, no, Richards got her back, but Jade comes right back on him in turn number 7. They head for 8. Jade Hubert, man, really doing a good job in the Mini-Max class this weekend. Like I said, at the risk of putting the commentator's curse on her, I always like seeing Jade Hubert at the track. She's a very sociable young kid. Not only is she becoming a great driver over the years, but Jade's got the personality of someone who I think could go very far in this sport. She's outgoing. She doesn't mind coming up and talking to you. And at the end of the day, Jade is just out here having fun. Some of these kids are already taking it like it's a pretty serious day job. But, man, Jade Hubert just likes coming out and driving her go-kart whenever and wherever she can, whether it's testing with her PK sports team, practicing at the track on a race weekend, or racing. She just loves to be out here, and mostly she loves being with her friends out here. So that's always what we want to see in karting. That's what this sport's all about, fun. Tyler Gonzalez is having a lot of fun up front. You can be sure of that, as he has pulled away from Matias Morgado. Jade Hubert, Emiliano Richards, and Jeremy Fairbairn are the 3-kart pack fighting to stay inside the top 5 right now. Gonzalez is going to hit turn 11. Matias Morgado behind him. Then it's Jade Hubert, Jade Hubert, Emiliano Richards in 4th, and then Fairbairn rounding out your top 5. There you see him head down the front straightaway, across the start-finish line. 3 laps to go as Tyler Gonzalez continues to lay down purple laps here with just a few laps remaining. So we just saw a crowd shot right there. It looked like James Agozi up on top of Latifi's trailer, I believe. He was showing, I think, so many laps to go to someone in the stands. That's a good spot to watch the race from up there on top of Latifi's trailer. They got a really good angle right there. That's a good spot to watch the racing from. Everybody with the haulers parked along the fence line on the front straightaway. Those are just good places. We see you waving at us. Hope you guys are, yeah, there you go. Tyler, we got this. Gonzalez. He's not looking at the people on top of the haulers, though. He's looking at the white flag because he's only got one more lap to go. Gonzalez leads him through turn number 3. He's only got a few corners left to go, and he's just painting the corners right now. So smooth everywhere around the track. He's done a great job. He comes out of turn 5 on the far end of the racetrack. He'll head now for the tight infield section. Out of turn number 8. He'll head for the S's 9 and 10 before hitting the back straightaway. Pretty easy day in the park here in heat race number 2 for Tyler Gonzalez. Down the back straightaway, he'll head for home when he gets out of turn number 11. That will do it. Tyler Gonzalez leads them wire to wire and scores the victory here in heat race number 2. Gonzalez, your victor. And then right behind him in the second spot is going to be Matias Morgado in the 162, Jade Hubert, Emiliano Richards, and Jeremy Fairbairn. Round out your top 5. Good racing here in Minimax. As you see the checkered flag fly over our field. Good view. Barbara Fairbairn gives Jen Crawford a hug as they take a look at Race Monitor. High fives all around. Jeremy had a good run there. We see our spectators leaving the turn 1 bleachers. There's the grid. Our DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers on grid, ready to go. Yeah, you see the spectators, the families in the stands watching the next race, getting ready to go. Who else can we spot? I see Ben Cooper Sr. sitting in the stands. Morgan Healy, you can notice her Mammy and Pappy standing in the bleachers. They give a wave. I think I noticed Ryan McDermott in the bleachers as well, watching the DD2 race. Is that little McDermott? Pardon? Yeah, I think I see Ryan. We got our camera trained on the bleachers, so that's why we're playing Who's in the Crowd. We're getting ready for DD2 and DD2 Masters rolling up next, folks. They've been given the 1-minute warning. Look at those neon red shorts Michelle Beauclair is rocking down on the grid, man. You're not going to lose him. DD2 is getting ready to roll out now. Micro Max will be up after them, and then Junior Max will end our heat race rotation. We're going to knock out all 2 rounds of heat races, then break for lunch, my favorite class of the day. And then when we come back, it'll be time for pre-finals. And just like that, we're going to take it to the barn. And then just like that, it'll be tomorrow. And just like that, it'll be the final day of the 2016 Florida Winter Tour. What a ride it's been, this Winter Tour. Lots of surprising moments along the way. I think we all can say that, from the racers to the teams to, heck, even the staff. It's been a great year, though, on the Winter Tour, and we can't wait to hand out some tickets to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Can't wait to hand out some trophies. Can't wait to watch some great racing. Oliver Askew and Robert Wickens bring them out onto the track for our DD2 heat race number 2. Let's take a look at your starting lineup. It's Askew and Wickens up front. McCarthy, the sloth. Don't call him Mike. Call him Michael. He starts 3rd. Marco Signoretti on the energy starts 4th. Then it's Dev Gore in P5 with Alessandro Bizzotto starting in 6th. Christian Munoz and Luke Chudley make up row number 4. And then it's Ethan Simoni. And boy, this name's been giving me fits all weekend. Didier Claret. Round out the top 10. I'm sure I'm saying that name wrong. Sebastian Herrera and Moises de Oliveira round out the senior field in 11th and 12th. And then we saw phenomenal battles yesterday in Masters with Luis Chiavo, Christian Cornio, and Ronnie Sensor. Those top 3 were battling for the lead the first 6 or 7 laps of the 10-lapper yesterday. So our Masters drivers, nothing to sneeze at either. Okay, they are going to put on a good show. They should stagger the starts just like they did yesterday, meaning seniors will be way out in front when they get gridded up. They'll get their green flag, and then roughly probably 20 seconds later, you'll see the Masters Max drivers get their green flag. So now it's time to go green flag racing in DD2 Senior and DD2 Masters. This class brought to you by Mojo Tires. When you need a tire, pick Mojo Tires. Oliver Askew and Robert Wickens. Wickens scored the victory in round 1 in Homestead. Askew scored the victory in round 2 at Ocala. Now it's round 3, the tiebreaker, as some would say. Who's going to score the victory on Sunday? Well, first we need to get through a few heat races. The boys are on top of PSL Karting. The boys are on top of Anderson Racing. And the boys are on top of Kuna USA. They're ready for some DD2 and DD2 Masters heat race action. Here we go. Askew and Wickens put him in the tram lanes. Green flag in the air. We are racing. Wickens gets another great start, but he can't get the whole shot over Askew. Signoretti's cutting the lawn down there on the exit of turn 11. He got some dust in his face. I'll tell you that much. Wickens down to the inside in 1. No! Askew throws the bumper to him. Wickens is not going to give up this early, though. You can be sure of that. They come out of turn 2, and he gets a great run down the straightaway heading to turn 3. Our Masters drivers have just gotten their green flag as well, but we're keeping an eye on seniors. Wickens to the front. Askew's got snookered through turn 3, and Wickens was there to pick up the pieces. Great start here for Robert Wickens, your round 1 winner, and that should be Michael McCarthy in second. Yes, it is. So Anderson Racing, now the driver of Michael McCarthy, gets passed by PSL Karting's Oliver Askew. Oh, those teams are pitted right next to each other. Hashtag drama, but it's the DTM driver, Robert Wickens, showing the way as they head down the back straightaway into turn number 11. Did not see the pass that Wickens made on Askew to get the lead, but all I know is he's out front, and he's got a pretty good size lead as Wickens takes a look over his back shoulder. How about we talk about our Masters drivers, because I'll get yelled at if I don't. Chiavo leads them, Cornio in second. That should be Sensor in third, I want to say, the 543. Now back up at the front in senior DD2. Robert Wickens can hear Oliver Askew closing up on him as they head into turn number 5 at the top of the track. Michael McCarthy, though, is giving Askew fits, and it's Dev Gore, not Michael McCarthy. Pair of Anderson drivers. Man, so many Burrells, and they're all close to each other. I get so confused. I don't know what to do. Dev Gore in the black Anderson suit chases the white PSL suit of Oliver Askew. Masters drivers coming out of turn 5. Their race has calmed down a little bit, not all over each other like they were yesterday. That's okay. We can focus on senior. Wickens leads another lap. Then it's Askew, Dev Gore, Signoretti, and I think that's going to be Bizzotto, either Bizzotto or Munoz. That's Bizzotto in 5th, McCarthy, Chudley, Munoz, Carre, and De Oliveira rounding out the top 10 here in senior DD2 early on. Our Masters drivers, everything's pretty calm as they complete another lap. I'll tell you what, Wickens is doing everything he needs to right now, and that is hitting his marks and getting great exit shots out of the tight stuff. Oliver's been so good on corner entry. Wickens really needs to drive up and out of the corners best he can. There you see it. Coming through turn 8, Askew so good on the brakes. Wickens needs to get a good run out of the S's down the straightaway. The DTM driver. has been learning the ropes of karting at the hands of Askew over the last couple of months, but now it's Wickens showing the way. Like we talked about, Wickens scored the victory in South Beach at the start of the season after a mental error on Askew's part. Oliver came back to beat him in Ocala last month. Now Askew's going to try and take him to school in turn one, and he does. Askew to the inside, he's through. Oh, but Wickens makes contact! Askew does a half spin, pirouette slightly, and saves the kart. Whoa! Wickens made slight contact with Askew on the exit of turn number 2. Askew got the rear wheels jacked up in the air, went around halfway, but was able to stab the brakes, get the kart corrected, and he finds himself all the way back in probably the 6th position. He's going to go to work on Michael McCarthy. There's 5th. Oliver up 1 position. Now he'll set his sights on Bizzotto, who runs in 4th. Wickens and Askew. This has been the battle we've been waiting to see for a long time here in DD2 Senior. DD2 Masters drivers, everything's looking pretty good right now as Schiavo continues to lead Corneo. Wickens now has a little bit of breathing room as he has Dev Gore behind him in 2nd. Then it's Signoretti in 3rd. Bizzotto in 4th, Askew in 5th. Bizzotto can hear Jaws theme music playing, though, because Askew's going to throw it to the inside in turn 3 if he can get there. Can he? No, not close enough, not yet. Let's take a look at the lap count. They'll be only to halfway next time by. Folks, there is a God, because this racing is phenomenal right now, and we're not even to halfway yet. Robert Wickens leads him down into turn number 7. Now the quick left-hander 8. Dev Gore runs 2nd. Askew to the inside of Bizzotto for 4th. He's through. Askew now into P4. He'll set his sights on the white suit and black helmet of Marco Signoretti. Signoretti running 3rd. Then it's going to be your leader, Robert Wickens, and in between the two of them, Dev Gore, the bi-coastal driver, hails from Seattle, Washington, works in Atlanta, Georgia, and just moved to Florida. So basically, the guy's all over the place. But right now, he's looking real solid and consistent in 2nd place. Dev Gore, chicks dig consistency, and that is what he is putting on right now. Some consistent racing as he runs in 2nd place right now. So now Marco Signoretti has a rear view mirror full of Oliver Askew. That's if he had rear view mirrors. Now he's got a side pod. Now he's got a front visor full of Oliver Askew. Askew is through in turn number 8 for 3rd place. So after contact on about lap 3 between Wickens and Askew, dropped Askew all the way down to 6th. Oliver's doing a good job at climbing the ladder back up to the front. Should Robert Wickens be worried when Askew gets to him? I don't know. Oliver Askew is about the most mild-mannered human on earth. He is very straightforward. You never have to wonder what Oliver Askew's thinking, because I'm not sure Oliver Askew even knows what he's thinking half the time. But I'll tell you what, when the visor goes down, the kid's an animal, and he is passing him left and right out there. He's only got one more kart to get by. That's Dev Gore until he's back face-to-face with Robert Wickens. But, man, as quick as he's probably going to catch up to Dev Gore, if he's able to pass Dev, he's got a long way to go to catch up to Wickens. They're coming down to see 3 to go. Askew's probably going to get him within the next lap. Let's see if he can get him here in turn 11. Askew down to the inside. He lights the wick, and boom goes the dynamite. Askew into 2nd place. But, boy, with 3 to go, that's a tall order to try and catch up. So Oliver now has gotten by Dev Gore for the 2nd spot on track. They'll come down here to see the double sticks, letting them know 2 to go. But, boy, I just don't know if Askew's going to have the time to reel in Robert Wickens. Askew went purple last time by 55.953. Wickens was a 56.1. The gap was 1.3 seconds from Wickens back to Askew. Let's see what it is here. As they see the sticks, the gap goes from 1.3 to 1.1. He's good for about 0.2 of a lap every lap, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Farther back, we've got a good race going on for probably 6th on back. Boy, who is that all over each other? Let's take a look. That's probably going to be Chudley, DDA, Sebastian Herrera, and Moises de Oliveira. They're having a really good little race going on as they head into turn 1. Now they're at the top of the track, but those 4 are all over each other. Askew's not going to have enough time here, I don't think, to catch up to Wickens. He's good for about 0.2 a lap. They'll see the white flag flying here. I expect the lead to be back down around 1 second. At best, I think Askew will be 0.8 off when they get to the checkered flag. Let's see, though. Last time by, Askew was a 55.9, Wickens a 56.1. So, yeah, it's about 0.2 of a second quicker every lap. Oliver Askew is. Then Wickens. Here at the white flag, Askew goes purple, 55.938, but the lead is exactly 1 second. So, yeah, I don't think there's going to be much change at the front here. Marco Signoretti has got a good fight. That should be Michael McCarthy that he's battling with right now. That's for 4th on track. DD2 Masters has been a pretty calm go of it. Schiavo not looking back, not having any problems. Christian Cornio, Ronnie Sensor, John Cariati, Scott Davidson, and Rodrigo Espina, the rest of the field. Robert Wickens now only a few corners to go. Boy, if Askew had maybe this lap and another, it could be a different story. The dude has just reeled Wickens in, but it's too little too late as the DTM driver, Robert Wickens, in and now out of turn number 11. Wickens scores the victory here in heat race number 2. As Askew comes across the line in second, it's going to be Dev Gore in third, Michael McCarthy fourth, so good run for the Anderson boys. Marco Signoretti fifth, Chudley sixth, Munoz seventh, Bizotto, Herrera, and Didier Carre the top 10. Schiavo scores the win, or at least he will, here when he gets to the line in DD2 Masters. Christian Cornio comes home second, and Ronnie Sensor rounds out your top 3. We need cart number 195 to the steward's office. Please, driver of cart 195 to the steward's office. So that will do it for DD2 Heat Race number 2. Micromax drivers are up next. Stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour presented by Fixie Wheels. So as we take a look at our starting grid for our Micromax Heat Race number 2, Ashton Torgerson and Karsten DeFonts will lead them down. Got a few shout-outs. Don't forget, folks, you can email us at live@floridawintertour.com and say hi to us. Let us know what you're doing and who you want to send a shout-out to. Shout-out to Aiden Keel. Go Aiden from Grandma and Randy in Ocala. So they're in Ocala. We're in Palm Beach. We were in Ocala last month, but we're not anymore. Let's see Let's see here. We got a correction. Just wanted to make a quick correction on Jordan Sherritt and Connor Ford. They both drive for Patrick Flynn Motorsports, a.k.a. Team Crosslink, instead of DKC. We're affiliated with each other, but separate teams. Also, shout out to Jordan Sherritt and Connor Ford from Gabe Vargas. So, Gabe, I apologize. Thank you for the email. I really appreciate it. Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. Best of luck, Jordan Sherritt, says the DKC man. Mike, I appreciate you tuning in and watching. Best wishes to all Rollison Performance Group drivers today, and a special congratulations to Wes Boswell for winning the Tire Changing Championship last night. You rock, Boz. Well, that's not true at all, but it's from the Pearson family, so I'll read it anyway. Jetpack Jack Crawford wants to wish his friends good luck and go get them. Josh Pearson in Micromax and Jeremy Fairbairn in Minimax. That is from Jack Crawford. Jack stole his mom's computer and is emailing us from her computer. So let's meet the drivers that'll make up the starting grid for our Micromax Heat Race number 2. There's 24 of them. Aiden Ingarata and Granger Pera make up row 12. Dimas Mata and Geronimo Barrio are in row 11. Alex Yankowski and Leonardo Junco start 20th and 19th. Miguel Costa and Nikita Johnson are in row 9. Jack Jeffers and Emo Fittipaldi make up row number 8, while Miss Paige Crawford and Marcello Pancia make up row number 7. Andres Asmar and Jeremy Fletcher start 12th and 11th. And it's Brandon Tyner and Juan Pablo Cepeda, 10th and 9th. Santiago Trisney and Ian Aguilera Atart make up row number 4. Starting 6th will be Jesse Carrasquedo, and starting 5th, the 48 of James Agozi. Starting 4th, the 36 of Justin Arsenault, and 3rd, the 14 of Josh Pearson. And on the front row, the number 47 Fernando Alonso kart of Karsten DeFonts. And on pole from Medford, Oregon, the 02, Crashin, Ashton Torgerson. So as Mike sends us an email saying go Jordan Sherritt, he also knows my phone number, which creeps me out. So, Mike, we appreciate you watching the broadcast. And grand finals are in Sarno, Italy, not La Conca. So I apologize. I am new to karting, so I'm very sorry about that. Torgerson and DeFonts, your front row. Bringing them down here, Josh Pearson scored the win yesterday in heat race number 1. You can never be sure what Pearson's tuner, old Aaron Nelliton's up to. They got that cart hooked up and rolling pretty quick. Aaron Nelton probably has the coolest pair of sunglasses in the stands that I have ever seen. So when you got shades on like that, man, you're just blocking out the haters. That's what Aaron Nelton's doing, I think. Those shades could block out the sun if he was staring right at it. He doesn't want to block out how good his driver, Josh Pearson, is doing, though. That's for sure. Pearson rolls off 3rd, Arsenault 4th, Agozi 5th, Carrasquedo 6th, Etwart 7th, Trisney 8th. As they all make their way through the S's. AM Racing Engines bringing you our Micromax Racing. Heading down the back straightaway, they'll look for the green flag into the tram lanes. 2 by 2. Here we go. We're getting ready for the green flag. Micromax drivers, the revs come up. I don't know if they're going to get it. They do. Green flag in the air. They're off. Down into turn number 1. Karsten DeFonts does a good job at holding that outside line, but that leaves the inside open for Josh Pearson, and just like that, Pearson to the lead. But Torgerson's going to battle back on the inside. Arsenault makes it 3 wide for only a moment. It's going to be Torgerson leading them through turn 1 into 2. They all fan out wide, but they get through cleanly. Mom, you can look up now. They head out at 2 down the straightaway, heading for the left-hander. Turn number 3. DeFonts did a good job holding the outside off the start. Torgerson had to come out to defend, but that allowed Josh Pearson the inside. Man, they've gotten so shuffled the opening 4 corners here. They're all over the place. Torgerson has done a good job of holding the lead. That's James Agozi now getting around what I believe is Justin Arsenault for the 2nd spot. Arsenault should run 3rd, and then I think Karsten DeFonts has slipped to 4th. Josh Pearson held the lead for a moment coming out of turn 11 heading to turn 1, but he's lost a few positions since they went green. And James Agozi is right on Torgerson's back bumper as they head into turn number 11. Lap 1, and a crazy lap 1 at that, is in the books. Torgerson leads. Now you got to wonder, when does Agozi try to make his move? It's an 8-lap race. You got to bide your time, but you can't wait too long. There you see him move through the motorsport.com complex. Torgerson, Agozi, Arsenault, DeFonts, and Trisney, your top 5 at the line last time by. Let's see, looks like we might have a battle for third spot right there. That's going to be DeFonts down on the inside of Arsenault. Karsten DeFonts, wheel to wheel. The track goes back to the inside for Arsenault, but DeFonts gets a good run. It's a good fight for third, but those guys have got to be careful. As Agozi, meanwhile, has taken over the lead. Didn't even see that one. James Agozi has cleared Ashton Torgerson for the lead. So the Bennett kart driver, who has been right in the mix all season, now shows the way here in Micromax Heat Race number 2. Agozi leads him out of the S's, down the back straightaway, out in front. Let's take a look at the top 10 as they come by the stripe, this time by to complete lap number 2. 6 to go. Torgerson has gotten his way back around Agozi. Torgerson leads. Now let's see if Agozi pulls out to pass here in turn number 1. No. Agozi holds his water, stays in line. Arsenault runs third, but it's Karsten DeFonts, the quickest driver on track in P4. Josh Pearson runs 5th, and it's Tyner in 6th. Attard 7th. Trisney, Panchia, and Fletcher, your top 10. Asmar, Jankowski, and Crawford round out the top 13 with Cepeda and Barrio completing the top 15. Good run going here for Paige Crawford after showing up late Thursday evening and only getting practice in on Friday before qualifying. So Paige Crawford doing a good job as well, making the most out of limited track time. Your front 3 now are all over each other. Torgerson, Agozi, and Arsenault, with Karsten DeFonts and Pearson not far behind watching as these top 3 are all over each other. Agozi with a monster run out of the S's. Does he pull out to make a pass down in the hairpin? No. He's going to stay in line. Torgerson, though, can feel Agozi breathing down his neck as they head down the front straightaway across the finish line. Another lap in the books. Well, nearing the halfway point. They'll see 4 to go. Next time at the line as the 0-2 of Torgerson is your leader. And just like in Masters, you know there's a fight for the lead coming any moment. Agozi pulled out to take a look on Torgerson, and that's going to hurt him because that allows Arsenault through. Justin Arsenault, the young Canadian, now into second place. And all that does, oh man, Arsenault wants a little bit more. He takes a look on the inside of Torgerson for the lead. And all this does is it allows Karsten DeFonts and Josh Pearson to catch right up. Now you see it, a 5-kart train. Any one of these kiddos could fight for the lead here should something happen up front. Torgerson brings him out of the S's, down the back straightaway. Arsenault is glued to the rear bumper of that Gallard chassis. Does the Burrell take a look to the inside? No, but Pearson's going to make an attempt on DeFonts for 4th, and he gets it. Now, Pearson up 1 spot to P4. Agozi in 3rd, Arsenault 2nd, Torgerson the lead as they head down the front straightaway. Arsenault's going to take a look to the inside for the lead. Is he close enough? Yes, he is. Oh, he got him. Late move. Arsenault to the front. And that shakes things up.
Second driver is going to be 52.6.
Good move. Now Torgerson's going to battle back on turn 3 to the inside. Oh, man, it's a tight corner, and he's got the lead back. Agozi tries to come along for the ride, but that allows Pearson to get a good run. So now Pearson working on the back bumper of the 48. James Agozi, but Pearson can't be too aggressive on Agozi because he's got Karsten DeFonts right behind him. Agozi needs to be smart as well because while he goes to work on Arsenault, you guessed it, he's got Josh Pearson right behind him. That is the nature of this pack and train style racing that the rules package just put us in when it comes to micro and mini max racing. These kids get all suckered up close to each other, glued nose to tail as we're going to have a fight for the lead. Arsenault gets help from Agozi, and Torgerson's going to get freight train down on the inside of 11. New leader, Justin Arsenault, and he brings Agozi with him, but Torgerson's not going to take it lying down. Torgerson takes a look to the inside in 1. Not close enough. Thinks better of it. Now the front 5 have turned into the front 8. It's going to be Arsenault, Agozi, Torgerson, Pearson, I want to say Tyner, DeFonts, and Trisney all up in the mix now, and Jeremy Fletcher not too far out from the battle as well. Micromax drivers all over each other at the front of the pack. I know sometimes we can get into a trend of only talking about the top 2 or 3 go-karts, and sometimes that's because it's a really good battle up at the front. Well, now these kids have made it easy on me because all 10 of the leaders are all over each other fighting for the top spot. Couple of Northwest drivers, Josh Pearson and Ashton Torgerson trade positions. Pearson gets around Torgerson down in turn number 8. He's up to 3rd. Agozi right on Arsenault's back bumper. They're coming down to see 2 to go. Does Agozi stay in line? Yes, he does. There's a great shot right there of turn 11. Your front 7 are nose to tail as they head down the front straightaway. There's Cam Egger showing him the sticks. Now Torgerson's going to pull up right alongside his buddy for 3rd place, and then Agozi's going to pull up alongside Arsenault for the lead. Agozi's got it. James Agozi now into the lead. Justin Arsenault 2nd, Torgerson 3rd, Pearson 4th, and then I believe that's going to be Tyner in 5th. Yes, Tyner in 5th. Arsenault back to the inside, though, in 3, and he's going to bring Torgerson with him. So Agozi goes from 1st to 3rd. Karsten DeFont and Brandon Tyner in the mix. Josh Pearson on the outside as they head to turn number 5. Folks, you might as well put all the names in the hat and pull out the winner because I have no idea who's going to be out in front when the checkered flag flies. They've got a lap and a half to go. Torgerson makes a little bit of contact with Arsenault, it looked like there. Maybe it was clean. Didn't have the best camera angle. No harm, no foul. Arsenault still out in front. Oh, Torgerson got sideways there. He gave Arsenault a shot. Now they're 3 wide, heading into 11. Pearson on the inside. Agozi in the middle, and that should be Tyner on the outside. They are all over each other. White flag's going to fly, folks, and we're far from this one being over. Arsenault leads them on the final lap. Down into turn number 1, it's going to be Torgerson in 2nd, Pearson in 3rd. Tyner working on the inside. Tyner's through. He's up to 3rd. A few karts wash out in turn 1. Tyner in the 69. Now up to P3. Andre Pedrosa doing a good job with the 69. The young driver out of Texas, but it's the Canadian leading the way now. Arsenault on the Burrell, showing the way to Torgerson on the Gallard. Then it's the 69 of Tyner, the 14 of Pearson, and Agozi should round out your top 5. Torgerson's got another shot here coming on Arsenault as they roll through the S's. They hit the turn 8 left-hander. Now into the chicane, 9, 10. Torgerson's only got one more shot as they head to 11. He's got to time it perfectly. He gets a good exit shot. Arsenault goes all the way to the inside to defend. They're all over each other. Heading into the final corner, Arsenault's going to hold the lead. But what about the run from the last corner to the finish line? At the line, it's going to be a drag race. Torgerson's there. Who got it? Ashton Torgerson by 7/1000th of a second. Ashton Torgerson nips Justin Arsenault at the line by 7/1000th of a second. Folks, are you not entertained? That was awesome racing. Here's what happened. Arsenault, he did what he thought he had to do. He defends all the way to the inside. Torgerson stays up high. Yeah, Arsenault led him through the last corner, but that kills his exit speed. Torgerson ran a good line, carried all that momentum through the traditional arc that you take the corner in, got the speed coming out of the corner. Arsenault unfortunately hampered his exit speed, and that's what allowed Torgerson to have that drag race. Ashton Torgerson, what a run. The kids don't even know the race is over, it looks like, as they head to the scale line. I guarantee you Arsenault and Torgerson have no idea who won that race. That was too close to call if it weren't for our live timing. What a battle there. Guys, was that not a great race or what? That was phenomenal. As they hit the scale line and pop the helmets, the margin of victory, 7/1000ths of a second, and it goes to the 0-2 of Ashton Torgerson. He is your winner. Arsenault comes home second by less than an inch. Fantastic racing as our top 5, top 7 really were all over each other at the end of that one. Coming up next, it's going to be Junior Max. So now it's time for our last heat race of round number 2. But don't worry, folks. The hits are going to keep on coming because right after heat 2 is completed, we're going to roll right on into heat number 3. Michael D. Orlando picking up the pole position in qualifying yesterday. Matias Ramirez on the outside of row number 1. Little brother Nicholas D. Orlando starts third with fellow Nicholas Bruckner in row number 2. Lachlan DiFrancesco and Stephen Malozzi make up row 3. And it's Matthew Latifi and Ryan McDermott in row 4. Arthur Least and Henry Cubitus round out row 10. That's a good-looking field of Junior Max drivers, folks. Some of them are out of the tram lanes already. Green flag flies, and they're off into turn number 1. We had a really hairy start in this one yesterday. Looks like more of the same here today on Saturday. Let's see if they can make it through turn 1 cleanly. Turn 11, not so much. They get on the brakes on that slick concrete in turn number 1. Everybody does a good job here in the 1 and 2 motorsports.com complex for the most part. Turn 11, we lost probably 4 or 5 carts by my middle school math count, but much better start, I will say, today than yesterday. Let's see if we can't improve on it a little bit more in heat number 3. Our drivers are off and rolling here in Junior Max. Michael D. Orlando led him to the green with Matias Ramirez on the outside. It looks like it should be the brothers D. Orlando up front. Michael leading Nicholas as they roll through the opening corners here. No, yes, I believe so. I believe it's Michael on front of Nicholas. You know, I used to have a hard time telling them by face as Matias Ramirez gets around one of the D. Orlandos. Let's confirm for you that I am correct, and it's Michael out in front of Nicholas. And it is. Michael leads the way. Matias Ramirez just getting around for P2. Oh, Ramirez locks him up! And that's going to allow little brother to stay in third place. Michael D. Orlando. Oh, Matias made a move to the inside and got on the brakes way hard. You need to, heading down into turn 1 as fast as they're moving. But the rear end stepped way out, and he washed out. Michael D. Orlando picks up the pieces, holds on to the lead. Matias is in second by himself. And then there's Nicholas in third with Matthew Latifi right on his trail. And I think that's Nicholas Bruckner rounding out your top 5. Matt Latifi, man, those guys have had such a roll this week down in Palm Beach. They ran really well at Rock Cup last weekend. Steve Chapman and the boys got that cart hooked up and rolling. Matt did a great job out on track. And then to top it off, they went fishing on Monday. Or maybe it was Tuesday, and we're just catching fish left and right. So I need to go vacation with Steve Chapman, I'll tell you that right now, because he's got Matt Latifi rolling. Nick Bruckner on the move. He's going to get around D. Orlando, little brother, for what should be third position. Yeah, Michael leads, Matias in second, and that should be Bruckner up in third. As they make their way out of turn 3, now through the late apex, turn number 4. They'll head to the top of the track, turn number 5. Laps get quicker and quicker each time by. Matias doing a great job reeling in Michael D. Orlando. Last time by, Ramirez was a 59.944, D. Orlando a 59.8, but this time I think the numbers are going to favor Ramirez. He is on him like gangbusters as they come out of the final corner down the front straightaway. The gap last time by, 0.4 of a second. Now it's less than 1/10 of a second. D. Orlando defends hard in turn 1. Ramirez went purple last time by a 58.6, D. Orlando a 59 flat. That means Ramirez was almost a full 0.4 of a second quicker than leader Michael D. Orlando. And D. Orlando, unfortunately, is driving like he knows that right now. But he can't defend him all the way around the track. Ramirez gets a run as he shoehorns his way side by side with D. Orlando. Oh, but it hurts Ramirez again in the long run as Bruckner is there to sneak on into the inside. It's almost like we forgot about Bruckner. You just see Ramirez and D. Orlando battling, and Bruckner is right there to pick up the pieces and take second spot away. Good to see Nick Bruckner running so well. We haven't really said much about the young driver from Texas throughout most of the winter tour. Hasn't really had the speed. For that, he says, come watch me on the West Coast. He's been really fast at the Challenge of the Americas. But here on the East Coast, they've been struggling to find that last piece of the puzzle over at Orsalon Racing. Well, Fabio and Nick have got that thing rolling today as he is shoving Michael D'Orlando. They're 3 wide, if only for a moment, on the exit of turn number 1. Michael D'Orlando leads. Bruckner in second, Matias Ramirez in third, and D'Orlando needs to be careful not to yank on Nicholas Bruckner's cape too much, because Bruckner's aggressive, okay? We'll put it like that. Now Ramirez sees his opportunity, and he takes it as Ramirez to the inside. But Bruckner pulls up and goes wheel to wheel for the lead. They're 3 wide again. Latifi now to third, but Ramirez is going to hold the spot. Latifi's there. And then who is that on the PK Sports entry? Should be Arthur Leist. The Junior Max drivers must have gotten a pretty good idea after the Micro Max heat race, because these kiddos are all over each other. One driver's missing an exhaust packing. There it is in the grass. Yard sale in turn 10. Exhaust packing, 2 for a nickel. Up front, a lot has changed from the last time they came by. Wow, these top 10 are all over each other right now. At the line, it's Bruckner, your leader, Michael D'Orlando in second. And these Junior Max kids, they are hooked up and all over each other. Kuna USA bringing you the Junior Max racing this week, and it's Bruckner, D'Orlando. It should be Ramirez in third. And then fourth on back, it's an absolute log jam. There you see it. Looks like Arthur Leist in fourth, Latifi in fifth, Nicholas D'Orlando in sixth, McDermott seventh, and then I want to say that's Lachlan or maybe Henry Cubitus right behind him. Bruckner, D'Orlando, and Ramirez up front, though. They're your top 3 all by themselves, running pretty cleanly. You see an equal gap from first to second, and then second back to third. Fourth, though, is a battle. Is that Latifi to the inside? I believe it was. There goes first through third, down in turn 1, and it is Latifi up to fourth. And then it's McDermott working on little D'Orlando. McDermott to the inside for fifth. He's through. McDermott, he tackled a barrier in morning warm-ups back in Ocala, but he's forgotten all about it, and he's driving to the front. As Chris Wheeler would say, no, dude, about it. Bruckner showing the way, though, to D'Orlando. Ramirez in third, and then in fourth, it's going to be Latifi. Fifth, McDermott. Sixth, little D'Orlando. Seventh is shown as Arthur Leist. So we don't know which battle to keep our eye on right now. Ramirez is right on D'Orlando's back bumper. That's the fight for second place. Latifi's running pretty well by himself in fourth. McDermott in fifth. Now it's going to be Ramirez down to the inside for second. Ramirez there on Michael D'Orlando. He's through. Matias Ramirez into the second spot now. He'll set his sights on Nicholas Bruckner. Let's take a look at the lap times. Ramirez goes purple last time by 58.205. D'Orlando forces the issue back in turn 2, though. D'Orlando, I'm not going to say he's sick of Ramirez because they've raced each other so cleanly all year, but man, I think D'Orlando is just getting annoyed. He just wants to run down Bruckner on his own, and he's tired of having to battle with Ramirez. But see, that's the funny thing. All season, the 2 karts you see fighting right now, that has been the fight for the lead. Bruckner has seemingly come out of nowhere here in round number 3. He just hasn't been a factor for the fight for the lead in rounds 1 and 2, but now here in round 3, the kid is rolling. He's out in front by quite a bit, and that leaves your normal guys who've been fighting for the lead, D'Orlando and Ramirez, to battle it out for second. Okay, we never thought we'd say that, but that's exactly what's going on right now. Latifi runs by himself in fourth, and it's McDermott in fifth. We're already down to 2 to go. D'Orlando defends hard heading into turn 1. That allows Ramirez to catch right up to him. Ramirez might have a shot here on the exit of 2. No, D'Orlando is solid, like a rock, like a Chevy. D'Orlando not going anywhere from that second spot, but Ramirez is still super fast. 59.1 last time by. A 58.6 is the quick lap. Nick Bruckner said it last time by. We're keeping an eye on Matthew Latifi as well. He's caught up to this battle, at least nearly. Ramirez tries to force the issue on D'Orlando, and that's going to be all Matt Latifi needs. Latifi's going to join this battle now for second place, and it's going to bring McDermott and little brother Nicholas D'Orlando up to the fight as well. Bruckner, he's loving this, okay? He's driving way out from the rest of the competition here, but the fight for second is the one we're watching. D'Orlando, Ramirez, side by side, nose to tail, in fact, coming out of the last corner. White flag flies, 1 lap to go to settle this. D'Orlando is about as low as you can go. If this were limbo, D'Orlando would have won the whole thing, but Bruckner backs up. He's driving away, okay? Behind him, it's D'Orlando, Ramirez, Latifi, McDermott, the rest of the top 5. And then little brother Nicholas D'Orlando's got a challenge from probably Killian Meyer down on the inside. Turn number 1, second place, currently held by Michael D'Orlando. Matias Ramirez wants the spot, though. Matt Latifi and Ryan McDermott, they're in the perfect spot. They're just sitting back, watching, waiting, trying to see what's going to happen here. Now Ramirez forces the issue. No, Ramirez goes around, makes contact with Michael. Ramirez loops it after throwing it to the inside in turn 8. Just not a well-timed pass is what that was by Matias Ramirez. And that throws it all into Matthew Latifi's hands. He's just got to keep fellow Canadian Ryan McDermott behind him, and he can't. McDermott gets him in the final corner for second place. Latifi, though, finishes third. Great run for Matthew Latifi and Ryan McDermott both to pick up the pieces after Matias Ramirez and Michael D'Orlando made contact in turn number 8. That changes things. Nick Bruckner, he doesn't care about what happened behind him. He handedly won this race by 3.8 seconds. Matthew Latifi and Ryan McDermott are there to pick up the pieces after Matias Ramirez and Michael D'Orlando get together on the final lap. So it's Bruckner your winner, McDermott in second, Latifi third, Cubitus fourth, Killian Meyer rounding out the top 5. Where did Meyer come from? Michael D'Orlando comes home 6th, right in front of little brother Nicholas. Arthur Leist 8th, Zach Hollingshead 9th, and Lachlan DiFrancesco 10th. Zoe Edenholm from Kuna USA was 11th, Aiden Keel 12th, Manuel Suleiman 13th, Andres de Alba 14th, and Marc-Antoine Poirier 15th. Matias Ramirez goes from fighting for second to finishing 16th. Peyton Durant 17th, Riley Dickinson 18th, Zasumbar Kovacs 19th, and George Stojakovic rounds out your top 20. Nathan Ratton was 21st, Dylan Tavella 22nd, Brandon Werner, Dylan DeFonts, and Kai Palomino, your top 25. But again, it's Nick Bruckner driving away to a 4-second win over Ryan McDermott and Matthew Latifi after Matias Ramirez and Michael D'Orlando make contact. Man, that's good racing. Hey, guys, on top of the PSL trailer, was that good racing? Yeah, it was. So we're going to break now, not even really take a break. We're getting ready for Senior Max as they are on the grid for their last heat race of the weekend. Stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Don't forget to email us live at floridawintertour.com, and we'll send a shout-out to your favorite driver. So now we're getting ready to kick off our final round of heat races for the day. And if they're anything like that first round, I'm not sure my voice or my constitution can handle it. That was awesome. Kyle Kirkwood and Gianfranco Mazzafaro are going to lead them down for the final time in heat races. Zachary Clayman DeMello, your heat race number 1 winner, starts third, with Oliver Askew, your heat race number 2 winner, in fourth. They make their way out of the last couple of corners into the tram lanes. Keep your eye on Clayman DeMello, folks. He's driving like he wants to win the whole thing on Saturday. Here they go into the tram lanes. Heat race number 3 underway. Green flag flies, and all the juniors are up on the line watching. Couple carts get together at the back of the pack. Kirkwood gets a fantastic start, though. He's got Clayman DeMello breathing down his neck, though, as they head into the concrete patch turn number 1. Whoa, one cart off hard. That's Mazzafaro. He doesn't even make the entry to turn number 1. He shoots off into the runoff completely wide of the opening corner. That's the good news, though. There's runoff there for a reason. Mazzafaro's race is going to be a rough one. They're 4 wide there for a moment, heading down the straightaway into turn number 1. This track is so wide, and these carts still seem to find a way to run right on top of each other. Kirkwood brings them down the hill into turn number 7, and then there he is, Zach, don't call me Darren Keene Holden, running in second place. Zach's having just a phenomenal weekend here in Palm Beach. Then behind Holden, looks like it's going to be Austin Garrison, I believe. Whoa, we got one cart over on the backside of the track, up on top of another driver. Doesn't look like anybody flipped. We do have 2 carts together. I'm not positive. That looks like David Malukas. It's a comp cart with very similar graphics. He's going to roll by us here in the tower, and I do believe, in fact, that is David Malukas, who got together with the 337. They're rolling again. That's the good news, but it was the 337 of Greco and Malukas who got together on the backside. Now we got a cart off. That looks like possibly Yan Liang, the 311, over in turn number 1. He's sitting backwards, trying to get it refired, not really making an effort to get out of the cart. I'd advise him to move quickly. There's going to be a lot of leaders on top of him here in about 30 seconds. Those leaders are led by Kyle Kirkwood, and then in second, it's going to be Zach Holden. Third is Garrison. Wondering what happened to Clayman DeMello. That opening lap was pretty crazy, but I can't find Clayman DeMello. I'm looking down the leaderboard here. He is scored in the 5th spot. Okay, so not that far out of it. There he is, behind Askew in 4th. No, that's Mazzafaro in 4th. So I'm not sure who ran off wide in turn number 1. I could have sworn that was Gianfranco Mazzafaro. And up front, there's been a change for the lead. Zach Holden. No, it's Trent Estep. Man, I'm just so... I kept calling Zach Holden Darren Keene in the first race today. And then I thought, okay, I got to do that to someone else. So I've been calling Trent Estep Zach Holden. I flat out don't know what I'm doing here. Obviously, someone get Chris Wheeler back in the booth. It's Trent Estep, the rookie in Senior Max, showing the way right now to Kirkwood, Garrison, Mazzafaro, Clayman DeMello, Askew. I guess Zach Holden just impressed so much in that first race. I really wanted him to be back up at the front again. But it's Trent Estep showing the way. Kirkwood in second, Garrison third, Mazzafaro fourth. So if Mazzafaro runs fourth, I'm not sure it was a Burrell who ran wide in turn number 1 at the start of that race down on the concrete. Totally missed the entry. Thought it was the green helmet Burrell chassis of Mazzafaro, but it was not. Askew goes purple last time by a 57.574. Clayman in 5th. There's a good look of our leaders. The top 4 all over each other. Trent Estep leads the way out of the right-hander and into the left-hander. Turn 8 now into the S's. Estep ran so well in Ocala last month, scoring his first victory ever in Senior Max after moving up from Junior Max. There goes Mazzafaro taking a look on the inside of Garrison. Mazzafaro is through. So Mazzafaro now into the 3rd position. So it goes Tony Kart, Burrell, Tony Kart, Intrepid, the top 5. But as I said, man, Estep, the driver from Texas, drove so well in Ocala last month, scoring his first victory. He was our first ever U.S. Open champion in Junior Max last year. first year of the U.S. Open. He scored the victory in the championship that we wrapped up in Las Vegas. So he moved up from junior max to senior max, and he ran well in Homestead, and then he just flat out blew the doors off of him in Ocala. Was up there dicing it with guys like Lennox Lamb and Zachary Clayman, Kyle Kirkwood, and he scored the victory when it was all said and done. And now he's leading a 5-6 cart train of really talented drivers in Palm Beach. Estep's your leader, Kirkwood's in second, Mazzafaro third, Garrison fourth, and then Askew and Clayman DeMello. They battled it out for the win yesterday in heat race number 1. They're battling out just to stay inside of the top 5 here in heat race number 3. Kirkwood's going to take a look to the inside, pulls up right along, and doesn't even need to get to the braking zone. Kirkwood just had that Mike speed power, catapult him right into the lead. Kirkwood, your new leader. Estep in second. And then in third, it's Mazzafaro, fourth, Garrison, fifth, Askew, sixth, Clayman DeMello. Now Garrison's going to battle back to the inside in turn number 4. That's for the third position. Looks like he's got it. Garrison back to P3, so it's an Ocala Grand Prix 1-3 right now. Kuna USA's Trenton Estep runs in second. Askew's going to force the issue on his PSL teammate, John Franco Mazzafaro. Askew into fourth, Mazzafaro back to fifth. Clayman DeMello sixth, and the rest of the top 10 sees Andrew Palmer in seventh, Matt Solarczyk eighth, Selikin and Kapica round out the top 10. Now it's going to be Clayman on the inside of Mazzafaro in turn 11. Clayman is through. He did not have a lot of time to work on Mazzafaro, and he made the most with what he had, but Mazzafaro is going to try and answer back in one. Mazzafaro on the inside. He's through, and he got it. Clayman DeMello answers back with a great run on the exit of turn 2. These guys are all over each other, and what that does is it really hurts the overall ability to keep up with the lead pack. You can already see they've lost quite a bit of ground to Kirkwood, Estep, Garrison, and Askew, your front 4. Outside of the top 10, we see Jordan Sherritt in 11th, Bryce Choker 12th, Brooks 13th, and the guy who I thought was leading, Zach Holden, is actually down to 14th, but he's the quickest driver on the track. 57.267. Zach Holden running really well right now. He's not up as high as he'd like to be, but he's your quickest driver on the track. Darren Keene rounds out your top 5. So all the guys who I just seem to mess up their names and call out the wrong times, they're all over each other. Zach Holden and Darren Keene right next to each other. And then Trenton Estep leads the way of the trio of drivers I was getting wrong through these 2 heat races. Estep's up to second, and they're chasing Kyle Kirkwood, your leader. Connor Ford runs 16th, Logan Cusson 17th, Hop Pong Zong 18th, Rob and Belaski round out the top 20. Oliver Askew is just trying to find a way around former teammate Austin Garrison for what would be third on the track. And all of these positions that he's able to get really help him when it comes to finding out where he'll start in the pre-final. Garrison's going to make a move on Estep for second. Can Askew follow him through? No, not yet. But he's going to stay working right on Trenton Estep. They should be coming down to C2 to go, I believe, this time. Yeah, they'll see the sticks. Now Askew down to the inside of Estep. In turn 11, Askew got the position. Good move right there. Askew, with all that dicing with Estep, has lost quite a bit of ground to Garrison. Askew. Clayman DeMello had a bit of a run there, but really was on the outside, so never had a shot. Kirkwood's loving life up at the front, though. You can be sure of that. And George has got to be happy because now, for the first time this weekend, all OGP drivers run P1 and P2. Askew runs third, and then fourth is Estep. Trenton just continues to impress. Like I said, moving up from Junior Max last year and running so well in Senior Max to start off the 2016 season. When these guys get to the U.S. Open, kicking off in NOLA next month, April, man, that's going to be here quick. It's going to be awesome to see what Estep can do against a lot more competition. Hopefully we'll see some drivers from the middle of the country come out to NOLA. Then they head to Utah in June for round number 2 of the U.S. Open, and then things will cap off at Vegas in October for the final round of the U.S. Open. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see what Estep and the rest of these Senior Max drivers do throughout the year. Clayman DeMello made a good move right there on the inside of Mazzafaro for the 4th position. Third is still Askew. Second is still Garrison, and Kirkwood, your leader, as we're working the final lap of our Senior Max Heat Race number 3. Nothing's going to change for Kyle Kirkwood. I promise you that. The kid's just got to stay on track and drive the last couple corners here as smooth as he's been doing all day. That fight, though, third on back, was just epic all day. The good news is they have one more race to go. Their pre-final coming up this afternoon following lunch. That will set up the starting order for tomorrow's main event, the last main event of the Florida Winter Tour. Kirkwood checks over his shoulder one last time, looks ahead to see the checkered flag. Kirkwood, your winner in Palm Beach. Second place goes to teammate Austin Garrison, while Oliver Askew rallies to third. Clayman DeMello ends up fourth. John Franco Mazzafaro rounds out your top 5. Andrew Palmer 6th. Luke Selikin 7th. Estep Solarsic and Sherritt your top 10. Zach Holden ends up P11 with Carson Kapica behind in 12th. Brooks 13th. Choker and Keene your top 15. Connor Ford 16th. Cussin 17th. Rob 18th. Hapeng Zong 19th. And Belaski your top 20 in our loaded 30-cart Senior Max grid. Kirkwood gets it done in Palm Beach. Coming up next, it will be Masters Max for their last heat race of the weekend. So we're getting ready for our Masters Max Heat race. Got a couple of shout-outs here from Kathy Ross. All it says is, go for it, Kyle. Texas is all for you. So not 100% positive which Kathy she's talking about. Shout out to from Harry Colton. Harry says he wishes he was there to race. I'm watching the race, and it's torture. Harry, we wish you were here racing, man. Junior Max was a wild one, and we sure wish you were out there racing with them. Harry Colton not racing with us this weekend. Sustained a rib injury back in Homestead and kind of re-aggravated it in practice leading up to this weekend, and it's never a good idea to rush those rib injuries. So Harry and family decided to sit this last round out, and honestly, I'd like him to be here racing, but I think it's the right decision. We sure hope Harry gets to feeling better, and we're thinking about him. Harry, hope everything is good for you. We appreciate the email, buddy. We really do. Good luck, Matias Ramirez and the whole OGP team. That's from Rusty Fox. That's a cool name, Rusty Fox. Shout out to Michael and Nicholas D'Orlando and the entire CUNA USA team. Miss you. All the best and good luck from New York. And thanks to all of our family and friends for tuning in from around the U.S. and Canada. That's from Mom, Sherry D'Orlando. Sherry, why are you not here? Good luck, Matias Ramirez and the whole OGP team. That is from Hunter Fox. I think I already read that one. And Harry Colton's email. So, Harry, appreciate you tuning in. We're getting ready to go Masters Max Heat Racing. Again, it's going to be Aboisa and Tucker, your front row. Nick Tucker's mired back in traffic. I believe they've passed the delineation line, so that's not good. Tucker's going to try and sneak back into position. Yeah, I'm interested to see how that's going to work because I don't exactly remember where the delineation line is. The delineation line is where you have to be in your earned position. Green flag's going to fly. We'll sort all that out later. They're off, taking on down into turn number 11. And it's going to actually be the CRG taking over the lead from Aboisa. No, Aboisa battles back on the inside. Scott Roberts working on it as well. Aboisa holds him out through turn 2. That should have been Adrian Ortiz, I believe, who had the good run off the green flag. Ortiz on the CRG held the lead for just a moment there, but Aboisa got a really good run out of turn 2 and was able to come back and steal the lead away. Bobby Green with a few issues as he's running the last cart on the line as they come down to complete the opening lap. Aboisa and Tucker out in front. And like I said, folks, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but it'll be interesting because Tucker was not in his earned position by the delineation line, but ended up sneaking back into that earned position. So we'll see what the officials decide to do. Aboisa leads Tucker right now to complete the opening lap of our Masters Max Heat race. And we'll see. That should be Scott Roberts running in the third position. It is. Adrian Ortiz is going to fall down quite a bit after fighting for the lead. Shatak runs fourth. Courteau fifth. DeLuca, Hecht, and Ortiz your top 8. Bobby Green runs ninth with Daniel Robertson in 10th. A no-show this race for Masters Max driver Christoph Adams. He was not in the second heat race earlier today, and I don't know if he was in DD2. So racing with a injured back, Christoph Adams is, and maybe the pain was just a bit too much to handle for the weekend. Adams not making it to Masters Max. We'll see if he's on the track for DD2 Masters. Obviously, just like Harry Colton, racing with a back or a rib injury of any kind in these karts around a track like Palm Beach is incredibly physically demanding. So not at all surprised or anything at Christoph's decision to sit out these races, same as Harry Colton. These injuries are ones you got to take care of, and we totally understand where these guys' heads are at. You don't want to rush back into the seat of a cart while racing with pain, that's for sure. Top 3 on your screen right now, as it's Michelle Aboisa, Nick Tucker, and Scott Roberts, a country mile out in front of the rest of the pack here. Fourth is Shatak, Courteau fifth, Ortiz and DeLuca run 6th and 7th. Hecht is 8th, Green 9th, Roberts in 10th, and it's Scott Roberts, your reigning Grand National Champion. Quickest driver on the track right now, 59.221 for the Ocala Grand Prix driver. Tucker's going to work on Michelle Aboisa. Coming underneath the tower now, going to be 4th, 5th, and 6th. That pack led by Shatak. Peter Corteau runs in the middle, and then Adrian Ortiz on the CRG runs 6th. DeLuca is 7th. All these races, there's been just up and downs in all of our classes through the 3 rounds of heats so far that we've seen. You know, in Senior Max, you saw an epic battle last night in heat number 1 between Clayman DeMello and Askew. And then today in their first heat race, round number 2 on the day, it was totally different. You saw Clayman DeMello and Kyle Kirkwood get really physical while Oliver Askew drove away to the win. And then in heat race number 3, you know, we just saw something completely different as Trent Estep was up in the mix battling for it. He had a really good run with guys like Kirkwood and Garrison scoring the top 2 spots. Askew, Clayman DeMello, Estep, and Gianfranco Mazzafaro were all in the mix as well inside the top 5. Here in Masters Max, it's been a little bit of the same. Pretty close racing through the first 2 heats. Now here in heat number 3, they've kind of calmed down. They've slowed a little bit, and they're just looking to complete laps and get to the end of this thing. Boyce is your leader. He hasn't really been shook from the top spot yet. Tucker runs 2nd. Scott Roberts in 3rd. As they near the halfway point, this is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. We appreciate everybody tuning in and watching live. Don't forget to send us a shout-out live at FloridaWinterTour.com. And a reminder to everyone in the pits, in the paddock, remember, weather still on the radar, possibly moving in. So we want to remind everybody that the chance of thunderstorms looks pretty high. So please make sure tents are staked down. Micromax drivers are staked down. We don't want anybody blowing away. Just a warning, in case weather does continue to approach the area. We want to make sure everybody's property is well taken care of should the R word approach. So we've got a battle going on here now as Nick Tucker took a look at the inside of Michelle Boysa, and what that did was it really allowed Scott Roberts to reel him in, and it's staying pretty much consistent as far as the top 3 and the gap between all of them. But that was a dicey moment there as Nick Tucker took a look on the inside of a Boysa. Masters Max Racing is awesome. I love it. It is awesome, and these top 3 are having a good time right now. Up into the 4th position, that should be Adrian Ortiz, and it is. The CRG team, I'll tell you what, those guys have really done a good job of getting the CRG back on the national stage, and you got to give Danny Kasich and those guys over at CRG a pretty big tip of the cap because they went out and got 2 pretty big names in Christian Brooks and Stingray Robb. Brooks is in his 2nd year of Senior Max competition, and Stingray Robb, who won everything there was to win in junior racing over the last couple of years, now makes his debut in Senior Max. He just got back from a trip to Italy at the CRG factory where he was trying on his fancy new suit, trying on fancy new gloves. I think he even drove a go-kart once or twice. And Robb is just, you know, in my opinion, one of the top talents. Nick Tucker takes a look to the inside of the leader, and he's through. Tucker's got the spot. That allows Scott Roberts to tag along for the ride. Boysa. Oh, no! Roberts runs right over the top of Tucker's front bumper, and that lifted Scott Roberts completely in the air, sent him wide. Thankfully, the gap is so big, these guys aren't going to lose anything. Roberts goes from leading only back to 3rd because their gap all the way to 4th is so massive, and it still is. But that was crazy. Tucker goes to the inside, going down the straightaway, taking a look on a Boyce in turn 3. He gets the position. Roberts hooks up, comes through him with him as well. That's a left-hander. The track bends back to the right. Roberts wanted to force the issue on Nick Tucker. Win on the inside. I think he hit the curb, hopped up over Roberts' feet. Roberts hopped up over Nick Tucker's feet, slid out wide, kept the cart point in the right direction. Nick Tucker wasn't happy, threw his hand up in the air. You can see a little bit of front nose damage and driver fairing damage. That was crazy, but what's even crazier is how after all that, Scott Roberts really only lost one position. He was in second when it happened, and now he's only back to third. That's what happens when you get strung out and you have these pretty far out races like we're having right now. So that'll be interesting because Nick Tucker, there may be a little bit of a discussion on that delineation line thing. Boyce, though, he's out in front and just doing his deal. The sticks are out. They'll see the white flag waving when they get back to the line. And Boyce has got about a 4-cart length lead, I'd say, over Nick Tucker. There you see the white flag flying, 1 to go. Boyce, that time across the stripe, had just ran a 59.448. Tucker was quicker, though, a 59.118. As you see, Tucker not giving up on a Boyce. He knows this is his shot to score a heat race victory at the Florida Winter Tour and give him a good starting position for the pre-final here. They come out of 3, down to 4. Tucker's not going to take a look yet. Ooh, the RPG guys are waiting tensely in the spectator stands watching their driver, Nick Tucker, battle it out behind Michelle Boyce. Now down into turn 7. They'll hit the left-hander. Turn 8, Tucker right there. Oh, man, he almost makes contact with Boyce through the S's. He's going to have one more shot to go. Wes Boswell, can Nick Tucker get there? Let's see. Down the back straightaway into turn 11. Boyce is going to defend, and I don't know if Tucker's close enough. It's going to be up to Tucker to get a good run out of the final corner. They drag race. Tucker's there. They're side by side. Who's going to get him to the line? Tucker! Tucker gets him. Oh, and Tucker and Boyce give each other thumbs up. Oh, man. Talk about the drag races we've been having in off the line, that last corner, man. That has been, man, I'll tell you what, Palm Beach, what a place to end the season. Perfect host. The racing has just been phenomenal. Nick Tucker beats Michelle Boyce to the line by 1/100th of a second. How about it? RPG picking themselves up a heat race win here at the Florida Winter Tour. That will do it for our Masters Max drivers. They're going to go to work and set the starting grid for their pre-final a little later on today. But Masters Max is done. Let's tell you how they finished. Nick Tucker beats Boyce to the line by 1/100th of a second. Scott Roberts rallies to third. Ortiz fourth after racing for the lead early on. Bobby Green finishes fifth. Peter Corto sixth. David Shattuck seventh. Peter Hecht eighth. Robertson ninth. And Alessandro De Luca rounds out the top 10. So that'll do it for Masters Max. Coming up on track next, Mini Max. Now on track, it is the third heat race for our young Minimax drivers. Tyler Gonzalez and Emiliano Richards are your front row. Matias Morgado and Jade Hubert in row number 2. Jeremy Fairbairn and Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez make up row number 3. Then it's Aiden Fox and Caleb Bacon in row number 4. Starting 9th will be the 181 of Austin Torgerson, and the 199 of Arias Duke Medjan rolls off 10th. Montoya will be 11th, Sundramorthy 12th. Then it's Dale Curran, Ethan Ho, Giovanni, and Chloe Chambers as our Minimax grid heads into the tram lanes for their last heat race of the weekend. 2x2, Cam Egger, what do you say? Let's go racing. Green flag flies, and it is a hairy start, that's for sure. Montoya backs it through the grass in turn number 11 after the green flag flies. They head down the front straightaway across the start-finish line. Gonzalez leads them down. Fairbairn trying to make something happen on the outside for P2. He's in between the AM chassis. Oh, big pile up in turn number 1. 3 carts get together. Not sure who's all involved. Austin Torgerson, one of them. Possibly Duke Medjan, the other. And it looks like an AM chassis, the third driver. Chloe Chambers, the Ben Cooper Racing driver. So it's Torgerson, Duke Medjan, and Chambers, the 3 drivers involved. You hate to see that for all 3 of them. As they've been having a good weekend up till that point. They'll go to work on running back down the pack. Gonzalez brings them through the infield, and then he's got the AM Racing drivers behind him. I want to say that we've got Emiliano Richards running in 4th, Fairbairn in 3rd, and then Matias Morgado in 2nd. They're chasing Gonzalez as we come down to complete the opening lap. There goes Fairbairn taking a look on the inside for 2nd place. That's Morgado. He wants to take the spot from. Man, Morgado had a good run out of the last corner, down the front straightaway. Fairbairn, the OGP Tony Kart, right in between the AM Racing drivers. Then in 5th, it's Jade Hubert. Aiden Fox with a good run going in P6. There you see our front 4 heading down the front straightaway. Gonzalez, Morgado, Fairbairn, Richards, and then Jade Hubert rounds out the top 5. And as I said, Aiden Fox in 6th. The clouds are getting slightly darker here over the PBIR facility, but nothing too terrible. Nothing a little shade ever hurt anybody. Temperatures go down a little bit. These Mojo tires, a little bit harder compound. That's going to not really help them. They need all the heat they can get to melt into the track and find as much grip as possible. Cooler weather, though, that's going to help horsepower out a little bit. High horsepower, slick tires, man, that's a recipe for a good time, if you ask me. Tyler Gonzalez, he's doing a good job. Fairbairn takes a look to the inside in turn 1. He's got the 2nd spot. Fairbairn up another position. So it's OGP running 1-2. Here in Minimax, just like they ran in Senior Max, thanks to Kyle Kirkwood and Austin Garrison. Boy, I wonder if Kyle Kirkwood will come all the way down to the tower and give us an interview. That sure would make my day a lot better if Kyle would come down and talk to us. That'd be interesting. But we're a far way away from the pit area here at Palm Beach, so I'm sure he's busy doing other things than coming to talk to us. Be cool, though, if he did. Heck, we'd even take Austin Garrison. I wouldn't even mind Oliver Askew, really. We get all 3 of them in there. Why don't you guys grab a golf cart and come on over to the tower? Oh, Oliver's got to be in that DD2 race up next. He's not going to be able to come and talk. Oliver Askew's wearing this new head sock. It looks like he bought it from a Spider-Man store. Oliver Askew's new head sock has spider webs on it. It's very Spider-Man-esque. I'm waiting for him to start singing the Spider-Man theme song when he's out on track. Maybe he does in his helmet. Not sure. We'll have to put a microphone in there and make him our in-race reporter. That'd be funny if Oliver Askew doesn't talk much in the pits and when his helmet's off, but then under the helmet he's just talking nonstop. That'd be interesting. Tyler Gonzalez, he probably isn't talking a lot. He's focused on hitting his marks right now. He's out in front. Fairbairn has not really pulled away from the AM drivers, but he's doing a good job of holding his own in 2nd place right now. Morgado in 2nd, Richards 3rd, Jade Hubert 4th, Aiden Fox is going to be 6th, and then behind them, outside, looks like Caleb Bacon on the CRG in 7th. Man, it's weird to see Caleb Bacon on a CRG. That's for sure. He's normally on the comp cart with the J3 guys. They're trying something a little bit different this weekend on the CRG, and it's odd to try and pick Caleb Bacon out of the crowd. not on that bright blue and flow yellow chassis. Morgado to the inside of Fairbairn. Oh, and Fairbairn's going to drop a wheel on entry, and that's going to allow Emiliano Richards to sneak by as well. So Fairbairn hung a wheel, the left rear, on the entry into that corner. And you meet the ground, you meet the grass really quickly when you run wide here in turn number 1, and that killed his speed just enough to let Emiliano Richards slip by. Matias Morgado already had the position, but when Fairbairn hung that outside tire, that's what lost him the second spot. So now Fairbairn goes from running P2 back to P4. It's Matias Morgado in second, Richards in third, and then fifth will be Jade Hubert, Aiden Fox sixth, Caleb Bacon seventh. Behind Bacon, it looks like Noel Vasquez, Yuvan Sundramurthy, and Ethan Ho, your top 10. We're going to need the cart. We're going to need the driver of 210 to the steward's office. Again, we're going to need driver of cart number 210 to the steward's office as our Mini-Max race nears the end. They just passed the halfway point. They'll see 2 to go when they get to the line next time by. You check in with our leader, Tyler Gonzalez. There he goes through turn 3. Then Matias Morgado and Emiliano Richards. They're just doing their thing. Tyler Gonzalez, he's just doing his thing, too. He goes purple last time by. Minute flat, 0.328. Gonzalez not backing off at all. He already has an impressive lead of nearly 2 full seconds. But that's no reason to slow down. Emiliano Richards trying to find his way around Matias Morgado. There you see those two. Morgado in second, Richards in third. Then Fairbairn has lost a lot of ground ever since he dropped that wheel heading into turn 1. He unfortunately has lost just a ton of ground to the AM drivers. And then fifth still is Jade Hubert. As we near the end of this one, Cam Egger shows him the stick. 6 down, 2 to go. There you see a good shot of turn 1 and just how hard of a corner that is. And the thing is, this track's asphalt all the way around except for the entry, the exit of turn 1, and then like the exit of turn 2. Concrete patches were put down recently when the track had a makeover. And I'll just tell you, even in the rental carts, when you go from braking through the asphalt sections of this track to hitting the brakes late and hard on that concrete, the rear tires just lose all their grip. They start chattering. They start sliding around a lot. And that turn 1 is made even more interesting by the fact that the pavement is not asphalt like the rest of the track, but it's a slick, concrete-based surface that really changes the characteristics of that corner down in turn number 1. White flag is out in the air for Tyler Gonzalez. White flag to match that white helmet of his that everybody's been chasing most of the winter tour. Matias Morgado and Emiliano Richards doing their own thing, second and third. And Fairbairn, he's just looking to stay right there in that 4th position and bring it home. Fairbairn ran super well in Ocala last month, and then he scored the victory in Homestead, if I remember correctly. And so it's been fun to see how much Jeremy has been able to do over the winter tour this season in Minimax. I'm sure he misses his buddy Jack Crawford. I'll never forget those two running around in Homestead in the pit area, making fun of each other, and then jumping in their carts and having great battles in Minimax. So I know Fairbairn misses his buddy Jack Crawford. We wish Jack was here racing with us. He locked up that Rock Cup championship last weekend, and I love watching Barbara Fairbairn down on the fence line just nervously watch Jeremy as he runs all by himself in 4th place. But if you were watching Barbara, you'd think he's racing for the lead in a pack of 20 carts. Down the straightaway out of the last corner, checkered flag is going to fly for Tyler Gonzalez, ending this race. Matias Morgado holds on for second, Emiliano Richards third, and Jeremy Fairbairn brings it home in 4th. So Barb can breathe now. Good race. And then in 5th, Miss Jade Hubert. Aiden Fox comes home 6th. Noel Vasquez 7th. Caleb Bacon 8th. Montoya rebounds after the spin in turn 1 to finish 9th. And then Yuvan Sundramurthy has a good day as well, finishing in the 10th position. So Yuvan's doing good. So the stands clearing out for Minimax and then gearing up for the DD2 race. There's Ben Cooper with, oh, that better not be an umbrella, Ben. You don't need that. What are you doing? He's prepared for anything. I don't know what he's pointing at. I don't need an umbrella, I'll tell you that much. No, look the other way. Look to your right. The camera's on you. That's what we're seeing. There you are. As our DD2 drivers get ready to come out for their third and final heat race of the day. It's fun to pan the packed grandstands here at the Florida Winter Tour and see all kinds of celebrities in the bleachers. Morgan Healy's parents are still there. They're still watching. That's commitment to watch a race your kid's not even in. There you see the starting grid for our DD2 and DD2 Masters heat race number 3. Oliver Askew takes him out onto the track. We saw a holy battle between he and Robert Wickens in the last heat race. Michael McCarthy and Marco Signoretti start side by side in row number 2. Dev Gore will start 5th with Alessandro Bazzotto in P6. Christian Munoz starts 7th with Luke Chudley in 8th, and then it's Ethan Simoni and Didier Carre rounding out the top 10. Sebastian Herrera and Moises de Oliveira. Those names sound very similar to each other when you stop and think about it. They start 11th and 12th. And then in DD2 Masters, it's going to be Luis Schiavo and Christian Cornio with Ronnie Sensor, Rodrigo Espina, Scott Davidson, and John Cariotti. At the tail end of our DD2 Masters field. Askew and Wickens. It's the fight. You know, there's no surprise that DD2 racing is not. It's not as popular in the United States, I think, as Rotax would like. And the DD2 is a phenomenal engine. It's an interesting piece of technology, and I think it produces really good racing. But it's no secret that that engine has just not taken off in the States as well as they'd like. But now you have a guy like Oliver Askew coming over from Senior Max last season to piloting the DD2. Him and teammate Jordan Lennox pulled the old switch. Lennox moved from DD2 back to Senior Max, and then Askew moved from Senior Max over to DD2. And then you have Robert Wickens. You have this battle with Oliver Askew that I think people have been wanting to see for a long, long time. And we've got it here in DD2 at the Florida Winter Tour. Like I said, Wickens scores your round 1 victory in Homestead. Askew scores the round 2 victory at Ocala. We're here in Palm Beach for the final round of the Winter Tour. And I honestly don't have a favorite in this category yet. Askew's been fast, but so has Wickens. Robert's been lightning on the starts. From the outside, he's done everything he can to not get shuffled back and lose all the positions. But just so you remember, in Ocala last month, we did see Robert Wickens beat Oliver Askew on the outside into turn 1 off the start during one of our heat races. Can he do it again? We're not sure, but we're going to find out. They're gridding up 2x2, DD2 Senior and DD2 Masters. It's Askew on the inside, Wickens on the outside, Askew on the inside. As we get ready to go for our final heat race of the weekend. Askew brings him into the tram lanes. Heat race number 3, getting ready to go green. We're looking for that flag. It's in the air, and they're off. Askew jumps way out wide. Wickens almost had a shot to go to the inside. Oliver went so wide. They take off, man, and Askew and Wickens get a really good start all by themselves. The rest of the pack can only watch and wave goodbye. Marco Signoretti is up into 3rd, and then it should be Dev Gore. Boy, I keep getting Dev Gore and Michael McCarthy all mixed up, so I'm going to give it like 4 laps before I start calling names. DD2 Masters gets their green flag. Schiavo, Cornio, and Sensor back to their old antics, racing all over each other early on. We saw such a good battle there in heat race number 1 yesterday. Coming through turns 5, now 6. They'll hit the left-hander 7. It's going to be Oliver Askew leading Robert Wickens, and then Signoretti runs 3rd. Let's take a look at the pack as they come underneath the tower. Give me the 439. Is that Chudley? Yes, it is. Luke Chudley running fourth right behind Marco Signoretti. So Chudley with a good run here in heat race number 3. And then right behind Chudley is going to be Alessandro Bizzotto, the Team Canada member from last year. He picked up his ticket to the grand finals by winning at the Can-Am Karting Challenge finale at Pat's Acres last season. Another race I was very happy to be a part of and get to go watch. Alessandro and his dad came down from Canada and contested the last round at Pat's Acres in Canby, Oregon. Another track that I definitely recommend everybody getting a chance to go visit if you have the opportunity. Pat's unlike anything else you're ever going to see. But this is my first trip to Palm Beach also, and I'm a huge fan. I'm 100% a fan of this facility and this track. It has raced phenomenally. I think Oliver Askew is a fan of it as well, considering it's the first place he ever drove a go-kart. And he's looking at scoring another Florida Winter Tour Championship if everything goes his way this weekend. Wickens behind in second. Let's take a look at those drivers in third and fourth. Signoretti third, Chudley still in fourth, Bizzotto fifth, Dev Gore sixth. There should be Michael McCarthy in seventh, Didier Carre in eighth, Munoz and Herrera. Your top 10. Now in DD2 Masters, we got a good fight as well as Christian Corneo shows the way to Luis Schiavo coming out of turn number 2 down the second straightaway. Corneo on the Praga, the driver from Chile, out in front of Luis Schiavo. We got one kart slow and off to the outside heading into turn number 5. Possibly a Burrell. We're going to see who drops from the running order here. But one kart has come to a stop at the top of turn number 5. Possibly Alessandro Bizzotto. Would hate to see that happen, but I think it may be. No, Bizzotto's still out on track. Might be DDA. I think it is. Yeah, it's DDA. Up front, it looks like we've seen Dev Gore and Alessandro Bizzotto engage in a pretty good battle as well. There you see Marco Signoretti on the energy in third. Luke Chudley in the mix as well. He runs fourth. Bizzotto, Dev Gore. They're all that second pack of karts that you see on your monitor right now. Marco Signoretti leading the train in third, but he's got Chudley right on his back bumper in fourth. Then fifth and sixth, Dev Gore has moved up from P6 around Alessandro Bizzotto for P5. Bizzotto not letting Dev Gore get away so quickly, though. Bizzotto racing with PSL, Dev Gore out of the Anderson Racing hauler. Askew, meanwhile, up front goes purple. 56.416 for the Jupiter, Florida native. We're coming up on halfway next time by. These races are only short 10 lappers, but this is a long track here at Palm Beach. 56.4 is the quickest lap of the race so far. Obviously, that's just under a minute. So these 10-lap races are a little bit more, I think, than you're expecting, and it's awesome. We get to see really good racing each and every time our separate grids of drivers head out on track. Let's check in on DD2 Masters and tell you how that one's going. Corneo and Schiavo not getting off of each other's case at all, as Corneo continues to lead the way out of turn 5. There you see a battle on your monitor as it's going to be Chudley getting away from Marco Signoretti. Chudley now into the third position. Oh, but he's going to defend, and Marco Signoretti makes a little bit of contact on those cool rolly bumpers on the back of these DD2s. He gives him a shot. There's Alessandro Bizzotto's dad standing up on the Latifi's hauler, I believe, taking in the racing. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh all over each other. Chudley shows the way in third. And then it's Bizzotto trying to make something happen behind Dev Gore. Signoretti runs fourth. It's Chudley third, Signoretti fourth, Dev Gore fifth, Bizzotto sixth. And then I want to say Michael McCarthy in seventh. This is our DD2 senior field. You're watching right now. We're working on picking up DD2 Masters for you. Oh, Schiavo to the inside in turn number 8. He's got Corneo. Schiavo now back to the lead. Here comes our DD2 senior third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh train. First and second, nothing's going on up there. Askew and Wickens are doing their own thing, but Wickens is your quickest driver on the track with a 56.208. Here comes Chudley as they head down the back straightaway. Still defending pretty hard against Marco Signoretti, and you can only play defense for so long before it comes back to bite you, I think, especially at a long, flowing, rhythmy track like Palm Beach. It's going to rhythmy. Google it, okay? It's a word. It's going to help Chudley in the short term, but I think it's a short-term gain, long-term loss to keep driving as defensive as Chudley is. And we're coming down to see 3 to go. Chudley's got to just get on his horse and focus on his marks and drive away. Because if he keeps driving with his mind in the rear view, Signoretti is going to get him. Okay, I mean, it's just a matter of time. If Chudley changes his attack and just drives like he's got no one behind him, he'll be okay. Signoretti's going to try and make me look like a genius for once. Signoretti dives to the inside in turn 1, and he's got him. And now he's going to get Dev Gore shoving him through. They're drag racing each other out of turn 2. Signoretti has the spot. They're 2x2 behind him. Dev Gore on the inside of Chudley. Dev Gore's got the 4th position, and then it's going to be Chudley back to 5th, Bizzotto 6th, Michael McCarthy 7th. So big thanks to Marco Signoretti for proving my point. Chudley just drove defensively, and that allowed Signoretti to carry a bunch of momentum out of turn 11 down the front straightaway. Now Michael McCarthy puts a move on Bizzotto. How long will it stick? Not sure, as Bizzotto and McCarthy go side by side, and that kills their momentum. The drivers in front of them start to pull away. They're going to see the sticks here for Askew and Wickens. 8 down, 2 to go. As the skies just get a little bit darker and darker every lap. We're hoping we can get through our last 2 heat races before any weather gets to the area. Chudley tries to come back on Dev Gore, and he does in turn 2. Chudley's got the 4th position. Dev Gore tracks him down into turn number 3. Chudley's going to defend. Dev Gore forces the issue, and he kicks up dust. Chudley, man, he's driving defensively, and it's not helping him. Dev Gore now into the 4th position. Marco Signoretti's able to pull away. This is what Signoretti wants. It's a whole bunch of Burrells. 4th on back. How many Burrells are there? It's all Burrells. Man, PSL and Anderson, you guys are selling a lot of go-karts. Signoretti on the energy, though, runs 3rd. Dev Gore runs 4th. Chudley 5th. As Askew sees the white flag flying, he's driven away from Robert Wickens. The lead about 1.5 seconds. Behind them, though, this is the race we're still watching. Signoretti in 3rd. 4th is going to be Dev Gore. Chudley in 5th. 6th, McCarthy. Bizzotto 7th. Herrera 8th. Munoz 9th. And Simoni in 10th. Schiavo and Corneo continue to fight for the DD2 Masters lead. Finally, I think these top 4 may have calmed down just a little bit here on the white flag lap. They had an epic battle here with about 3 to go. And Signoretti, well, he's loving life because all these Burrells behind him start getting racy and playing patty cake, and he's able to drive away. Robert Wickens is solidly in 2nd, and Askew, he's got nothing to worry about up front. He'll probably be looking at the pole position for the pre-final when it's all said and done. Our leaders making their way through the final corners out of turn 11. Checkered flag is going to wave over Oliver Askew. And then Robert Wickens not far behind at all in 2nd. How about that fight for 4th on back? 3rd is going to go to Signoretti. Dev Gore holds them all off for P4. Chudley ends up 5th. Bizzotto 6th. Michael McCarthy 7th. Herrera 8th. Munoz 9th, and Ethan Simoni rounds out your top 10. Luis Schiavo is going to try and hold off Christian Corneo, and it looks like he will. Ronnie Sensor actually gets up to finish 2nd in Masters. Corneo 3rd, and then Scott Davidson 4th in class. So good racing in DD2 Senior and DD2 Masters. Micromax is coming up next, folks, and you need to get somewhere where you can see, because this is going to be an incredible race. I can promise you that. Let's take a look really quickly and meet our Micromax starting grid before they head out on track. Starting in the 24th position, in row number 12, it's going to be Aiden Ingarata with Granger Pera starting in 23rd. Dimas Moda and Geronimo Barrio start in row 11th. 20th will be Alex Jankowski with Leonardo Juncos in 19th. Miguel Costa and Nikita Johnson make up row number 9. Jack Jeffers starts 16th in the 44, while young Emo Fittipaldi rolls off 15th. Number 27, Paige, Taylor Swift's second biggest fan, Crawford, starts 14th, and then Panchia starts 13th. Andres Asmar rolls off 12th with Team Felon driver Jeremy Fletcher in 11th. Inside the top 10 we go now. The 69, Andre Pedrosa's driver, Brandon Tyner, starts 10th with Juan Pablo Cepeda in 9th. Santiago Trisney starts 8th with Ian Atuart in 7th. Jesse Carrasquedo in the number 33 starts 6th with James Agozi in the number 48 starting P5. Justin Arsenault had a really good race in heat number 2. He battled for the lead a lot. He starts 4th with the number 14 of Josh Pearson in 3rd. And on the front row, it's the 47 Fernando Alonso cart of Karsten DeFonts, and they're going to be led to the green by the 02 of Ashton Torgerson. Micromax coming up next. So we're back now for our second to last heat race of the day. Folks, as you can see on your monitors, it's getting darker and darker here in Palm Beach. So to those of you here at the track, please make sure that everything is underneath tents, underneath cover, and is staked down. We do expect some decent weather to hit the area here pretty soon. So please make sure that all valuables are underneath the tent and that everything is tied down nice and tight in case we do get some wind. We'll keep an eye on the radar and let you know what it looks like, but what it looks like us. The way the radar is moving, it looks like the bulk of it should scrape over the top of us, but we're going to get a piece of it, that's for sure. So we were just showing a live image of the radar to our viewers online. Everybody here at the track, well, you can use your smartphones and you can look up and see what it looks like. Ashton Torgerson and Karsten DeFonts, they don't care about the weather. They are just ready to get this thing going. They want to see a green flag, and they want to get racing. Torgerson and DeFonts are your front row, with Josh Pearson in second and Justin Arsenault in row number 2. James Agozi and Jesse Carrasquedo make up row number 3, while Ian Atuart and Santiago Trisney start 7th and 8th. Juan Pablo Cepeda and Branyan Tyner round out your top 10 as our drivers make their way around the track on their formation lap. This race last time out was insane. I mean, you honestly at one point had the top 8 all over each other. I mean, they were all in the battle for the lead. It was an 8-cart train, an 8-cart pack for the lead. Torgerson is looking for a little bit of a calmer race, I'm sure of that. So is Karsten DeFonts. DeFonts has got to do a little bit of a better job of holding that outside line and getting down to the inside off the green flag. It's a full field of Micromax drivers. 24 of them coming down into the tram lanes to get the green flag to kick off our final heat race of the day in Micromax. Torgerson and DeFonts are your front row. Chris Egger puts them into the tram lanes. We're getting ready to go side-by-side racing here in Palm Beach. No, we're not. We're going around one more time. The wind is definitely picking up as you can start to see the flags in the middle of the track blowing. I don't think they liked the speed that time by. They were a few miles an hour over the target number. So we're going to send them around one more time and give it another go. Our Micromax drivers, folks, they're the youngest racers here on the Max Speed Rotax class category, but they are some of the best drivers. We honestly see the cleanest racing out of our youngest categories. Micromax, Minimax, the kids are just out here wanting to have fun and wanting to win races, and they respect each other, and I'm always in awe of seeing 7, 8-year-olds racing as cleanly as they do as our Micromax drivers make their way around the track. It would be wise this time probably for anybody on top of a hauler to maybe make their way down as a nice roll of thunder makes its way over the track here in Palm Beach. We're going to be playing it by ear to see what the weather is going to do. We will race in rain. We will not race in lightning, though, so we're keeping an eye on the radar, and our race director has a lightning meter on him to make sure we know where and how far out the weather is. But until it gets too close, we will race. Micromax drivers make their way through the S's. Our corner workers tell them to use their heads and make sure it's at a nice, slow pace. Ashton Torgerson, Karsten DeFonts, a storm's brewing overhead. Well, a storm's brewing on track. It's Micromax. Heat race number 3. Strap in, folks. It's going to be a good one. We're waiting for the green flag. It's in the air, and they're off. They break the tram lanes down into turn number 11, the opening corner for the first lap. Everybody gets through very cleanly. What a great start. Now it's going to be the slick turn 1 down here on the inside, the right-hander that we really have to watch for. Arsenault shoves Torgerson in. They're 3 wide, deep in the pack, and everybody still makes it through turn 1 cleanly. How about it, folks? That was a great opening couple of corners to start our Micromax heat race number 3. They take off down the straightaway into turn number 3. Ashton Torgerson has Justin Arsenault right behind him. Josh Pearson looks like he may have moved up into the 3rd position. Is that Pearson? I believe it is, and that should be James Agozi in the 4th position. It's either Agozi or Karsten DeFonts. No, that's DeFonts in P4. So DeFonts runs P4, and then I want to say Tyner rounds out your top 5. We'll see as they come by underneath us. It's Torgerson, Arsenault, Pearson, DeFonts, and Tyner, your top 5. As they come back to the start line, they'll head into turn 11 to complete the opening lap. 8 laps on the docket for our Micromax drivers. If weather stays away, we will complete all of those laps. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1 to complete lap number 2. Arsenault not close enough yet to really try and make something happen on Torgerson. The lap times are going to come in next time by. I'll tell you what, I'm totally blown away. They made me look good once again here in Micromax. As I was talking and raving about how clean and how respectful the racing's been, they could have really made me look like a jerk had there been a pileup in turn 1, but all of our Micromax drivers made it through that tight hairpin turn 11, and then the slick concrete turn 1 corner, totally clean. No drivers went off, didn't see any contact, didn't see much bumping and banging. Micromax drivers showing them how to do it here at Palm Beach. They come through the S's for the second time. Arsenault now out in front of Ashton, Torgerson, Pearson in third, and then DeFonce runs fourth. Torgerson's going to take a look on the inside of Arsenault. Can he bring his buddy Josh Pearson with him? Yes, he does. 2-kart swing at the front. Now Pearson's going to go for the lead, and he's got it on the exit of turn number 11. Pearson takes over the lead. Torgerson's going to pull right up, though, on the inside, heading to turn number 1. Torgerson's there, and he's got it. Tyner wants a piece of the action. Tyner goes 3 wide and picks up second place. Brandon Tyner. Andre Pedrosa topped the young man well, and the rain starts falling suddenly. The skies open up, and water falling hard now over the track here in Palm Beach. Thunder over the area. Race directors are on the radio talking about what they're going to do. These drivers went out on slick tires. I have to imagine we're going to be seeing a red flag fly here momentarily as rain just started falling pretty heavily over the track here in Palm Beach. Our leaders still digging. They're not going to slow down until they see a red flag. So they make their way out of the S's, and the rain is definitely starting to come down. The track has definitely gone wet. Waiting to see what our race directors are going to do. Brandon Tyner goes purple that time by after going from 4th to 2nd in one corner. What a great move. So as there's a fight for the lead at the front, Brandon Tyner gets underneath Torgerson. He's your new leader. These kids are doing a great job on a very slick track with dry weather tires. At this time, we're looking at a delay. I believe we should be seeing a red flag flying here in Micromax momentarily. This race has been declared a rain race at this time, so I imagine we're going to see a red flag flying. As Tyner is your new leader, he made a great move down in turn number 1. I'll be honest with you, I'm still not seeing our officials go for the flags yet. I've got to imagine they're going to be pulling them in here momentarily. They're going to reach halfway this time by. I don't see anybody going for a flag. So Torgerson is going to keep racing. Paige Crawford goes for a spin underneath the tower right in front of us. Torgerson looks over his shoulder. They're going to show him the crossed flags here at the halfway point. Brandon Tyner and Ashton Torgerson, I apologize, are having a great battle. As they head out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway. I apologize, folks. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with race control and what's going on here. Again, this race has been declared a rain race. So what that means is our last race of the day, Junior Max, you have until quarter till to change over and prepare your karts for wet weather racing. Junior Max will roll out at quarter till 1 as a crack of lightning just goes across the sky. We're rapidly keeping an eye on weather conditions. On track, though, the racing is still good, even in wet weather. Torgerson gives up the lead to Brandon Tyner. Tyner and Torgerson side by side going down the back straightaway into turn 11. Tyner's going to come back on the inside of Torgerson. Tyner's there, and he's through. Good move by Brandon Tyner. Torgerson now falls to second. Josh Pearson in third. We're looking for Justin Arsenault. He's in fourth, and your top 3 run nose to tail as Rooster Tails spit off the rear tires. Brandon Tyner defends low on the inside of turn number 1, trying to make sure he keeps Torgerson behind him. Pearson in third, and then it's going to be Justin Arsenault in fourth. As you see our top 4 head down the straightaway, they've separated themselves pretty well from the rest of the pack. Then there you see the 47 of Karsten DeFonce. No, Tyner locks it up and spins in turn number 3. Tyner spins on his own down in turn number 3 at the end of the straightaway. That gives Torgerson a bunch of breathing room as Arsenault and Pearson continue to battle. Now it's the fight for the second position. Arsenault and Pearson wheel to wheel, heading out of turn number 4. Arsenault gets the spot. He runs right up on Ashton Torgerson's back bumper. Coming down to see 2 to go. At the end of this race, only 2 laps remaining. Torgerson spins in turn number 7. Arsenault now inherits the lead. Josh Pearson to P2. As Torgerson lost the back end, Pearson skates out wide. Now Josh Pearson pulls up alongside going down the back straightaway. Pearson's going to make a pass for the lead if he can hold it under braking. Arsenault's going to slide wide. Arsenault off in the grass. Carts are running off wide everywhere. Yellow flags fly around the course. So Pearson, it may turn into a case of last man standing as Pearson now holds the lead. Ashton Torgerson's going to fall to at least second. Brandon Tyner to third, Arsenault to fourth, Karsten DeFonts fifth, James Agozi sixth, Jankowski seventh, Cepeda eighth, Osmore and Carrasquedo the top 10 as they run with 2 laps to go. Yellow flag still being displayed down in turn 11. The rain still falling. Umbrellas have opened in the turn 1 bleachers. A lap and a half to go. Josh Pearson, this kid is from the Pacific Northwest, is out at Pat's Acres driving in the wet all year round. If there's one driver that you can bet will be good in wet weather conditions, it's going to be your leader, Josh Pearson. But again, don't forget of rain racing as well. Tyner's caught back up to Ashton Torgerson. They're fighting for P2 right now. So Tyner, after the spin, has rallied. He runs second. Then it's Ashton Torgerson in third. Karsten DeFonts up to fourth. Agozi fifth. Arsenault in sixth. This is incredible. The racing in this slick weather has really changed the complexion of our Micromax race. White flag's going to fly as Josh Pearson has only 1 lap to go. And you know what? I don't have a comment on it. I think it's been phenomenal to see these kids have to adapt in changing conditions. The race was not red flagged. They stayed green. And these kids have done a great job, in my opinion, of handling these carts around a very wet and slick racetrack. Pearson has done better than the rest of them, but all of our kids, Brandon Tyner, Ashton Torgerson, DeFonts, James Agozi, Arsenault, Cepeda, all these kids that are out on track right now have done a phenomenal job at maintaining control throughout the course of a totally changing racetrack. They went green on a dry race. Rain started falling. Now it's slick. We do have 1 cart off on the entry into turn number 11. I'm trying to get a number there. Looks like possibly the 51 of Granger Para, but we check back in with our leader, Josh Pearson. This kid knows exactly what to do in rain racing, and he's doing it right now. Smooth throttle application, steady braking. You don't do anything too quickly, too hastily, and that is why he's out in front. Out of the final corner, down the straightaway, he won heat race number 1. He's going to win heat race number 3. Josh Pearson scores the victory in Micromax. That was insane. Pearson wins the race. Brandon Tyner comes home second. Ashton Torgerson finishes third after a spin. Justin Arsenault finishes a solid 4th place. Geronimo Barrio rallies all the way to finish 5th. Where did Barrio start? 21st. Geronimo Barrio finishes 5th. Juan Pablo Cepeda 6th. Karsten DeFont 7th. Leonardo Juncos has a good run in 8th. Agozi slips to 9th. And Jack Jeffers rounds out your top 10 as the skies opened before halfway. And this track completely changed. And it was a phenomenal race. We are done with Micromax heat racing. Only 1 more to go. It is our Junior Max heat race number 3. We are in a slight delay to allow for changing tire setups and chassis setups due to the rain. So we're going to go green and leave the grid at 12:45 is what I've been told. So our Junior Max drivers need to be ready to leave the grid at 12:45. That's in under 6 minutes. But it's Josh Pearson scoring the victory. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. At this time, your race director, Chris Egger, has placed us into an early lunch / weather hold due to lightning in the area. Lightning within 4 miles of the area has placed us into a weather hold. What's going to happen next is we're going to break for lunch. At 1:35, we were scheduled to go back racing with pre-finals. We will run Junior Max's final heat race, which was supposed to go hot 7 minutes ago. Your guys' heat race will go out at 1:35. So essentially, folks, just add to your schedule Junior Max heat race number 3 at 1:35 and bump everything down one slot accordingly. So again, we are now in a weather delay due to lightning within 4 miles of the area. We will resume racing at 1:35, weather permitting. We will do our best to update you to changing weather conditions, but we are on hold now until 1:35. Please, of course, stay indoors if possible. Stay under tents, stay in trailers. Lightning is within 4 miles of the area. We also ask that no one please get on top of haulers, trailers, buildings, or anything else. We'll do our best to update you with changing weather conditions, but please do your best to stay inside tents and trailers, as again, we are in a weather delay until 1:35.
Hey, any gentleman over there in the Burrell Art PSL karting team want to help a damsel in distress get a camera down from the scaffolding there, just step out the back of that tent. Please give her a hand. And thank you very much.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a long rain and lightning delay, we are finally back on track, and it's time to run our final heat race of the day. This is our Junior Max heat number 3 out on the track, and as you can see, live images here at Palm Beach Karting. The rain has not let up exactly. In fact, we continue to hear thunder roll in the distance, but the most important part is that lightning has left the area, at least for the time being. To catch you up on what happened, we had run our first round of heat races this morning in dry, near perfect conditions, and then for round 3 of heats this afternoon, the skies continued to get darker and darker. Finally, the skies opening up just after the green flag flew in Micromax heat number 3. The race finished under a very wet racetrack. We went into a weather delay and then opened up lunch early before running our Junior Max heat race number 3. That's where we're at now. Following this race, the plan is to move into pre-finals, weather allowing, but at this time we are on a race-by-race basis, and we are also ready racing. So what that means is please pay attention to the announcements and pay attention to the drivers in the class in front of you. We're basically off schedule, as you can tell, so we are going as soon as the track is available. So please, guys, make sure you are listening to announcements and you're keeping an eye on the track. We are ready racing. Junior Max, their last heat race of the day, is getting ready to head out. It's on track. There you see a look at turn number 1. That concrete is going to be mighty slick here with all the water standing on the track. Our max speed officials did a great job of clearing any significant amount of standing water off of the racing surface. Now you have just your normal puddles and slick racing surface as rain does continue to fall here in West Palm Beach. So it's going to be Michael D. Orlando and Matias Ramirez, your front row in this heat race, as it's been throughout the entire weekend. And this last race will help us set the starting grid for our pre-final, which we're hoping to get to later this afternoon, but may end up being pushed back till tomorrow morning. On the schedule for Sunday at this time is only finals. Right now, we may be looking at pre-finals and finals. I think our race director and staff are going to just play it by ear and find out what exactly is going on with weather and if the track is safe. So now it's time for Junior Max heat number 3. They're all gridded up and ready to go. Michael D. Orlando and Matias Ramirez, your front row. Looking for Nicholas D. Orlando. He's a little bit farther back in the pack. He needs to get up to his earned position. They're on the back straightaway now, heading into the tram lanes. This will be the start of our last heat race of the day. We apologize, folks. There's just a lot going on right now. They're going to go around one more time. So yeah, a lot of stuff is going on up here right now in Palm Beach regards to getting these karts out on track, making sure the track is safe and raceable. That's what we're dealing with right now. The yellow flags are flying around the track. To me, the track does look raceable from up here at this point. We got a pretty good view of all of our corners. There is plenty of water around the track. Looks like a bit of standing water on the outside of turn number 2, way off the racing line. Everything on the near side of me looks pretty good. Through the S's looks dry. But, of course, the race directors are down on track and viewing everything in person at ground level. I think they didn't like the speed. That's why we went around one more time. Michael D'Orlando and Matias Ramirez. Front row with Nicholas D'Orlando and Nick Bruckner. In row number 2, Lachlan DiFrancesco and Stephen Malozzi start 5th and 6th. And then it's Matthew Latifi, Ryan McDermott, Arthur Leist, and Henry Cubitus. Your top 10. Aiden Keel starts 11th with Riley Dickinson in 12th. Max Waithman, Andres De Alba, and Dylan Tavella complete the top 15. Zach Hollingshead is 16th with Killian Meyer. 17th is Asumbar Kovacs. Starts 18th with Zoe Edenholm and Kai Palomino, rounding out the top 20. Starting 21st will be the 287 of Marc-Antoine Poirier. 22nd will be Nathan Ratton with Dylan DeFonts in 23rd and Peyton Durant in 24th. Manuel Sullivan starts 25th with Emma Delartre in 26th. George Stojakovic, Colin Gasparini, Juan Diego Velasquez, and Braden Werner complete the top 30. Rounding out the field will be Thomasine Brennan, Rahif Shah, Colt Hensley, Alexander Henry Bastos, Luis Gava, Daniel Riaz, and Mark Donato. That's the starting lineup for your 37-cart Junior Max Heat Race number 3. Few drivers with issues at the back of the pack, but at the most part, everything looks good up front. The rain has slowed down. We're waiting to see a green flag from our chief starter. Green flag flies, and we're racing again in Palm Beach. Michael D'Orlando does a good job. So does little brother Nicholas D'Orlando. He's trying to make something happen, and as he does, moves right up into second place. Michael onto the top spot where he started from in pole. Nicholas D'Orlando on the outside, trying to stay out of big brother's rooster tails, the water spray coming off the rear wheels. And then I believe Matias Ramirez got slotted back to 3rd, and that should be Stephen Malozzi up to 4th, I imagine. Visibility is obviously not great out of our windows here in the tower, and we're down a few cameras due to lightning and rain in the area, so we're sticking with more of a static camera shot. As you see the far end of the track on your monitors now, turns 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 before the S's, turns 9 and 10. The leaders come out of turn 5. Now they hit the right-hander turn number 6, 7, and they'll head for the S's. D'Orlando showing the way now as Michael out in front. Looks like Matias Ramirez has worked his way back now into second, and that is Stephen Malozzi in 3rd. Now Malozzi's going to make a run at it in 2nd place. The driver from the Atlantic Northeast doing a good job, but he may lose 3rd position. It looks like he will. Probably going to shovel back to 4th when it's all said and done as they come out of turn number 11. Yeah, Malozzi's now back to 4th position. 3rd place is going to be Matias Ramirez, and then Nick Bruckner runs 2nd right now, and then that should be Latifi in 5th. And man, you can just see the kids' arms are just working so hard to get the carts through that opening couple of corners. Turn 1, the right-hander, and then that left-hander, turn number 2. D'Orlando maximizing on the pole position, trying to drive away in our 10-lap rain-soaked heat race. I think that's Emma Delartre off in the infield right by the finish line. So Delartre's race over early, I believe. Let's take a look. Yeah, Emma Delartre, the only driver not to pick up on Race Monitor that last time by. Now it looks like Bruckner shows the way out in front. Nick Bruckner has caught up to Michael D'Orlando, and Stephen Malozzi is driving fantastically in the rain as he's giving big brother Michael D'Orlando a run for his money in 2nd spot. They come over the dog leg out of 10, down the straightaway into turn 11. Malozzi's trying to find his way around Michael. It's not happening yet, but wow, the driver out of Iron Rock Motorsports, the Charlie Swain team, Stephen Malozzi making the switch from Oakland Valley Race Park over to Iron Rock for this week. It's really paying off as now Malozzi is in 2nd. D'Orlando back to 3rd. Nick Bruckner, the Texan, leads the way here in Junior Max. Man, what a run for Stephen Malozzi. This kid is doing a fantastic job right now. Let's take a look at the rest of the top 10. We're showing Nick Bruckner as the quickest driver on track. Malozzi in 2nd, Michael D'Orlando 3rd, Matias Ramirez 4th, Matt Latifi in 5th, Dylan Tavella in 6th, Aiden Keel, Henry Cubitus, Hollingshead, and De Alba round out your top 10 as you see a live look of our leaders coming out of turn 7, now 8. They'll head for the S's, and that's Stephen Malozzi out in front. Malozzi's your leader. Stephen Malozzi in the 211 has gotten around Winter Tour veterans Nick Bruckner, Michael D'Orlando, and Matias Ramirez, and the kid from the Northeast is leading here in Florida, man. What a run for Stephen Malozzi. This is so cool to see. What a run by Malozzi here. Farther back, third on back. It looks like a battle. Matt Latifi, Matias Ramirez, and that should be Michael D'Orlando all scrambling out as they come through turn 2. I just can't describe to you how much water is on the track right now. Tons of, again, it's not really standing water. There's not massive pools or puddles anywhere. It's just a very wet racetrack with your average, normal puddles down on the inside. The apex is right where curbing is, right where the carts are trying to roll through the corners traditionally. That's why the rain racing is so different than dry weather. The line you take through the corners is completely different. You're going to want to run high and wide through the corners, avoid where the rubber is, because that's one more thing keeping you and your tires from gripping the pavement beneath you. Malozzi, he can put that cart anywhere he wants right now. Thanks to the help of Charlie Swain and the Iron Rock Motorsports team, Malozzi is showing the way right now. Nick Bruckner is in second, Michael D'Orlando third, Matias Ramirez fourth, Matt Latifi fifth, Dylan Tabella sixth, Aiden Keel, Hollingshead, Cubitus, and Suleiman. The top 10 as you see our leaders fly down the front straightaway. There's a look at the turn 1 and 2 motorsports.com complex. Obviously, the lap times have slowed down quite a bit, so we're going to be hitting the halfway mark next time by. Our chief starter will show him crossed flags, letting him know 5 down, 5 to go. Rain's letting up just a little bit right now here at Palm Beach Karting. You can still see a few drops, especially here underneath the awnings of our tower. Still a little bit falling from the sky above us, but I think the heavy stuff, hopefully, has missed us for the time being. Stephen Malozzi says, let it rain, though. I gotta admit, I'm amazed, and frankly, I'm surprised at how well Stephen Malozzi is driving in the wet weather right now. I met Stephen last year at the Oakland Valley Race Park Championship Banquet for the Northeast Rotax Series. Super nice kid. Dad's a great guy. They come to these races on their own. They don't have the big budgets, the same as a lot of these teams do, and they're with a solid team in Charlie Swain at Iron Rock Motorsports, and Malozzi is just doing what he has to right now, and he is driving this thing in wet weather conditions fantastically well. So now just past the halfway point, they'll come down to see 4 to go. The skies continue to darken, but like I said, the rain has shifted away for the moment. We're still keeping an eye on radar. Everybody's still up on top of the haulers here with umbrellas and awnings popped up. Yeah, it is just the funkiest of weather here in Palm Beach. The skies continue to darken. We're keeping an eye on weather as far as where the rain is going to be. But it just keeps getting darker and darker right now. As clearly not the settings that everybody wanted to end the Florida Winter Tour under. We would have preferred a little bit sunnier skies in a different scenario, but right now we're racing with the best we can and doing the best we can with what we've got. And Malozzi just continues to drive away from Nick Bruckner. The lead last time by 2.6 seconds. It's got to be over 3 seconds when he gets to the line. And it's tough. It's impossible to do interviews here with the distance the scoring and announcer's tower is from grid. But when this thing is finally over, I'm going to find Stephen Malozzi, and I'm going to ask him how he got so good in the rain, because he's up against kids who have done this for years in much worse conditions than this. like D'Orlando, like Matias Ramirez, Nicholas Bruckner, Dylan Tavella. But I will say it's interesting that Dylan Tavella now runs third, and another driver from New York, Stephen Malozzi. Those kids are running super well in the rain. I'm no weatherman. I don't know the world's geography. Fantastic. I don't know what the weather patterns are all around the country, but the Northeast, I always thought was a little bit more known for its snow than its rain. That's the Northwest where you go if you want to learn how to drive in the rain. But you got two drivers out of the state of New York, Stephen Malozzi and Dylan Tavella, and a third, Michael D'Orlando. Three drivers from the same state of New York are all running inside the top five, and they're doing a fantastic job in these adverse conditions. Oakland Valley Race Park, they know how to build a good driver. I'll tell you that right now. Nick Bruckner runs second. He's out of Hockley, Texas. Dylan Tavella runs third. And then fourth should be Aiden Keel with Anderson Racing. And again, Michael D'Orlando rounds out your top five. OGP driver Matias Ramirez runs sixth. Matt Latifi seventh. Manuel Sullivan, Ty Palomino, and Henry Cubitus completes the top 10 here. They've seen two to go as they come across the stripe. Malozzi, he's got not much left to do. Just stay solid, man. 3.9 seconds. 9.893. That's your quickest lap of the race. These kids were turning 56, 57 second laps earlier today in the dry. They've backed all the way now down to minute 9, minute 10s. Rough. Courteau 9th, and De Luca rounds out the field in 10th. Again, a no-show, it looks like, for Christoph Adams. He is nursing a pretty serious back injury from what we're being told. So Adams probably done for the weekend here in Palm Beach. Our drivers make their way around the track. I believe they've been given 2 warm-up laps. So now they make their way through the S's. Michelle Boysa in that 608 Orsilon Racing Tony kart. We'll see if Scott Roberts is going to have to make something happen here on the start, because as the track continues to dry lap after lap after lap of racing, Boyce is going to settle back into a groove here, and if he does that, it's going to be trouble for the rest of this field. Looking for a green flag here. No, they're going to go around one more time. The good news is the clouds continue to just sort of separate a little bit more every couple of minutes. The sun's coming out. A dry line has not yet formed, but is beginning to come in around the track. You can see the rooster tails, the spray off the back wheels is shrinking a little bit. The water coming off the rear wheels is less and less each lap. And like I said, a dry line is not totally formed yet, but you can see one is definitely beginning to come in. They're going to make their way around the backside one more time here and get ready to go green flag racing. 12 laps on the schedule. We had to cut the length down a little bit due to all the delays in the afternoon due to the weather, but that's all right. 12 laps of Masters Max racing is still a lot of great racing, and we're going to get ready to send those guys off into turn 11. They're taking the green flag on the backstretch, and they'll fly down the front straightaway, and we'll get this party started. Yellow flags are being withdrawn as we get ready to go green flag racing here. Boyce and Scott Roberts. It's going to be an exciting front row with Nick Tucker and Bobby Green not too far behind. Being told to slow it down one last time as they come out of the dog leg onto the back straightaway into the tram lanes. Our guys down on track reminding these drivers they've got to be nice and slow if they want to see a green flag here. We're waiting for Cam Egger to show them that green flag. Here it is. It's up in the air, and we're racing. Michelle Boyce does a good job manipulating that inside line and shoving Scott Roberts out. No contact was made, understand that, but he just used his position on track to make sure Roberts could not get inside. And Nick Tucker has a good run alongside Scott Roberts as they fly down into turn number 1. Tucker beats Scott Roberts through the opening 2 corners as Roberts is going to fall from second now down to third. Nick Tucker takes over the second position. Michelle Boyce, your leader, off the top spot. So we understand there was a little bit of sound difficulties. We apologize to everyone. It sounds like it's gotten worked out now, and everything is good. So we appreciate the texts and the emails. A lot of stuff going on up here in the tower right now, so we do apologize for the technical difficulties. Boyce, your leader, as they roll through turn number 6. Now they'll head for 7, and then the S's, 8, 9, and 10. Nick Tucker trying to keep Scott Roberts behind him. That's where Tucker would prefer Roberts. Bobby Green, man, we have just seen a resurgence of Bobby Green here at the last round of the Winter Tour. The guy has just come on strong. Now Roberts is going to make a look to the inside for second place. Roberts is there on Tucker, and he's through. He got him. Good move by Scott Roberts, but Tucker battles back on the exit of turn 11. They're side by side. Tucker wants that second position back, but Roberts will have the inside line when they get there. And due to all the water on the track, the braking zone gets backed up so far before the corner that Tucker had really no choice but to give the position up to Scott Roberts. So Roberts now assumes the second spot. Tucker isn't going to go away, though. You can be sure of that. He stays right on Scott Roberts' back bumper. And they're side by side rolling through the far point of the track. Tucker now to the inside for a second on Roberts. He's got it back. But Roberts dive bombs him back in turn 5. Good move there by Scott Roberts. Oh, and they hit a huge puddle. I'd hate to be the one doing their laundry when this weekend is over because those suits are going to be trashed. They are sliding all over the place right now. Boyce, he loves it. Okay, he's driving away right now out in the lead. Scott Roberts and Nick Tucker are having themselves an old-fashioned wet race right now. It is a lot of fun to watch those guys battle back and forth. They need to be careful because the guy who I was just talking about, Bobby Green, the Floridian who races with Oakland Valley Race Park out of the Northeast. The guy is just crazy cool, and he's running so well here in West Palm. He has slipped back to 5th position, it looks like. Adrian Ortiz and him are having a battle right now. Clouds starting to come back over the top of us here at Palm Beach, so it gets a little bit darker once again. That's when you can really see the glare from the clouds and then off the water, standing on the track. That's when you can really see how much water there still is. But you can also see a dry line starting to form. Each lap, it's coming in more and more than the lap before. Let's take a look at lap times when they get to the stripe. Like I said, a Boyce always manages to go purple no matter what the conditions are. He has all season from Homestead to Ocala to West Palm. Now Bobby Green makes a move on Nick Tucker. Tucker is faltering here in the midway part of this race. Tucker and Bobby Green are wheel to wheel rolling through the S's underneath the tower here, as it looks like the rain is starting to fall again pretty heavily here. Scott Roberts should be in 2nd place, and then Nick Tucker and Bobby Green. Oh, man, yeah, the rain is starting to fall again very heavily here at Palm Beach Karting. It's coming down in buckets. It just opened up all of a sudden, and right as the skies got dark about a lap and a half ago, that was our warning that rain was coming back. This race has been declared wet, so drivers and teams in the paddock, there will be no delay. We're staying ready racing here, which means Mini-Max drivers, you need to either make the adjustments to your carts or be on grid ready to go, because as soon as Masters Max is done, we will roll with pre-finals for our Mini-Max drivers. Things have calmed down here for the moment in Mini-Max. I know Nick Leone wants to send a shout-out to his boy Bobby Green. He's running pretty darn well right now. Kevin Hodge, I appreciate your text messages as well. I'd love to give those shout-outs, but unfortunately I can't. But we sure do enjoy you tuning in and watching the broadcast from back at the hotel. You're the smart one. You're dry right now. I sure do feel for all of our track staff, our corner workers, the teams, the drivers in the pit area. I, on the other hand, am not doing too bad. I'm going to get a whole bunch of people to hate me right now because I'm standing in the tower. I'm nice. I'm dry. I'm feeling good. But when I look below me and see the swamp that I'm going to have to walk through to get to the parking lot tonight, my socks already feel wet. Obviously not the ideal weather we wanted to end this here in Palm Beach, but you know what? The racing's still good. We're having a lot of fun, and if you're watching live at home, I sure enjoy you spending part of your weekend with us here on the road at the Florida Winter Tour. It has been a fantastic season of racing, and the Florida Winter Tour allowing drivers the opportunity to get out of the cold weather wherever they may be throughout the country and come down here, come down south, and do a lot of racing. Have a lot of fun with us. And, of course, if you can't make it out to the East Coast, don't forget Andy Saisman and the West Coast Winter Karting Series, the Challenge of the Americas. They are heading into the home stretch for their season as well. Andy and the team from Challenge will be putting on their final race of the season at beautiful Sim Raceway in Sonoma, California, the weekend of April 1st and 2nd. Andy and the boys will be out there on the West Coast, the left coast, or as Andy calls it, the best coast, putting on a pretty fun series finale for the Challenge of the Americas as they wrap up their winter karting series. We near the halfway point here in Masters Max. We're going to take a short break for station identification. Stick with us, folks. You're watching live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. So I have to make another correction. I was not really looking at the carts as they came off the grid, and I told you about how Christoph Adams was nursing a back injury. I didn't think he was going to be in the cart, but there he goes flying down the front straightaway. So I apologize. I didn't see Christoph, I believe, in one of the first two heats today and assumed he was done for the weekend, but he's out on track now in the pre-final and not doing terrible. So, as the plot continues to thicken here in Palm Beach, and I am alerted to new facts every couple of minutes, Christoph Adams is also not just running poorly, he's running well, so well in fact that he's scored second right now out on the track. He's gotten his way all the way from the back of the grid to P2. The driver who started this race dead last after missing one of our earlier heats is running very well. And I'm just embarrassed that I didn't even realize he was on the track, let alone running so high. Aboisa is your leader. Christoph Adams is going to hit the stripe in about 5 seconds. There he goes in P2. Nick Tucker runs third. Adrian Ortiz up to fourth. DeLuca fifth. Roberts in sixth. Bobby Green has fallen down to seventh. David Shatak eighth. Roberts and Hecht your top 10. Peter Courteau rounds out the field in 11th. So as we join back in now with our leader, Michelle Aboisa, being pursued most closely by Christoph Adams, although the lead is pretty big right now. We'll see what the number is right about now when Adams hits the stripe at 6.8 seconds from P1 back to P2. And the weather here in Palm Beach is just radical right now, as Scott Gordonier would say. It gets darker, then obviously the rain falls, whether it's for an hour or 3 minutes, and then it moves on, clears up, clouds open up, gets a little sunny, and I guess I'm explaining to you how basic weather works, but it's just been coming so fast, coming and going so fast, and in such strange formations here. The weather is anybody's guess. The track is close, in my opinion, to not needing wet weather tires, but honestly, you're probably betting pretty stiff odds if you don't go on track with wet weather tires. If the weather would stay as it is right now, light breeze coming out of the west and a little sunny and karts on track, I think we might see dry racing and dry tires for at least the last final in Junior Max, the last pre-final that is. But right now I would not suggest Mini-Max drivers coming to the grid with slicks on. You're definitely going to want treaded tires for the rain. It's still just a little too slick, I think, to risk it right now on dry tires. They've seen 2 to go. Michelle Aboisa doesn't have much to worry about. His lead is 7.6 seconds over Christoph Adams. Nick Tucker is third. Adrian Ortiz and DeLuca are your top 5. As Aboisa, he ran really well in Ocala. He stood on the podium in Homestead. And he's just trying to wrap up the Florida Winter Tour with another victory here in round 3, the final weekend of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. Aboisa rolling through the S's one last time. He'll come out of the final corner to see the white flag waving, letting him know that he is 1 lap away from not only the victory but the pole position in tomorrow's main event, which, as we all know, means its weight in gold is what it's going to be worth if he can start that race up front in the pole position. White flag flies. 11 down, 1 to go. Boyce's lead continues to grow. Christoph Adams out of the final corner, streaking down the straightaway, hits the stripe 8.3 seconds behind leader Michelle Boyce. Boyce takes him out of turn 2, down the back straightaway through turns 3. It's a long left-hander, about an early apex entry is what you're looking for there. Then he'll switch direction, set up for the right-hander, turn number 4, which is where he is now. He's got to get back over to the right side of the track for that left-hander, turn number 5. You unwind the steering wheel nice and slow. The track spills you out to the right-hander, turn number 6. And then it'll be 7 through the S's, 8 and 9. Out of 10 over the dog leg, and then it's just down the back straightaway for Michelle Aboisa, who has been unstoppable so far this weekend. Scott Roberts has been close, but man, that rain threw everything for a tailspin here. Aboisa heads down the back straightaway. He aims for turn 11. We now know that you can't take anything you can't take it too carefully through that corner after what happened to Oliver Askew. Checkered flag waves for your winner in the pre-final. It is Michelle Aboisa. He gets the job done. We got a couple of drivers it looks like that we need to the steward's office, all from senior. So senior drivers, please listen up here. We're going to tell you about the finishing order of Masters Max, and then I'm going to need a few drivers to the steward's office. Michelle Aboisa wins it in Masters Max. Christoph Adams was second. Nick Tucker third. Adrian Ortiz crosses the line in 4th. Then it's DeLuca rounding out your top 5. Daniel Robertson 6th. Scott Robertson ends up with a poor finish in 7th. Peter Hecht 8th. Bobby Green will cross the line in 9th, with Shatak in 10th and Courteau in 11th. So that'll do it for Masters Max. Now, let's tell you about who needs to go to the steward's office in Senior Max. We need driver of the 301, the 308, the 313, the 322, and the 394 to the steward's office. Again, I need drivers of the 301, the 308, the 313, the 322, and the 394 to please report to the steward's office immediately. Masters Max is done. Coming up next, it will be Mini Max. We're going to check some shout-outs for you here in just a moment and let you know who's watching the race live online. So we got a couple shout-outs here coming in. First of all, from Kathy Ross. So it looks like I'm trying to do the math here on Kathy Ross's email. It's Kyle's grandma. I'm assuming it's Kyle Kirkwood. So I apologize if Kathy Ross, you are the grandmother of another Kyle. But we appreciate you tuning in and watching. Spends most of her time in Texas, wants to be at all of Kyle's races, but couldn't make this one. So Kathy, thank you so much for tuning in, and I sure appreciate the comments. We got a shout out to Josh Pearson. We love you, Josh. Power on, Pearson. Love mom and big sis Jordan. And we got one here from Marcel Fairbairn. Go Jade and J-Man. Jeremy Fairbairn, let's do this. Again, that's from Jeremy's dad, Marcel Fairbairn. So Marcel, thanks a bunch for watching. Jeremy's getting ready to take out onto the track next here in Mini Max's pre-final. Stick with us, folks. So as we get ready to go with our Mini-Max pre-final, it should be a 10-lapper to set the starting grid for tomorrow's main event. Jeremy Fairbairn, Jade Hubert, getting a shout-out from Jeremy's dad, Marcel Fairbairn. Again, big thanks to Jade Hubert for the beautiful drawing she made for me during the rain delay and the lightning delay. You got to kill the time somehow at a racetrack, and for you artistic types, it's a great opportunity to do a bit of drawing, do a bit of coloring, and Jade did a phenomenal job on a piece of artwork for me. She drew it on the back of one of the track maps of Palm Beach karting, and I love it and I appreciate it. So Jade, thank you so much. I plan on framing it and putting it in my house. That is if I ever have one. So thanks a bunch, Jade. Super nice drawing. She starts this race in the 3rd position alongside Emiliano Richards in P4. Jeremy Fairbairn will roll off 5th with Sebastian Montoya alongside in 6th. Noel Jesus Leon Vasquez starts 7th with Austin Torgerson in 8th. Arias Duke Medjin and Aiden Fox complete the top 10. Dale Curran starts 11th with Yuvan Sundramurthy in 12th. Caleb Bacon, Ethan Ho, and Elio Giovanni round out the top 15. We didn't leave out the front row on accident. We've got to talk about those guys. We want to talk about them as they head out on track now. Matias Morgado in the 162 and Tyler Gonzalez, the pole sitter, in the 157. We had a couple of carts get together in turn 1 after they left grid. And I'm going to kick myself for putting this bad luck on her, but I think it's the 121 of Jade Hubert getting a push. She's trying to refire it. I can see her right leg moving up and down, trying to pump the gas, get a little bit of an ignition spark in that Mini-Max engine. That corner worker, it looks like our buddy James out there is pushing Jade all the way around, and he's going to push her into the cutoff. Oh, man, you hate to see that. Jade's race over before it even begins. And you know what? The blame is probably 100% on me for that one, for even talking about her before the race got started. I can see Mario Iadofredo's beautiful hair flying in the wind as he clears it from his face. Alex Speed's hair not looking as majestic, but it's still good. Yeah, look at Mike, man. He is so authoritative over there. Mike Speed. Mario's trying to do his best Mike Speed impersonation with the arms folded, but, man, his hair just sells him out. You guys are like models down there, honestly. I mean, the OGP staff. Yeah, the wind's blowing in Mario's hair. It looks so good, man. I wish I was down there hanging out with those OGP guys. They're the cool kids of the paddock. Mario, you can't expect to not walk around the paddock and not be spotted with that luscious fro, or whatever you call that hairstyle. I'm going to work on it. So as our Mini-Max drivers make their way around the track on their out lap, we're taking a look at what's going to go on here. The red flag is flying. That is what's going on here. And it looks like they're not being pointed in towards pit lane. They're going to stop. One driver spins in the S's, but keeps going. So a red flag flies here on the out laps. So our drivers are going to come to a stop on the front straightaway. The weather could not possibly be the issue. No rain is falling. No rain has fallen for about the last probably 15 minutes. Jade Hubert will get a reprieve here and try to use this red flag to figure out what's wrong with her cart. Obviously, they can't do any work to it. But I'm going to step aside here, folks, and put my ear to the ground and find out what's going on. As soon as I know something, you will all know something. Until then, let's just all keep an eye on Mario's hair. So as we keep an eye on Sideshow Bob's haircut down there, we want to let everyone know what exactly is going on. It's deemed by our officials that the incident that took out the 121 of Jade Hubert was of no fault of her own. So essentially what's going to happen now in the interest of fairness and making sure that all of our drivers who started this race from the grid and pulled out onto the track, in the interest of all of them getting the fair chance to start the race and take the green flag, because something happened on the formation lap that was out of her control, we are going to red flag the race for a maximum, no more than 15 minutes. That clock, I believe, may have already been started. Jade is going to get a chance to repair that cart and do whatever they need to make sure she gets back on track. But essentially, we're in a short red flag because the 121 has not been given a fair opportunity to start the race from an incident due to no fault of her own. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and see how long they need. Again, that red flag should not last any longer than 15 minutes, I believe is what the rule book says. So we'll pause here as they take the 121 back to pit lane. It's going to be a very short red flag, so stick with us, folks. If you have any jokes, email them to us at live@floridawintertour.com. Keep us entertained here in the scoring tower. Jokes are always good. Or you can text us. You can text us at 1-949-525-3284. If you have any jokes or anything we can talk about during this red flag, you can email us live@floridawintertour.com or text us at 1-949-525-3284. Mario, maybe you can text us and let us know how to keep the hair looking so good. Talk about the perfect angle for me right now. This is just a straight shot. I so enjoy it. So we're going to take a short break here, folks. Text us, email us, tweet at us, hit me up on MySpace while we wait this red flag out. All right, so as we continue to work through this red flag, I told you guys, text us, email us some jokes. Everybody likes jokes. My man Harry Colton has come through. He hit me up on the old MySpace with a joke. So I need everybody to make sure you're seated for this laugh because you're going to be falling over if you're not. So what is a race car driver's or a kart racer's favorite meal? What's a race car driver or a go-karter's favorite meal, you guys? Fast food. Oh, Harry Colton delivering with the humor during the red flag. Big thanks to Harry Colton. Thanks for the joke. Anderson Racing. Apparently that's where the stand-up comedy takes place during the race weekend. So if you have any hilarity you'd like to send our way, help us kill this red flag before the next torrential downpour heads our way. Like I said, you can email us live at floridawintertour.com. You can text us at a special phone number set just for these kind of situations. That number is 1-949-525-3284. That's a special max speed phone number that you can text for situations like this. Harry Colton's the only one sending me material right now, and I sure appreciate it. Let's see, he might be working on another one right now. Kevin Hodge with the jokes, man. I sure appreciate your support. Hey, we also want to remind you that while we kill a little bit of time here in this red flag, don't forget that Karting Community United is doing a 50-50 raffle. So we got some downtime here. Mike's speed is just scaring me so much with how he's standing on that trash can right now. He is such a daredevil. Don't do that with your hips, Mike, please. Please. He's really risking it all right now. Waving hello to everybody on the Latifi's trailer. The sun's out. We're enjoying it. You can get a tan in this weather right now, it feels like, before the next great flood. Those of you who know Tech Director George Shear, I'm sure you're all aware of the flood that his grandson, Noah, was a part of. George's great-great-grandson, Noah, built the ark that saved all the animals. You can go talk to him about it over in Tech. But, yeah, Jen Durant wants to remind, she wants to remind everybody that you can go buy some Karting Community United raffle tickets. And just like that, carts have refired, and we're off and rolling again. So Tony's Comedy Hour is over. You are welcome. Short red flags are fun. Long red flags are not. Short red flags, those aren't too bad. We'll hit you with that phone number a little bit later on that you can text us. But, yeah, as Jen Crawford said, don't forget, folks, to go buy your Karting Community United raffle tickets. Jen Durant. I just got a lot of Jens on my mind right now. You can see Brittany Lobaugh, and she will have the tickets for you. I believe one for $1, 25 tickets for $20. So that's a hashtag bargain. So go find Brittany Lobaugh. She should be walking around selling raffle tickets for Karting Community United. 50-50. However much money is raised, you get 50% of it if your ticket is drawn. That's how a 50-50 works. And also, one more reminder that the Dan Weldon Award is being handed out tomorrow during podium presentations. So we would really appreciate everybody to attend the podiums tomorrow, as the Dan Weldon Award is quite a big deal. And Mike Marini and Chris Wheeler will be on hand to handle that. So we hope everybody will be there. We're getting ready to go. Mini-Max pre-final race. And let's set the starting grid for the final main event of these young drivers' 2016 Florida Winter Tour. Gonzalez and Morgado are your front row as they come into the tramlines for the last time today. And they got Jade Hubert and Emiliano Richards behind them. Green flag flies, and we're racing down into turn number 11. Gonzalez does a good job. One driver goes around, another one on the exit. Not sure the two involved yet. We'll work on finding out numbers. Gonzalez leads them down the front straightaway, and that should be Emiliano Richards, or possibly Matias Morgado. The AM Racing driver, whichever one it is, just walked around Gonzalez on the outside and got by him. And tough luck, it looks like one of the drivers involved in the opening incident was Jeremy Fairbairn, I believe, the 187. Looks like the driver at the tail end of the pack as they head out of turn number 2 and down the second straightaway, leading you into turn number 3. The front 3 are doing a pretty good job of spacing themselves out, but then it's fourth on back is an absolute cluster. A couple carts get together, one goes around. That looks possibly like Austin Torgerson in the bright green helmet and the Gallard red bodywork. Gonzalez battles back on the inside of turn number 8. He's got the lead, and that's Arias Duke Medjin there as well. The driver in the middle is the 162 of Matias Morgado, and Sebastian Montoya runs in fourth. Mini-Max pre-final action on the track now, which means DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers, I need you guys on the grid, ready to go. Matias Morgado and Arias Duke Medjin battle it out as we complete the opening lap. 1 down, 9 to go here in Palm Beach. Duke Medjin's going to take a look to the inside in turn number 1. He's right there, and he got him. Oh, but Morgado crosses him over. Nice move by Matias Morgado as Duke Medjin falls now back to third, Montoya in fourth. And then rounding out your top 5 is Emiliano Richards, Yuvan Sundramurthy 6th, Hubert 7th, Chambers 8th, Vasquez 9th, and Aiden Fox completing the top 10 here in Mini-Max pre-final racing. You see the drivers make their way through the top side of the track over there, turn 5, the farthest corner away from the pit lane, the paddock area, tech. Turn 5, the farthest point on the track. Now into the right-hander, turn number 6. Gonzalez out in front, and a dry line is now beginning to form. If we could just get the sun to stay out through the rest of the day, the light breeze we've got blowing across the track is working in our favor, and every lap these drivers complete helps us dry the track. The early word out of the PSL tent is that Oliver Askew suffered a brake failure, and that is what caused him to go off in turn number 11. Boy, it picked the worst possible time to happen with like an 8-second lead. Coming to the checkered flag, Askew lost the brakes rolling through turn 11 and slammed into the barriers. The good news is he's okay. He's able to text us and let us know what's going on. Yuvan Sundramurthy, Jade Hubert, and Chloe Chambers are 3 wide heading down into turn number 1. Hubert comes out in front of that whole mess. Oh, and Sundramurthy gets turned and collects, I believe, Aiden Fox with him. I'm not positive if that's Aiden, but Yuvan Sundramurthy, one driver involved in that, I can confirm, and I do believe it's the 144 of Aiden Fox, 2 drivers from the Northeast at Oakland Valley Race Park involved in an incident there. That is clearly not the way they wanted to run into each other during this race. Up front, it's Florida's own Tyler Gonzalez. Now watch out, Arias Duke Medjin, because here comes Sebastian Montoya. Montoya around Duke Medjin for third place, but Duke Medjin battles back as they head into the S. Duke Medjin now back to third. Morgado in second, Montoya back to fourth, and then it's Emiliano Richards in fifth. And don't look down over turn 11, folks, but we got some more dark clouds rolling in. The storms are not over here at the Florida Winter Tour, but we're going to try and get all of our racing in. Right now it's beautiful weather, and the racing shows it. Now Montoya back on the inside, trying to get around Duke Medjin for third. Can't get it done, but he's close. Duke Medjin knows Montoya is there. Gonzalez goes purple that last time by with a minute 14.250. Let's take a look at the rest of the field. Matias Morgado second. Duke Medjin and Montoya battle it out for third. Emiliano Richards fifth. Noel Vasquez sixth. Caleb Bacon on the CRG runs in seventh. Jade Hubert eighth after that warm-up lap incident. Torgerson up to ninth after a lap 1 spin. Chloe Chambers rounds out your top 10. Fairbairn 11th. Giovanni 12th. Fox 13th. Sundramurthy, Ethan Ho, your top 15. Here comes Tyler Gonzalez through the S's once again. They'll see 6 to go at the line. 5 to go will be the halfway mark. 5 down, 5 to go. We'll see 6 to go at the line. And again, just a reminder, folks, the weather is not done here. Please make sure that everything is staked down and taken care of, because we do have more thunderstorms moving up I guess rather maybe moving down from the north. I'm not really sure how this state is shaped. If there's not mountains, I don't know my geography at all. Sounds like it's moving west to east, our crack meteorologist tells me. All I know is that it's dark over there and it's about to be dark here. So that's the weather that I can break down for all of you. It's clear here, but it's about to not be clear here, okay? So advise for a rain jacket would be what Max Speed weatherman Tony Laporta says. Yeah, the weather rock is currently wet. The weather rock is soon to be wetter. So please plan accordingly. Tyler Gonzalez, he doesn't care. He's only got 5 laps remaining when he gets to the line as we've reached halfway in our Mini-Max race. Things between Duke Medgen and Montoya have calmed down a little bit. Second place is still Montoya. Duke Medgen holds third. Montoya a few kart lengths back in fourth. There you see Gonzalez making his way across the world's largest finish line here at Palm Beach Karting. I was just in St. Pete last weekend for IndyCar, and that finish line was huge too. They love big finish lines here in Florida. Chicks dig a big finish line. Emiliano Richards runs 5th, Noel Vasquez 6th, Caleb Bacon 7th, Torgerson 8th, Fairbairn and Hubert are at the top 10. Good run here going for Jeremy Fairbairn after he was involved in a spin down off the green flag in turn number 11. He's doing a great job at picking his way back up the leaderboard here. Gonzalez goes purple at the halfway mark, minute 13.714. There's a shot of turns 5, 6. Here comes your leader, Tyler Gonzalez, through 7. He'll hit the S's, turns 8, 9, and 10. As he's just trying to get home in one piece here. The lead last time by, 2.9 seconds as he saw the crossed flags. We'll see what it is next time by. It's going to be well over 3 seconds as Gonzalez is the only driver in the minute 13-second bracket. Here he comes out of the final corner. Let's take a look at what the lap is going to be. A minute 13.7. He improves to a minute 13.2. Tyler Gonzalez not backing down at all here. The lead grows to 3.5 seconds from P1 back to P2. Everywhere else out on track, it seems to be pretty calm. Here comes Austin Torgerson. He's involved in a good race here. That's going to be Jeremy Fairbairn going right by Torgerson. So bump Torgerson from 9th now up to 8th. He'll set his sights on Caleb Bacon, the next card ahead of him in 7th. I hope you folks have all heard of the vortex theory in racing, which is when there's weather coming towards the track. If we get enough race cars or enough go-karts going around the track in one direction, like an oval or around the road course, or if we get them spinning around fast enough, the centrifugal force created by those carts or those race cars will push the weather away. That's a theory created by Darrell Waltrip, I think. It's the vortex theory. So we just need to get all these go-karts out on track driving around nice and fast, and the centrifugal force will push the weather away from us. Here at Palm Beach, the home of vortex karting, the vortex theory, well supported. We'll put it like that. Only a few laps to go here. Gonzalez doesn't care what the weather does. It's not going to be here in time to affect him. DD2 will roll up next. Then we'll have Micro Max and Junior Max to end the day on. The big mover and shaker of this one, I think, is going to have to go to Jeremy Fairbairn after being taken out in lap number 1 off the green flag. Locked him up, spun him out. Not sure if there was contact that helped him spin or not. The point is, he was dead last on the track the opening lap, and now he's all the way up into 8th place, trying to reel in Caleb Bacon. I don't know if he's going to have enough time here. They've got about a lap and a half to go. But Jeremy Fairbairn doing a pretty good job here in wet weather conditions after an early spin. I can see him now in turn one. Bacon, Bacon may want to watch out because Fairbairn is right behind him and then right in front of Caleb Bacon. Let's see who that is. That should be that's going to be Noel Vasquez. As they head down into the turn number 3, you see Bacon and Vasquez having a good race of it. Jeremy Fairbairn just trying to get 2 for the price of 1. This could move him from 8th all the way up to 6th, which is not a terrible place to start outside row number 2 for tomorrow's main event. Here they come heading for the S's. Duke Medjin and Montoya, 3rd and 4th. Then in 5th place, it's going to be Emiliano Richards, 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's the race we're watching right now. Here they come. It should be Noel Vasquez in 6th, Bacon on the CRG in 7th, and then Fairbairn runs in 8th. As they head down the back straightaway, there they are again. Fairbairn just trying to pick and choose the right moment. He's on the inside of Caleb Bacon. Now as they come out of 11 down the front straightaway, no, not yet. Bacon had a good run. Now Bacon's going to challenge Vasquez for the 6th spot down in turn number 1. Bacon hard on the brakes. Oh, but Vasquez does a good job of hanging with them. Oh, he crosses him over. Bacon and Vasquez side by side. Out of turn number 2 down the 2nd straightaway heading for turn number 3. Vasquez has the inside line as the track goes to the left. Bacon's got to let him go. Now Fairbairn gets involved in all of it, and Fairbairn's going to get 2 for the price of 1. Jeremy Fairbairn now into the 6th position. Looks like he was able to bring Vasquez and Bacon and Torgerson. Torgerson's going to be the big beneficiary off of this as Caleb Bacon is just trying to keep Torgerson behind him. They're 3 wide, racing for what will now become the 7th position. It's Vasquez, Bacon, and Torgerson. Meanwhile, Jeremy Fairbairn up into P6 and driving away. Checkered flag is going to fly for your winner and pole sitter for tomorrow's final, Tyler Gonzalez. The battle for 3rd place. It's going to be a close one. It's going to go to Montoya. Sebastian Montoya gets Duke Medjin at the line. Matias Morgado was 2nd. Montoya 3rd. Duke Medjin 4th. Richards 5th. And Jeremy Fairbairn, after some last lap heroics, comes home in P6. Noel Vasquez 7th. Caleb Bacon 8th. Torgerson and Giovanni, your top 10. Pretty good racing there in Minimax. Jade Hubert will finish 11th. Chambers 12th. Fox 13th. Sundramurthy and Ethan Ho finish out the running order. So Minimax drivers are done. They're going to take them to the barn, dry them off, and put them up for the night. DD2 drivers are coming up next. So as we get ready for our DD2 Masters pre-final, got a shout out here. It's a unique one. So Yuvan Sundramurthy, this shout out is for you. So please keep your ears on here. Tell Yuvan that his friends Adam the Savage, Charlie LaFerrari, and Billy the Potato Farmer say hi. Why? That's impressive. That's an email right there. And then we have a race joke here. Why did Oliver ask you? Oh, that's mean. I don't know if we should read that. Okay, so Oliver, this is not my joke. This is coming from people who have emailed it to us. This is a race joke. I asked people to email us, and this is what we got. It says from Billy Drury. Billy Drury says, why did Oliver ask you cross the track? Because his brakes failed. I don't know. I'm a jerk, but even I'm not sure about that one. So, Billy Drury, thanks for the jokes. You know, I still can't get over Billy Drury's joke. That's not cool. It's not even worth repeating, but I'm going to do it anyway. No, I'm not. That's mean. If you want to hear the joke, come find me later. But we're always open to humor here on the live broadcast of the Florida Winter Tour. So continue to email us live@floridawintertour.com. Then I've got that phone number for you guys to text us at here in a little bit. That's really a number that you can text if you have comments, concerns, questions, jokes, anything, recipes, places to go eat, movie suggestions. If you need a ride, that's just a number that you can text whenever you really need anything. Max Speed is thinking about getting into the Uber business. But we're not going to make any more jokes about Oliver Askew because he's out on track right now. And he's bringing this field around for the green flag here in DD2 Senior and DD2 Masters. One driver off in the lake over in turn 3. Didn't get a number on that one, but it's a yacht now, whoever the cart was. Boy, that's not the place to go off. Mud bogging out here in turn 3 at the Florida Winter Tour. I got to find the number on that guy. You'll be able to tell which cart it was because the side pods will be brown when he gets to us. Askew and Wickens are your front row. Michael McCarthy and Marco Signoretti are row number 2. Dev Gore and Alessandro Bizzotto make up row number 3. And it's Luke Chudley and Sebastian Herrera in row 4. Rounding out our top 10 starting order will be Munoz and Didier Carre. Ethan Simone and Moises de Oliveira start 11th and 12th in DD2 Senior. And then in DD2 Masters, it's going to be Luis Chiavo, Ronnie Sensor, Christian Cornio, Scott Davidson, Rodrigo Aspini, and John Cariati as we get ready to drop the rag. Bryce Choker. Okay, that's not even appropriate, the joke you just sent. Would I like to read it over the speakers? Yes. But that's terrible. Bryce Choker. I didn't even know you had that sense of humor, sir. We're getting ready to go. This is fun, interacting. PSL karting loaded up on the top of the hauler, making sure Oliver Askew's going to be able to bring home the victory here in DD2 Senior. Him and Robert Wickens. It could still be a really good race there. Anderson Racing, hello. Yes, we see you guys as well. What about Kuna? They don't have anybody up there. So if you guys want to throw stuff at the Kuna trailer, no one's up there. No, don't do that. I'm not endorsing that. That's not okay. I like to see the PSL guys and all their red and white stuff, and then all the Anderson guys and all their black stuff. It's like gang wars, karting style. Oliver Askew, he's getting ready for a war with Robert Wickens as we put him into the tram lanes. DD2 Senior getting ready to go, and then our DD2 Masters drivers a ways behind. Gridding them up 2x2 for a 15-lap shootout, it looks like, here in DD2 Senior. Green flag flies, and they're racing. Oliver Askew leads them out. Robert Wickens again did a really good job. Didn't fall back on the start there. He runs in second as they head down to turn number 1. Our Masters drivers get their green flag as well. And Askew defends down to the inside. Wickens has to run the high line. And I think we've gone back to 15 laps on this race because the weather is looking better. And we want to give these guys their full run. Masters drivers hit turn 1. Christian Cornio slipping and sliding as he takes over the lead, the Chilean driver aboard the Praga. DD2 Senior, the race is on between Askew and Robert Wickens. Wickens not backing off here on the start. And then don't forget you had Michael McCarthy, Signoretti, and Dev Gore filling out the rest of that top 5. I'm looking for Signoretti. It looks like he's dropped off on the start here. He's outside the top 5, barely inside the top 10. Here comes Askew and Wickens. Robert Wickens put up a great video back at the start of the Florida Winter Tour of him doing preseason testing here at Palm Beach Karting, and it was out in the rain. So you know, not that Oliver Askew doesn't have laps in the rain here, but you know that for certain Robert Wickens has been here recently driving in wet weather conditions, and you can tell because this is some of the best he's been able to do in terms of keeping up with Oliver Askew. Wickens did a great job under braking right there to close up to Oliver, but he might have gotten in a little too hot because Wickens is able to just drive While Witkins stays in second, it's Askew who's able to drive away on the exit of turn number 2. Let's look at the rest of the field here. Alessandro Bizzotto is battling with Luke Chudley for that 3rd spot. Dev Gore in 5th. Simone 6th. Herrera 7th. De Oliveira, DDA, and Marco Signoretti. I said Marco was having troubles, and that's exactly right, as he fell from the front on the start of this race, outside of the top 5, barely inside the top 10, as there goes Askew and Wickens, P1, P2, and then it's the 425 of Bizzotto in 3rd. 4th should be Chudley, and it is. And then there goes Anderson Racing's Dev Gore, but Dev Gore's got Ethan Simone reeling him in kind of quickly here. Simone racing out of Canada on the Maranello, same as Robert Wickens. Yeah, Dev Gore's got to watch out here because Sebastian Herrera on the 446 it is actually, the Burrell driver. The 446 just laid down a minute 9.9. Dev Gore was a minute 10.1. So if Dev wants to stay inside the top 5, he's really going to have to pedal that thing to stay out in front of Herrera. As they make their way out of turn 3. And through the right-hander, turn 4, up the hill to turn number 5. There's not really a hill here. It's just they're really far away. So it's a figure of speech. It's not an onomatopoeia. It's a euphemism. It's a euphemism is what it is. Yeah, Dev Gore is really having a pedal right now if he wants to stay in front of the 446, Sebastian Herrera. I want to try and look at our DD2 Masters battle, but right now the senior race is just what we're keeping our eyes on. There goes Chudley in 4th with Bizzotto in 3rd. Chudley did a good job on braking right there, and then Dev Gore continues to just give up a little bit of ground every lap here. Herrera doing a good job at closing in the gap, less than a half of a second from Dev Gore back to Sebastian Herrera. Talk about our DD2 Masters drivers really quickly here. Looks like Christian Cornio runs 11th with Rodrigo Espino. Something's happened to Luis Chiavo as he is 15th overall. And it looks like about 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5th in the DD2 Masters running order. The dry line has almost completely come in now. The sun is shining, and all that weather that was coming from the west to the east looks to be shifting and scraping us on the bottom just a little bit. Hopefully we are in the clear for our last two and a half races of the day. It's DD2 on track now. Then we have Micro Max drivers on the grid. Junior Max will roll out to end the day. It's been a long day, that is for sure. We were supposed to be done with our pre-finals. Let's take a look at the schedule. 3:05. Junior Max was supposed to roll out. It's 5 o'clock now. So it's been a day and a half. Dev Gore looks like he had a few issues, possibly as he's given up some positions. And again, you see live look of your leader, Oliver Askew, right there making his way through the S's. That's a great shot right there, down and low on the ground. HD camera. And folks, as always, I forget to remind you, if you're watching this race live at home online and you're on YouTube, make sure you go over to the settings button at the bottom right-hand corner of the video window and click to HD, because YouTube doesn't always display its video in HD even if we're recording it in HD. I learned that last weekend when I was in St. Petersburg watching the race online from the media center. We have beautiful images here, but if you don't show YouTube if you don't tell YouTube to show it to you in HD, you're not always going to see it. Alessandro Bizzotto gives up a position there to Luke Chudley down in turn number 1. But yeah, always remember to do that. If you guys are at home watching live online, make sure you go to the settings menu and tell YouTube to show you HD 720 or 1080p quality. Because if you don't, you're missing out on some really crystal clear images of the racing here at the Florida Winter Tour. Yeah, and you can throw it up on your TV. Race Monitor is on Apple TV. So if you open up Race Monitor on Apple TV, go to the watch button down on the corner of Race Monitor on your Apple TV. You'll have our race broadcast right there on your smart Apple TV. Technology, man, what a time to be alive. The sun has come out for the first time in a few hours here at Palm Beach, and it is shining down on us, and it's shining right there on that young man, Oliver Askew, as he swerves in between the puddles here at Palm Beach Karting. And as the sun comes out, the track dries up. Askew just hits his marks, folks. Robert Wickens can only sit back and watch as the master goes to work. Behind them, you see Luke Chudley and Alessandro Bizzotto. Bizzotto has gotten back now around for third place. Chudley is in fourth. Dev Gore still doing a great job at hanging tight in fifth place. I talked about how he would really need to saddle up to pull away from Herrera, and he did exactly that. The guys on top of Anderson Racing giving him the signal. They're listening to me. They're telling Dev Gore he's got to saddle up and ride, and that's exactly what he did as he pulls away from Sebastian Herrera. Moises de Oliveira is in seventh. DD8 car eighth. Christian Corneo leads the way in DD2 Masters. Oliver Askew's got them aluminum rims on. Dang, Oliver. At it again with those shiny rims. I like it. Cody Schindel jogs across the track. You won't see that very often. I can't wait to get blown up for saying that. Whoa, we just got a text from the heart of Texas. Mike Jones telling us that he's live. We're live at DKC. He's got the race blown up on the flat screen there at Dallas Karting Complex. That's a good-looking TV there, Mike Jones. Thanks a bunch for keeping us a part of your Saturday afternoon. Hope the weather's better in the beautiful state of Texas than it is here in Florida. I can't complain now. The sun's coming out. Pounded us with rain for about an hour and a half, but the track is drying up nicely, and we sure appreciate all the boys at Dallas Karting Complex for tuning in and watching live. If I'm going to talk about Dallas Karting Complex, I look out my window and I see someone who's pretty well connected with Dallas Karting Complex, Gina French. She's out on the track as one of our assistant race directors. She can't hear us right now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you when we go to the camera that she's standing right next to, where she is on track. She's over there in turn one in the motorsport.com complex. You can see her right there, actually. She's standing in the black coat with a white ball cap on. That's Gina, mother of prolific shifter kart and DD2 racer Jake French. So she's probably out here right now imagining her son banging the two speeds. We're getting another shout out from Mark Lubischer. I never think I'm saying Mark's name right, but he's got us live. He's watching the 12 Hours of Sebring on his laptop. We're up on Apple TV, and that looks like a nice cold beer right next to him. So, man, we're streaming live around the world. Check that out, Carl. That is pretty cool right there. Mark, we appreciate you for tuning in live on Race Monitor. Oh, and Jake French is watching. So, Jake, your mom's out there. She's doing a great job, and we appreciate you for watching as well, man. We wish you were here racing. I know you've been tearing it up at the Challenge of the Americas, but we sure miss you down here at the Florida Winter Tour. Jake and Mike and all the DKC guys, we really do look forward to seeing the next time. I look forward to getting to call another race that you all are in again. But we probably should check back in on the battle on track right now. We'll talk about the guys who are texting us later. Oliver Askew, not much has changed for him up at the front. Robert Wickens stays in second. The gap from P1 back to P2, 2.4 seconds. Oh, Bizzotto spins in the S's while battling with Chudley. Bizzotto loops it in the S's He's not going to lose any more than one spot. He was running third. Chudley's going to take over that spot now as he crosses the start-finish line. Bizzotto's lucky. He had such a big gap. There goes Chudley across the line, and here comes Alessandro Bizzotto back and forth. Oh, but uncharacteristic mistake as the 599 of Rodrigo Espina and the 543 of Ronnie Sensor have a good battle. We're waiting to see the white flag next time by as Oliver Askew comes out of turn number 5 at the top of the track. One kart slows to a stop. No, he's just letting traffic go by. That's mighty considerate of whoever that driver is to pull off in a safe spot and let the leaders go by. The blue flag is in effect here today in heat races and pre-finals, but when we get to main events tomorrow, the track staff has decided that due to the fact championship tickets and, championship trophies and tickets to the grand finals are on the line, there will be no blue flag in tomorrow's finals. It will only be a black flag. If you're at the risk of being put a lap down and getting in the way of our leaders, you will simply be removed from the track. White flag flies here over Oliver Askew. Not much to it. You just got to put the thing in coast and get it home in one piece. So I'll hold my tongue on telling Oliver Askew how to drive the final lap because as we saw in Senior Max, that didn't exactly work out for him. So we're all going to hold our collective breaths as Oliver is once again out in front with a pretty big lead here. And we joke, but we obviously just want to make sure that he gets to the finish line safely and in the position he's currently running. Sean Owens says ATM from Dallas Karting Complex. Sean, that's weird, man. Oliver Askew through the S's for the final time today. He heads down the back straightaway, and we're all going to just make sure that he gets to that last corner cleanly. He's going to pump the brakes a few extra times before he gets in, and now safely out of turn 11. PSL, make some noise for your boy, Oliver Askew. He gets the win in DD2. Good race there. Boy, Cooney USA, talk about that, the checkered flag camera. They're in a prime spot right there. As we show you our checkered flag flying, the Cooney USA hauler is on perfect display. That's one of the D Orlandos playing on the ladder. Get down, Nicholas. You don't want to fall. You're going to hurt yourself. He's not even listening. So the checkered flag flies over Oliver Askew as he scores the victory in DD2 Senior. Robert Wickens is second, Luke Chudley third, Bizzotto fourth, and Dev Gore in fifth. Scoring the win in DD2 Masters will be the 501 of Christian Corneo with Ronnie Sensor in second and Rodrigo Espina in third. The issues for Luis Chiavo as he is still making his way around the track. He hits the finish line right there. He finishes fifth with John Cariati rounding out the Masters field. So that will do it for our DD2 drivers. Coming up next, it's going to be Micromax. So now it's time to ride off into the sunset almost here at the Florida Winter Tour. We're getting ready to go with our Micro Max pre-final, and we get emails and we get text messages all the time of people letting us know they're watching, like the ones I was just talking about. Mike Jones down in Dallas, Mark in Denver, Colorado. But we got 3 really big fans watching this race poolside down here in Florida. We sure wish they were here watching the racing, but they're not. They're poolside watching the action live online. And to those 3 big fans, sure appreciate you tuning in, guys. We really do appreciate everyone tuning in and watching the live broadcast. It means a lot, and we wish all of our fans could be here watching the race this weekend. But we still have fun with who we've got here, that's for sure. Micro Max on the track, getting ready to roll. Brandon Tyner, Andre Pedrosa spinning the wrenches on the boy from Texas. Starting this race from the pole position. Josh Pearson will line up on the outside of row number 1. James Zagosi starts third with Karsten DeFonts in 4th. Justin Arsenault, the Ben Cooper racing driver, starts 5th with Santiago Trisney in 6th. Ashton Torgerson, hailing from Medford, Oregon, rolls off 7th with Juan Pablo Cepeda and Jeremy Fletcher in 9th. Marcello Pancia starts 10th with Asmar, Crawford, Juncos, Fittipaldi, and Jack Jeffers. The rest of your top 15. There's a beautiful look at our Micro Max grid as they head for turn number 11 and the green flag. Folks, let's go Micro Max Racing. One more time, they're going to go around the track. So let's meet that starting grid again. What do you say? Brandon Tyner from Chase Brash Racing with Andre Pedrosa. I called him Victor in Ocala last month. Victor Pedrosa spinning the wrenches on Trinan S-Step. And it's brother Andre Pedrosa spinning the wrenches on Brandon Tyner here in Micro Max. Brothers Pedrosa, they've got the best beards you're going to see in the karting paddock. That is for sure. And they also happen to be probably the 2 nicest humans you're ever going to meet in your life. The Pedrosa brothers. So to see both of their drivers running so well here at the Florida Winter Tour is a pretty cool deal. I got to admit, it's fun to see them running so well. There's Greg Pearson up on the fence as he watches Junior do battle here in Micro Max. The fence line always gets pretty full, and for the right reasons. This is a good race. I see Jen Crawford down over there in the Turn 1 grandstands. Something tells me she's a little bit nervous for the start of this race. As we get ready to go, they make their way from turn 4 up to turn number 5. We got people hanging on the Latifi's trailer up top on PSL. Anderson and even a few of the red shirts from Kuna are up top, ready to watch this one. It's the second to last pre-final of the day, folks. Micro Max has been fantastic every time they've hit the track. And something tells me they're not about to slow down. So let's get ready to go. Brandon Tyner and Josh Pearson are going to bring them down. Then it's going to be James Zagosi in 3rd, Karsten DeFonts in 4th, Justin Arsenault 5th, Trisney in 6th, Torgerson rolls 7th, Cepeda starts 8th, Fletcher and Pancia round out yours top 10. It's a good-looking grid of drivers, folks. Make sure you're somewhere where you can see them. He wants them slowed down. Arsenault's getting an extra finger pointed at him, telling him to slow that inside line down. We're getting ready to go Micro Max Racing, folks. What do you say? They come into the tram lanes for the final time this afternoon, 2 by 2. My good buddy, Cameron Egger, what do you say? Let's go racing. Green flag flies and they're off down into turn number 1. That inside line gets a good shove. Few carts get together in turn number 11. Up front, though, it's all clean. Brandon Tyner looks over his right shoulder, and he sees about a 5 cart length back behind him. They head for the concrete in turn number 1. Hard on the brakes. Paige Crawford working on the inside. She's trying to get inside the top 5. Good move. She's passed another cart. We're off and racing. As Chris Wheeler would say, we're clean and green here, folks. It's a 10-lap Micro Max pre-final shootout. They head down the straightaway into turn number 3. Brandon Tyner did exactly what he needed to do, starting from the pole position and driving out to an early lead here. From turn 4, they head for the left-hander. Turn number 5 at the far side of the track. One driver loops it on the exit of turn number 4, is going to get stuck in the wet grass. Maybe, maybe not. Fires up and keeps going. Here come our leaders. Tyner out in front. And then let's see who's in the second position. It's going to be one of the Bennett drivers battling with Josh Pearson. It's the 48, Agozi. So they've got a few different helmets on for the rain, and that's thrown me for a curveball. Pearson pulls up alongside Agozi, going down into turn number 11. Pearson's there. Can he get it? Yes, he does. Josh Pearson, jazz hands. Now, into the second position. Agozi falls back to third, but it's the Texan, Brandon Tyner, up front as we complete lap number 1. Pearson shows the way to Agozi in second, and then behind them is going to be Team Felon driver Jeremy Fletcher in P4. Behind him, rounding out the top 5, Connecticut's very own Karsten DeFonts in P5. Justin Arsenault runs 6th with Paige Crawford all the way up into 7th is where she's being scored right now. Good run for the young lady from Long Island who only saw the track in time for practice on Friday morning. She was here running Rock Cup last weekend, but she's doing a fantastic job right now. We got a spinner over in turn 3. Not sure who it is. Another one as well. So turn 3, Calamity Corner, early on here in our Micro Max pre-final. Brandon Tyner doing a fantastic job finding the dry spots out on the track as they roll by. You can tell that they do have slick tires on the karts now as they do their best job to try and search out the dry line. Justin Arsenault is going to run in that 6th position. Paige Crawford in 7th, and behind them looks like that's Geronimo Barrio in 8th. Juan Pablo Cepeda in 9th, and Andres Asmar rounds out the top 10. We've got a couple drivers we need to the steward's office. Drivers are the number 301, 313, 413, 492, 526, and the 109 to the steward's office. We'll hit those again here at the end of this race as Jeremy Fletcher is starting to get a challenge in the form of Karsten DeFonts right behind him. Brandon Tyner goes purple that last time by. I love getting texts from the pool side, I'll tell you that. Hope the laptop doesn't get wet is all I can say. But we sure do appreciate everybody tuning in and watching live. As Mark from Race Monitor tells us, lots of people following live around the world. Look at that. Mark Lubischer from Race Monitor sends me a map of all the site hits that they have around the globe. And we have people tuning in to watch from Brazil, Chile, Argentina, looks like France, Germany, the United Kingdom, even Iraq. We're being told we have viewers out there. Canada, Northern California, Mexico, the middle of the country. Big numbers in Canada as well. We sure appreciate everybody tuning in to watch live wherever you are this weekend. We hope you're having a great afternoon. As the track continues to dry, a lot of these drivers still on wet weather tires, but you really do see a dry line forming around the track here. And this kind of racing, in my opinion, it really does show you who the real contenders are when it gets down to it. It's changing track conditions. I've always been a big advocate of dirt racing. If you want to find out who the best drivers are, put them on dirt. Well, the next best thing when you're racing on asphalt, throw a little bit of water down on that asphalt. It changes everything up, and you really find out who is for real when they drop the green flag. Brandon Tyner is impressing me and a whole lot of other people out there right now as he leads. Josh Pearson in second, and Jeremy Fletcher is reeling in James Agozi as they are going to have a good little fight here for third place. Fourth is Fletcher, DeFonts fifth, Arsenault sixth, Paige Crawford still running really well in seventh, Asmar eighth, Cepeda and Jankowski, your top 10. Fletcher's right behind Agozi now as they head into turn one. He stays right in line. Oh, man, Fletcher hard on the brakes to keep off of Agozi, but he has got a big run of steam working right now. Last time by Agozi was a minute 15.9. Fletcher a minute 15.4 as they head down the back straightaway. Jeremy Fletcher down to the inside as they exit turn 3. He's not going to be able to get it done there. Through 4, he takes another look. Agozi with that white helmet on, probably because it's got a dark visor on it for the clear sun now. Now Fletcher gets a run on him in turn 5. Fletcher and Agozi cross each other over side by side into turn 6. It's going to be Fletcher, but he slides wide. Agozi comes back on the inside, but the track goes back to the left. That benefits Fletcher. Fletcher now has the 3rd position, and Agozi stays in 4th as they roll through the S's. Great moves there by Jeremy Fletcher. James Agozi not going to take it lying down, though. He comes out of the draft. He's going to set up Fletcher for a pass in turn 11. This is for 3rd place. Agozi's there, and he's got it. James Agozi, but Fletcher crosses him over again. Willikers! These guys are doing a lot of side-by-side racing right now. Agozi pulls up as they head to turn number 1. They're wheel to wheel. Hard on the brakes. Who's it going to go to? Turns 1 and 2. Fletcher and Agozi, they're giving you your money's worth right now, folks, wherever you're watching, here in the stands or live online. Now, Paige Crawford wants a piece of the action as well as she works on Justin Arsenault. That's going to be for 6th place. Crawford down to the inside. It's not even a contest. Crawford's got it. Jen, calm down. The girl knows what she's doing. Paige now into P6 as she races out of the Iron Rock Motorsports pit. We're keeping an eye on Brandon Tyner. He's got lap traffic in front of him. He's going to catch him quickly. Pearson in 2nd. Agozi up to 3rd as he stays in front of Jeremy Fletcher. And then in 5th, it's Karsten DeFont. Paige Crawford, Arsenault continue to battle. They come into the S's. Arsenault running P6. Crawford right there behind him, stalking him as they roll through the S's. This is a good race, folks. 5 down, 4 to go at the line here as Josh Pearson goes purple. That time by minute 14.563 for little gingerbread man Josh Pearson. Greg's up on the fence waving him on. Paige Crawford heads into turn 1 now behind Justin Arsenault. Arsenault's doing a good job at driving out in front of Crawford, running his own race. That's been the key to these races all year. Here goes Ashton Torgerson. He's going to make a pass for position there. That should be Torgerson getting around possibly Andres Asmar. He's back there racing with Geronimo Barrio, so there's a lot of traffic around 8th on back. The front 6 and 7 are pretty clear. The closest fight we're watching right now is going to be Justin Arsenault and Paige Crawford. That is for 6th place. Oh, but now, just as I say that, Agozi is going to have to clear the lap traffic. He does it okay. Jeremy Fletcher stays right behind him. And now Karsten DeFont is going to have to clear the lap traffic. That looks like 5, the number 5 of Aiden Ingarata. Again, the blue and yellow flag being used today during the heat races, but it will not be used tomorrow. Black flag comes out on Sunday. Pearson is getting told to go, getting waved on, and he's listening, Greg. Goes purple again, minute 14.399. Josh Pearson, your fastest driver on the track. He's trying to eat into Brandon Tyner's lead. 1.3 seconds the gap. It's a tall order here with 2.5 laps to go. I'm just not sure if he's going to have the time. Paige Crawford is not letting Justin Arsenault go so easily. Crawford pulls up alongside Arsenault. Heading down into turn number 3. Paige Crawford's there, and she's got it. Crawford continues her holy war with Justin Arsenault. That should put Paige pretty solidly into the 6th position right now. We'll keep an eye on that battle as her and Arsenault are not done yet. Not by a long shot. Oh, Crawford slides wide on the exit of turn number 5. That lets Arsenault back by her. Arsenault back into P6. Crawford not letting him go at all, and they're going to hit the lap traffic next. We'll see what Arsenault does to get around. Oh, no, the lap traffic gets in Crawford's way. Oh, that is killer. The number 5 is going to get in front of Paige Crawford and allow Justin Arsenault to pull away here with 2 to go. Paige has had good speed, though, so I'm not going to say it's over until it's totally over. Pearson was your quickest driver on track. Now it's the 48, James Agozi. Agozi, a minute 13.865. He is your quickest driver on track. I'm watching to see if Paige Crawford's going to be able to reel in Justin Arsenault or not. Paige has got that rabbit out in front of her that she can really try and chase down. But the question is, Arsenault's got no pressure. He can lay down really solid and consistent laps without someone breathing down his neck. So that lap traffic definitely got in the way of a really good race. That's why it's good to know that we're beginning using the black flags tomorrow. Talking about good races, this one is not over yet. Not quite. They're going to come down to see the white flag flying, and Josh Pearson is rolling here, folks. He went minute 14 flat last time by. That's 0.3 of a second quicker than your leader, Brandon Tyner. Down the back straightaway, in and out of turn 11 they come. They're going to see the white flag flying here. 1 to go. Does Pearson have anything for Brandon Tyner? They fly down the front straightaway. Let's see what the gap is here. 0.7 of a second. Pearson goes purple. A minute 13.786. 1 lap to settle it here as Josh Pearson can see Brandon Tyner. He can almost smell Brandon Tyner. He just can't touch Brandon Tyner. He's not close enough. Not yet. Meanwhile, behind them, James Agozi runs solidly in third. Jeremy Fletcher in fourth. DeFonts fifth. Arsenault with no pressure hangs tight in sixth. Crawford seventh. Torgerson eighth. Jankowski and Barrio your top 10 here as we have half of a lap to go. Pearson is almost caught. Brandon Tyner catching them's one thing, passing them is another. Pearson within 3 cart lengths of Tyner as they only have 4 corners left to go now. 3 corners to go as they roll through the S's. Only 1 big corner remaining. It's going to be turn number 11. Tyner's going to have to make a mistake here, or Pearson's going to have a Hail Mary work if he's going to get the win and the pole position. Into the final corner. Turn 11. Pearson's there. I don't know if he's going to have the speed out of the corner. It's not going to be close enough. Brandon Tyner scores the win in Micromax. Wow. Josh Pearson mounts an incredible charge, going purple on the final lap, a minute 13.420, but it's not enough. What a great effort by Josh Pearson, and he's going to come up just a little bit short, 0.3 of a second to be exact. What a great battle there. James Agozi runs P3, Jeremy Fletcher fourth, Carson DeFonts rounds out your top 5. Tip of the cap to both Justin Arsenault and Paige Crawford for the fantastic battle they had for 6th place. Arsenault comes away with the position, but watch out for Paige Crawford, because if she drives like she did today, tomorrow, it could be a very different story. Ashton Torgerson finishes 8th, Alex Jankowski 9th, and then Geronimo Barrio rounds out the top 10. Asmar 11th, Panchia 12th, Trisney 13th, Cepeda and Fittipaldi are your top 15. Junko 16th, Para 17th, Nikita Johnson, Etwart, and Carrasquedo, your top 20. But it's Brandon Tyner doing the honors, crossing the finish line first in our pre-final for Micromax. Are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen? How about a round of applause for all of our Micromax drivers? That was a really good race. Well, not sure if we've saved best for last, but it is going to be an incredibly exciting race. As coming up next, our last run of the day, our final pre-final, the Kuna USA Junior Max category, getting ready to roll out next. Get somewhere where you can see this one, folks. You're not going to want to miss it. So before we meet the starting lineup for today's last pre-final, let's hear a couple shout-outs. Luz Barrow, go Matthias from mom, sister, and grandma in Bradenton. Luce, that's Luce. I said her name wrong because it's L-U-Z, and it's actually pronounced Luce, right? That's Matthias' mom's name is Luce. Luce, she says hello. Let's see here. Roy and Kim Schindel watching live from Canada. Love your comment about Cody. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad someone likes my comments about Cody. Good luck to all Canadians. Wishing I was there. That's from Kyle Edgar in Oakville, Ontario. And tell Oliver I wish him the best of luck, and sorry about the joke. Billy Drury, don't be sorry. It was funny. We all laughed, so don't worry about it. Again, Luce Barrero cheering on Matthias, so we appreciate Matthias's mom joining us for the last race of the day. Let's meet the starting lineup for our last pre-final of the afternoon. What do you say about that, folks? Do you want to see who's going to be in this final race? Let's meet them right now. 37 carts deep is what we're getting ready to roll out for our Junior Max pre-final. Starting in the 37th position on the inside of row number 19, the 233 of Rahif Shah. In row number 18, in the 36th position, the 277 of Colt Hensley, alongside the 272 of Luis Felipe Gava. In row 17, starting 34th, the 238 of Alexander Bastos, and Emma Delartre in 33rd. Starting 32nd with the 203 of Daniel Ruiz, and in the 31st position on grid, the 232 of Thomasine Brennan from Anderson Karting. In 30th, the 229 of Braden Werner, and in 29th, the 211 of Stephen Malozzi. Obviously, apparently an issue in Stewart's office that I was not aware of, because Malozzi was your pre-final winner. He is starting this race from 29th. Nathan Ratton rolls off 28th with Colin Gasparini in 27th. Dylan Tavance starts 26th with Mark C. Donato in 25th. Maxwell Waithman starts in the 24th position, and on the inside of row number 12, the 234 Burrell of George Stojakovic. Kai Palomino starts 22nd with Juan Diego Velasquez in 21st. There's Scott Gordonier down on the track. He is one of our assistant race directors. Old Gordo, they call him. He's down there. And Cam Egger walks to the starting position, where he will give the green flag. Inside the top 20, we have the 214, New York's very own Dylan Tavella, rolling off 20th. And then from the Beehive State of Utah, the 281 of Peyton Durant. Zoe Edenholm from Kuna, USA, will start in the 18th position with the 287 of Marc-Antoine Poirier on the inside of row number 9. Killian Meyer takes his CRG from 16th on the grid, while Zasumbar Kovacs starts 15th. Arthur Leist rolls off 14th with the Bennett driver Lachlan DiFrancesco in P13. Texas's Riley Dickinson rolls off 12th with little brother Nicholas D'Orlando in 11th. Now inside the top 10 we go. Andres de Alba on the outside of row number 5 with Manuel Silliman in the inside of row number 5. Zach Hollingshead starts 8th with Anderson Racing's 269 of Aiden Keel. I believe Aiden Keel's still getting tuned on by Nick Neri, so despite that, I think he'll still have a good run. Henry Cubitus starts in the 6th position with Ryan McDermott, who has shown flashes of brilliance this season. He starts 5th. Matt Latifi had a fantastic run last weekend in the Rock Cup Championship finale at the Florida Winter Tour. Latifi rolls off 4th aboard the 218 Sofina Foods Tony Kart. And on the inside of row number 2, he's the championship point leader coming into the weekend, the 258 Ocala Grand Prix Tony Kart of Matias Ramirez. And of our 37 drivers, only 2 have the honor of being on that front row when we get ready to see the green flag here in less than 1 lap. On the outside of row number 1 from Kuna, USA, driver of the 251, Michael D. Orlando. And on the inside, starting on pole from Orsalon Racing, hailing from Hockley, Texas, the 274, your pole sitter, Nicholas Bruckner. That is your Junior Max starting grid as they make their way around the track for their formation lap. Folks, you're going to want to get somewhere where you can see this one. If you're on top of the haulers, be safe. Don't fall off. If you're in the grandstands, be safe. Don't slide. The metal's wet. Get ready, folks. This is our last pre-final of the day. We're going to end Saturday here in Palm Beach in high fashion. We're getting ready to light the candle on the big race of the day, Junior Max, brought to you by Kuna USA. There's a lot of folks on the Kuna hauler getting ready to watch the green flag fly on this one. They got a couple drivers here in our Junior Max pre-final. Wherever you're at, folks, make sure you can see it as we're getting ready to go green for the final time today at the Florida Winter Tour. It's our last pre-final. Nick Bruckner, Michael D'Orlando, bringing them down for the last time today over the dog leg out of the S's. They're going to put them into the tram lanes. Matias Ramirez and Matt Latifi are in row 2, ready to give it their best shot once this thing goes green. Folks, let's get ready to go racing. Cam Egger, what do you say, buddy? Let's see that green flag one more time. It's in the air, and we're off. Green flag flies, and Nick Bruckner does a good job at holding that inside line. What about the outside? It's going to be Matias Ramirez getting around Michael D'Orlando. Big pile up in turn 11 as they take off down into turn number 1. Michael D'Orlando getting passed on the start by Matias Ramirez. They all make it through turn 1 cleanly. Yes, they do. Nicholas Bruckner leads the freight train now down the back straightaway as they head for turn number 3. And then it's a logjam, 5th on back, but Ramirez is trying to go to work on Nick Bruckner early here. This should be a 15-lap pre-final. Yes, it is. So settle in, folks. It's going to be a long one. Matias Ramirez, the Ocala Grand Prix driver, tries to make a move on Bruckner as they head into turn 6, but the outside is not the right side. That is for sure. Ryan McDermott's going to lose a position here in turn 7. He's going to lose 2 positions. In fact, Aiden Keel trying to get in there and get a little physical. It's the 282 making something happen. No, that looks like Henry Cubitus on the 292. I apologize. Drivers in that turn 1 incident are getting pushed to the outside now as they come out of turn number 11. Our leaders complete the opening lap, and it's your pole sitter, Bruckner, showing the way. Here in Junior Max, Matias Ramirez not far behind in second. Bruckner doing a good job of defending as they head down into turn number 1. Latifi's going to try and make a pass on the inside of McDermott, and he does move Latifi up into the 5th position as he's behind Cubitus. No, that's Manuel Suleiman. Manuel Suleiman in the 282 runs 4th, and then it's Michael Big Brother D'Orlando in 3rd. Matias Ramirez in 2nd. Bruckner, the one showing them all the way around the track here at Palm Beach. But boy, is Ramirez. Oh, he's on the inside right there in turn 5. They're side by side. Oh, but Bruckner keeps his foot in it and is able to stay out in front. D'Orlando and Ramirez, they are chomping at the bit right now. Ramirez needs to be careful because whatever he does to Bruckner, he can have done to him by Michael D'Orlando. They come through the S's over the dog leg and down the straightaway, heading for turn number 11. Ramirez is going to pull out and take a look on the inside for the lead on Bruckner. Ramirez is there, and he's through. And he brings Michael D'Orlando with him. So Bruckner goes from P1 down to P3, just like that. And then up front for that 4th and 5th position, Latifi's on the move as well. Latifi on the inside of the 282. He's got it. Latifi now into the 4th position. So Matthew Latifi liked the feeling of finishing on the podium last weekend in the championship hunt. He wants a little bit more of it here in Rotax racing at Palm Beach Karting. Up front, Matias Ramirez shows the way to Michael D'Orlando as they come out of turn number 4 and head up high to turn 5, the far point on the track here. Bruckner, he's got to make sure he doesn't start driving over his head here and just stays in line, hits his marks, and works with these top 2 drivers in front of him. Hopefully they can pull away, and we can see a battle here in a few laps. Matthew Latifi runs in 4th, and it's Ryan McDermott in 5th. The 282 of Suleiman should be 6th. And then it's going to be Aiden Keel, I believe, in 7th. Cubitus 8th. De Alba and Malozzi, your top 10. Stephen Malozzi started outside of the top 20, folks, and he's already to 10th, all right? Charlie Swain and the team over there at Iron Rock Motorsports doing a phenomenal job with Stephen Malozzi. Another lap in the books here. Ramirez putting in a great lap right there, but it's D'Orlando who actually goes quicker. A minute 7.914 for big brother Michael D'Orlando. Oh, big pile up in turn 1 as probably 4 carts get together. Bruckner's going to move back into the 2nd position around Michael D'Orlando. We're going to see if we can go to a camera on turn 1 and tell you who's involved in that mess. It's the 233, the 272, and I want to say the 203. All those drivers are up and out of their carts. They're going to try and get going here. They've got about probably 30 seconds till the leaders are back on top of them. Ramirez just driving away, and that's partly because Bruckner and D'Orlando are playing patty cake right now. You guys got to focus and reel in Matias Ramirez if they want a shot at this thing. And then Ryan McDermott is trying to get Matt Latifi for 4th place right now. It's about to become a 4-cart fight for P2, I'll be honest with you, as Bruckner and D'Orlando fly through the puddles. D'Orlando all over Bruckner's back bumper, kart spinning over in turn 7. Yellow flags flying. He's going to work on trying to get that thing refired. Stephen Malozzi in the hunt as well. Yeah, Malozzi, what a weekend the young driver from New York is having. I know I keep bringing him up, but it's because he's been so impressive. Bruckner, D'Orlando, Latifi, and McDermott now have all found each other as they run through turn 5 at the far side of the track. Ramirez, he's gone. He's checking out, okay? Behind him, though, nothing is for certain. Bruckner tries to block D'Orlando, but that allows Latifi to drive right on through. Latifi now runs in 2nd. Bruckner's going to force the issue, though, in the S's. Bruckner back to P2. Latifi 3rd. Then it's D'Orlando 4th. McDermott P5. This is what you call good junior racing, folks. Let's take a look at the lap times. D'Orlando was quickest last time by. Ramirez's gap, 1/10 of a second. It's going to be much bigger than that this time by. They come across the line. Ramirez back to Bruckner, 3.6 seconds. I needed to refresh race monitor. It goes from 3.2, 3.3 seconds to 3.6 over Nick Bruckner. One kart slow on the middle of turn 7, it looks like here. The left-hander right before the S's. The drivers come to a complete stop. Not sure who that is. Matias Ramirez, though, is just dealing right now. Last time by the lead, 3.6 seconds, P1 back to P2. Bruckner's done a good job of pulling away from Michael D'Orlando. It's Bruckner in 2nd, D'Orlando 3rd, McDermott 4th, Latifi back to 5th, and here comes Aiden Keel in 6th, and then the 239 and the 282 not far behind as well. One driver puts his hands up in the air, rolls over the curbing in the S's. His day is done, possibly a thrown chain for the Tony Kart driver that just pulled off the track. Matias Ramirez comes across the stripe to see 6 to go as this race is nearing the late stages. Ryan McDermott, someone has lit a fire under the young Canadian as he is going to work now on a half Canadian, half American in Michael D'Orlando. What he's looking for is all of 3rd place as McDermott is there on the inside. They almost make contact, but it's clean through 3. D'Orlando's still going to hold the spot, or does he? McDermott and D'Orlando are racing wheel to wheel through the inside of turn 3. Now they head to 4. McDermott finally has the spot, so move McDermott up a position to P3. D'Orlando off the podium provisionally if this were the main event, as he now runs in 4th. Latifi in 5th. He can still smell blood in the water. Aiden Keel on the Anderson Racing Burrell runs 6th. Andres De Alba and Manuel Suleiman. Keep an eye on all of the action. Stephen Malozzi still runs in 10th. Velasquez in 9th. Matias Ramirez flies across the finish line now to see 5 laps remaining. 10 down, 5 to go in our last pre-final of the day. Nick Bruckner runs in 2nd. 3rd place, Ryan McDermott. Michael D'Orlando 4th. Matt Latifi in 5th as they snake through the right-left-hand complex, turns 1 and 2. D'Orlando closes right up on McDermott's back bumper. Really good fight going on there. Hey, let's tell you about the lap times because that's all I'm good at. Minute 6.5 last time by for Ramirez. Minute 6.4 for Bruckner. He's the quickest driver on the track. Minute 6.5 for McDermott. Minute 6.9 for D'Orlando. And a minute 6.7 for Matt Latifi as we're now inside of 5 laps to go. Keep up with all of our live timing on Race Monitor, folks. The one and only Shelby Jocelyn is bringing you the best numbers in all of karting as our chief of timing and scoring here at the Florida Winter Tour. She's the king of clocks, the master of all things time-related. Shelby's so good at stretching things out on the clock, I just wish I would have known her and she could have made my last relationship last a lot longer. I'm going to call Shelby next time, that's for sure. Nick Bruckner runs in 2nd, Ryan McDermott 3rd, and McDermott is pulling away from Michael D'Orlando in 4th. And Matt Latifi still running in that 5th position. What an awesome start to this race it was. They finally started to calm down and sort themselves out a little bit. I love this track. This has been the coolest race weekend of the Florida Winter Tour, I think. And part of that is because out of our tower, I can see all the big rigs. Latifi's got a ton of people standing on their hauler. PSL, everybody's up on top of the Burrell ART PSL truck looking over. The Anderson guys have got all their matching black shirts on. They're watching the racing. And, of course, the Kuna USA rig is full of green and red. I feel like it's Christmas time over at the Kuna USA hauler. But it's so cool the way the pit layout is here. Our turn 1 spectator stands are full, and people have got their trucks backed up to the fence, and it's just people watching racing, man. This is a great weekend to end the Florida Winter Tour on. I can confidently say that. The weather has stayed away for our last couple of pre-finals, and it's good to know because this Junior Max race has been phenomenal. Latifi working on D'Orlando on the inside for 4th. He's got him! Matt Latifi. The people standing on that trailer need to get a lot more animated. I'll tell you that right now. Their boy is driving the wheel. Steve Chapman, jump up and down. Do something dramatic. They're going to go fishing again, I think, if Matt Latifi does this good in Rotax Max Challenge Florida Winter Tour. It's been fun to watch young Matt Latifi progress through the ranks from, Mini Max, now here in Junior Max this season. Spent so much time testing, those guys did, and it's paid off. You can tell that for sure. One of the drivers we have lost, it looks like Zoe Edenholm, is off on the outside of the track, sitting on a barrier. We did lose her probably 4 or 5 laps ago, I'd imagine. The good news is she is up and sitting on the barrier. I know the Kuna USA guys probably lost a visual on her. Our scoring building is blocking Zoe, but she is up and out of the cart. Not sure what's wrong with it. The cart just came to a stop over in turn number 7. This one's coming to an end, folks. Cam Egger has shown him the sticks. 13 down, only 2 to go. As D'Orlando looks like he's having problems. He's getting passed by a few more carts. That should be Andres de Alba that just got around Michael D'Orlando for the 5th position. So the Tony cart of D'Orlando faltering here in the closing laps. Looking for our leader now, Matias Ramirez. They're going to come down to see the white flag this time by. Matias Ramirez now works his way into the S's. Lap and a half to go. He'll see the white flag flying when he gets to the other side of turn 11. Nick Bruckner, nothing for Matias Ramirez. 3.3 seconds back. Ryan McDermott driving a spirited race here. McDermott coming from 5th on the grid. To running 3rd now. Good run for the young Canadian. The white flag flies, folks. Our final lap of Saturday racing. It's been a barn burner of a day. Or as, Chris Wheeler might say, it's been a huckabuck. I'm probably using that wrong. I always do. But whatever you want to call it, it's been a fantastic day of racing as we close in on the checkered flag for Saturday. It took us a little bit longer to get here than we expected thanks to some rain and lightning, but we stuck through it. And Matias Ramirez, he stuck through a lot through 3 rounds of heat races, and now in this pre-final, he is getting ready to score the victory and earn himself the last pole position of the 2016 season. Ramirez now just works the corners and hits his marks into the S's now. Over turn number 9, the right-hander, turn number 10, through the dog leg, now down the back straightaway for the final time. He'll head for turn 11, the hairpin, pump the brakes, make sure he gets through it cleanly. In, now out of turn 11, scoring the final checkered flag of the day and winning in Junior Max. It's Matias Ramirez. Good run for the 258 OGP driver. Coming home second is Nick Bruckner. Ryan McDermott comes home 3rd. Matt Latifi 4th. Andres de Alba 5th. Michael D'Orlando 6th. Aiden Keel 7th. Stephen Malozzi. I can't get over it. Malozzi has driven so well this weekend. He started this race in the 29th position. And Stephen Malozzi finishes 8th place. That's a good run. That's a good race right there. Dylan Tavello finishes 9th. Juan Diego Velasquez 10th. Killian Meyer 11th. Arthur Leist 12th. Manuel Sullivan 13th. Riley Dickinson and Emma Delartre in the top 15. Peyton Durant brings it home 16th. Speaking of Peyton Durant, don't forget, find Brittany Lobaugh. Buy yourself a few raffle tickets before it closes to the Karting Community United 50-50 raffle. Colt Hensley comes home 17th aboard the 277 Burrell. Max Waithman 18th. Alexandra Bastos 19th. Zasumbar Kovacs 20th. George Stojakovic comes home 21st. Nicholas D'Orlando, little brother, finishes 22nd. Kai Palomino 23rd. Marc-Antoine Poirier 24th. Mark Donato finishes 25th. And rounding out the top 30 will be Dylan DeFonts in 26th. Thomasine Brennan in 27th. Braden Werner in 28th. Rahif Shah and Nathan Ratton, the top 30. But again, getting the job done with a 3.3 second margin of victory. It is OGP's Matias Ramirez over Orslon Racing's Nicholas Bruckner. Ryan McDermott finishes third, Latifi fourth, and De Alba rounds out your top five. Getting a few text messages in here. One from Nick Leone up in New York, sending congratulations to his buddy, Stephen Malozzi. Our hats are off to Malozzi, driving from 29th to 8th to end it here. The rest of your top 10s, Michael D'Orlando in 6th, Aiden Keel 7th, Malozzi 8th, Tavella 9th, and Juan Diego Velasquez in the 10th position. So after a few lightning delays, a thunderstorm, a rescheduled heat race, we are finally done here on Saturday in Palm Beach. To all of you who tuned into our live broadcast, we sure do appreciate it. Thank you so much. We hope to see you back here tomorrow for live coverage of our main events. For everybody here at the track, thanks a bunch for sticking with us through the rain delay. Hope you dry your shoes out. We'll be back tomorrow for the final day of racing of the 2016 Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour. For everybody here at Max Speed, I'm Tony Laporta. We'll see you later.
I get home from work on Saturday morning about 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I can make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bill. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
The Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
With multiple national titles in IKF, WK, SCUSA, and Rotax, the Rullison Performance Group put their experience to work for you. Coast to coast, RPG offers the most comprehensive driver development program. From detailed on-track data analysis to trackside coaching for tuners and drivers, RPG's individualized trackside support will improve your results. RPG is an authorized Rotax service center and a top supplier of Cosmic Carts and OTK parts. Visit us on the web at RullisonPerformanceGroup.com.
the 2016 Safina, Florida Winter Tour. Presented by Fixie Wheels. In partnership with Motorsport.com and Ritmo Mundo.